In this video, I'm going to condense this full Amazon course into this one YouTube video. This is information that people will make you pay for, so make sure you're following along, make sure you have a piece of paper, and let's get straight into it. Okay guys, this is going to be the only free Amazon course you'll ever need. I've been working on this video for over a month now. I'm tired of people charging thousands of dollars for this information, so I'm going to end it right now. I'm going to be dropping so much value in this video. This is going to be the only Amazon course you'll ever need. People will pay for this information. Make sure you guys treat this video like you guys paid $3,000 to $4,000 for this video. Make sure you guys are taking notes. And let's go ahead and get into this. The number one question is, does Amazon FBA actually work? This is the question that I asked 2 years ago when I didn't know what to start. I failed dropshipping. I lost money trading. I tried to apply for so many jobs. I didn't get any jobs, $273. This is when I made my first dollars online. This is when I was sending out shipments a couple of months later. And this is me back to school season selling crayons, which I thought was genuinely insane. I was selling crayons that I was getting from Walmart and I was selling it back on Amazon and I was making so much profit, which is genuinely insane. So as you can see, Amazon FBA has totally changed my life. When people ask me this question now, does Amazon FBA work? I kind of just laugh. I just kind of tell them, of course it works, right? I scaled my Amazon business to multiple six figures in profit, reselling name brand items on Amazon. These are a couple screenshots over here. During Q4, I was getting 11K payouts every single week. This is me selling out pallets of inventory over here. This is me traveling to Amazon events over here. As you can see, I look very jolly because I don't have to work for anybody else. And all my trips are paid for with credit card points because I'm spending money on inventory and I'm getting credit card points on the inventory that I'm actually buying. So I haven't paid for a flight in about 2 years. Amazon FBA completely changed my life. And in this video, I want to teach you guys exactly how to do it. Growing up, my parents told me the only way to make money was get a nice IT job, nice software engineering job, get a nice job for the government and make six figures and take vacations maybe 2 to 3 times a year. And my parents told me that was the American dream. My parents told me that was the end goal. That is the best case scenario. And I knew there was more to life than that, and I decided to take that jump with Amazon, and it has completely changed my life. Not only changed my life, but it changed some of the people I'm about to show you's lives too. This is Brady over here. He went from 0 to 20K a month while living in his fraternity house. If you've ever been in a fraternity, you know how hard it is to be productive in a fraternity. But he was over here hitting 1.5K days, absolutely crushing it, hitting 3K weeks, absolutely killing it, sending out shipments every single day. He didn't know anything about Amazon. He was able to scale his Amazon business in only 2 months to 20K per month in the summertime. Instead of getting a job at a golf course or getting a job at Tropical Smoothie or something like that, he decided to take that jump with his online business, get over that learning curve, and learn exactly what I'm going to be teaching you guys. This is my guy Suf over here. This guy did 10K per month in his first 30 days selling on Amazon, which is genuinely insane. Over here at Ecom Suf, he documented on Instagram. So if you guys want to watch that video after you guys finish this course for some inspiration, I would most definitely tune into this video. He went from 0 to 10K per month in less than 30 days over here, and he documented everything. This is one of the craziest transformations that I've ever helped anybody make. He was locked in from the start. He came from college. In college for winter break, you're back for a month. Instead of just, going out, hanging out with his friends, he reached out to me. He said, I wanted to lock in on Amazon. I want to start. And we were able to get these results in less than 30 days. So this is Subhan, 0 to 18K months in just 70 days. This is him over here hitting his first $3,000 day online. He was able to hit his first 18K a month in just 70 days. Over here, he's leveraging credit. We helped him get an Amex Plum card. Well, he's able to leverage business funding so he could put that into his Amazon business and not have to spend his own money and still make profit. Over here, we got him a Chase business bank account. He's absolutely killing it right now. I'm super happy for his growth because he tried trading, he tried dropshipping, he tried all these business models and just didn't believe in online money until he came across Amazon FBA and 2 Nice Profits, and we were able to help him scale to these numbers in less than 70 days. This is John over here. She started in Q4, and as you can see, she went back-to-back, $815 a day, 1.4K a day. In her first month selling on Amazon, 0 to 12K. In December, she was able to hit 12K per month without knowing anything about Amazon. And I could just keep going too. This is my guy Sadiq over here, 0 to 30K per month while working overnight shifts at Target. 10K next week. He was able to finish 32K in his last 30 days. He just did that last month, and he's going to be hitting 100K a month soon. Look out for that testimony video. It's going to be coming out soon. But look, guys, I could go for hours. I've helped hundreds of people start and scale their Amazon business. But guys, look, that's not really going to help anybody. I've helped hundreds of people start and scale their Amazon business. I want to help you guys. So let's go ahead and get into it. So guys, before we start this journey, I want to explain to you guys exactly who I am, who you guys are getting this information from, right? How I started, who is this guy? So For me, the thought of working for someone else and having my income capped, like I told you guys before, and being just another number in a company just didn't work for me. I didn't believe in that. I didn't want to do that. And I knew that I needed a vehicle that I had control of how much income that I was making. When I wake up for my Amazon business for 2 Nice Profits, I wake up excited because I know that if I have a good day today, I'm reaping all the benefits from that. But look, if you guys are in a position where you don't know if online, you've seen all these people making money online, right? You failed a couple of business models and you're like, I don't even know if this is real, right? I tried it all. I was in the same position 2.5 years ago. I tried it all. Drop shipping, trading, car detailing, even DoorDash, right? Nothing provide the consistent income. Then I discovered Amazon FBA, and taking that leap, you're probably watching this video, you probably haven't started yet, right? The number one thing, advice, if you could take one thing from this hour-long course, get really good at taking action, right? I took that leap instantly. I discovered Amazon FBA. I built a business that grows while I sleep. It generates me consistent 5-figure months every single month and gives me the freedom to design my own life, travel whenever I want, give my parents money, be able to do whatever I want, employ my siblings, give them jobs instead of working for Domino's or something. They're helping my Amazon business, which was really big for me. Helping my family with bills, helping put money in my siblings' pockets, helping them start their own businesses. All at the age of 20, Amazon really changed my whole life. This really just isn't about making money. It's about reclaiming your time and building something that works for you, not the other way around. If you have a good input day for Amazon, you're reaping all those benefits. Guys, there's gonna be more value in this course than some of these guys' 5K courses out there. I've seen that all these people are charging crazy amounts for this information. Put it all together for you guys, so please take it seriously. Extract maximum value from this training. Take a moment to prepare yourself for what's ahead. This isn't just some videos where you're gonna have your phone and you're doom scrolling, but you're watching. No. Put your phone down, put it in do not disturb, right? To get the full benefits, keep your notes handy, rewatch critical segments until you understand it, implement each technique as it presents. These are the techniques that people that I've shown you that are absolutely crushing it, they have went through this. I've taught them the exact steps that I'm going to be teaching you guys right now, so please take it seriously. So I want you guys holding yourself accountable in the comment section. Once you guys get ungated, say, hey Faraj, I got ungated. If you guys have any questions, I'm going to be repeating this multiple times. So the comment sections are going to be a live Q&A. I put a lot of time into this video, so commit to full engagement right now, and you'll have everything you need to completely transform your life in just 6 to 7 hours of straight value. Let's go ahead and get into it. Okay guys, before I teach you guys anything or even talk about anything, I need to explain the 4 different business models for you guys so you guys have a good understanding of what business model is perfect for your situation. In this segment, I'm going to be teaching you guys the differences between the 3. You've probably seen people online talk about Amazon FBA, but they're referring to wholesale or they're referring to private label. It's going to be very important to differentiate and which one to actually pick and understand which one is best for you as a beginner. The first and most popular one for good reason is retail and online arbitrage. The reason why people love it is very low startup cost. You don't have to spend that much money to start. You only need a couple $100s and $1,000. The more the better, obviously, but you don't need that much startup cost, right? The second one is you could have an immediate start with quick inventory turnover. You can go to the store, you can go to your local Ross, you could go scan a product and you could list it on your storefront and get sales just in a couple of minutes. There's a lot of manual work with smaller scale. The reason I love this is it's highly accessible entry point for beginners. Most of you guys are beginners trying to find an online business. If you guys have no skills or anything like that, retail and online arbitrage is going to be perfect as a beginner to start because you don't need a big skill set. You don't need experience or anything like that. You could start and get sales tomorrow. That's why I love retail arbitrage. Next one I want to talk about is private label. Private label involves creating your own brand products manufactured by supplier. This is where you hear people say, I'm getting products from China, right? The bad thing about this, thing about private label is private label, you're doing everything. You're creating your own brand, you're doing the packaging, you're taking pictures, you're doing advertisements. You have to learn so many skills and there's just a ton of competition for this. This was good 2017, 2018 when you guys were hearing about Amazon FBA. This is what they were talking about because there wasn't that much competition. Ads just didn't cost that much. You could run ads and actually be profitable. The cost to acquire a customer with ads wasn't that much back in 2017, 2018. Think about this. If you're a beginner, if you haven't done any online business, if you haven't ran a business and you try this, you're most likely going to, go through a lot of adversity. If you try to start this as a beginner, I don't think trying this as a beginner is the best best opportunity because you have to learn so many skills. It just doesn't make sense for you as a beginner. It's a good option, but not good for a beginner. Not good for a beginner that hasn't made his first dollars online. Next thing I want to talk about is wholesale. Wholesale involves buying products in bulk from established brands and reselling them on Amazon. I like this over private label because you're selling other people's brands in bulk. You're getting these products in bulk, so you're doing it at scale. You could scale this to 100K months, 200, 300K months. The thing about this is you're gonna have lower profit margins, typically 10 to 20%. And the issue with this is you're gonna have a lot of overhead costs like warehouses, pallet jacks. There's gonna be so much overhead cost. As a beginner, you're gonna have to start with about $5,000 to $7,500 to $10,000 upfront cost, because when you're reaching out to these brands and distributors and telling them I want this product, what they don't tell you is that when you're buying a product, there's gonna be MOQs. When you're trying to establish a relationship with the brand, they don't wanna work with beginners. They don't wanna work with people that are just getting into the business, because those people aren't willing to spend those $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 purchase orders because they haven't done it before. They're not that confident putting in their life savings or putting in the only money that they have into one product that they don't even know if it's gonna sell or not, because they haven't had any reps into the game. They haven't sold anything, so they don't know what works, what doesn't. This is why I love arbitrage. It's great for beginners. It's very scalable. You can scale this to 100K months and you're gonna learn a lot of skills on the way. This is what we're mainly gonna be going through, retail and online arbitrage. I'm gonna be dropping so much value, so let's go ahead and get into this next segment. Okay guys, in this segment, we're gonna be talking about how to actually start an Amazon account. A lot of people overcomplicate this. This should take you about 2 to 3 hours. Let's go ahead and get into it. Okay, there's gonna be two different selling plans. There's gonna be individual, you pay $1 per sale, or you're gonna go professional, right? $39.99 a month. No brainer, right? No decision. You're going to do professional, right? Unlimited listings, advanced seller tools. There's no monthly subscription, limited categories. I don't even know why they have individual, right? You're going to have to go professional. You have Amazon advertising, but you could win the buy box. You could win the buy box too. It's a no brainer. Next thing you're going to do is put in your business information. So over here, most of you guys, you probably don't have an LLC. You're going to register as an individual. If you guys do have an LLC, you could register with your LLC. Just make sure you have your employer identification number. That's going to be your EIN, right? You could get that in your state government. You could get that at the IRS website. They could assign you an EIN in 2 minutes. So then you're going to put your business information and you're going to sign in, right? A lot of people ask me, can I use the email that I already have an Amazon account with? I've done it. Multiple people have done it. There's no issue with that. This is what you're going to need for your identity verification: government issued photo ID, bank information, bank account information, tax identification number, phone number, and then your business documents if you're registering through your LLC, right? So if you're watching this video and you're under 18 plus, that is okay, right? It is possible to still run an Amazon business, but what you're going to have to do is get your parents on board with it. You're going to have to use your parents' information if you want to sell on Amazon. You're going to put your bank information in for direct deposits, and then your Amazon account is going to be launched in about 2 weeks. So don't overcomplicate this. Take action on this information right now, then continue on with this video. Another question that I have to ask with my mentees, with my students, I get a lot of these questions. Amazon's gonna ask you, do you have UPC codes, right? It's gonna ask you 3 questions like this. Say no for all of them. All right, guys, before we get into anything, I need to explain to you guys what is a terminology. I'm gonna be talking about a lot of stuff in this full course. And if you guys are complete beginners and you're trying to understand what I'm saying, you guys have to understand the basic terms. First, I'm gonna look at is Seller Central. That is going to be the main dashboard where you manage everything. That's where you're listing your products, you're tracking your inventory, you're processing orders. That's gonna be the main hub of your business. Your Seller Central should look like this. You have the sales, you have the stores, you have your open orders over here, buyer messages, featured offer price, how much balance you have, how much money. It does vary a bit. Amazon tends to usually update it, then go back to it, but this is what it basically looks like. And the next term is inventory. Inventory is just basically how much stock of an item that you have. So let's just say you went to Ross, you bought 10 units of a Lego toy, right? You would have 10. That would be the inventory for your business. And the next thing is product identifiers, UPC codes, right? The barcode on products required for most Amazon listings. That's gonna be the barcode that you're gonna be able to scan on most products, right? That's not the same as the ASIN. ASIN is Amazon's standard ID, Amazon's unique number for every product in their catalog. This is gonna be very important. Let me explain to you guys in depth what an ASIN is. So guys, we have these 2 products over here. These are kind of the same products, but it's 2 different listings, right? There's the same product. One is a 2-pack, one is a 1-pack. Well, if we go over here to our ASIN number over here for this product, this is its own ASIN over here for the 1-pack. And on the 2-pack over here, this product is going to have a different ASIN. Even though it's the same product, Amazon categorizes each listing has its own ASIN. So this ASIN for the 2-pack, even though it's the same product, this is gonna have BOD3, G8. And then if we go back to this 1-pack over here, it's going to have its own different unique ASIN. So I don't want you guys to get that mixed up. You guys could have the same product and it could be sold on different listings and they could have different ASINs. SKU is just a tracking number for organizing products and inventory. So our business metrics over here, ROI, just return on investment. So that's basically how much you're profiting plus your total investment. So basically your return on investment is, let's just say I'm spending $100 on something. Let's just say I buy a product. ROI is just our return on investment. What is our return on investment on a product? What's our profit margin? That's basically how much we're profiting from our item and how much it's going. We obviously know about profit margin over here. Cost of goods, that's just how much your inventory actually costs. Then we have our fulfillment methods over here. There's two different fulfillment methods. We have FBA and then we have FBM. FBA, it's fulfilled by Amazon. Amazon stores, packs, and ships your products, and you get Prime eligibility, but you pay higher fees most of the times. FBM is fulfilled by merchant. You handle storage, you handle packing, and you're shipping yourselves. Most of the times it's lower fees and you get your money back faster, but it is more work. Next is the buy box featured offer count. This is very essential for sales, right? It's one based on price, performance, and fulfillment methods. I see a lot of people complicate this. So the buy box is one of the most important things that you want to be looking for in an Amazon business, right? Right now we have this guy Prestige Essentials winning the buy box. Buy box is an algorithm. It's going to be rotating. Our job is to win it consistently. The way we win that is by having a great price and by having good shipping time. So if you're fulfilling FBA, you're going to be more likely to win the buy box because Amazon wants the best experience for a customer. FBA is going to be a better experience for the customer because they're getting a faster shipping time. Like over here, so order management over here, right? We could skim through this. If you have a pending order over here and the order hasn't been confirmed yet and you can't ship it, that just means, the payment is processing and Amazon actually hasn't taken the payment yet. Next thing I want to talk about is unshipped orders. Unshipped orders, this just means you haven't shipped out the order yet. Once you pay for the shipping, it's going to go into the shipped orders and it's going to be in transit and your customer is going to be getting your item. Next thing is expedited shipping. This is where a customer pays more for the item. This for the customer pays for expedited shippings. They're paying $10, $20 to get their item faster. They pay for the shipping. Sometimes, most of the times you make more money. When customers want to return products for refunds, Amazon's return policy is very customer friendly. Make sure when you guys are sourcing a specific niche, you understand what is the return frequency in that niche. Most of the times like shoes, clothing, they're more likely to get returns. And with groceries, the reason I love groceries for beginners is as a beginner, you just can't return groceries. We have customer reviews over here. PPC, right? That's private label. We don't really need to worry about that. PPC, pay-per-click advertising cost of sale. This is where we're hiring a virtual assistant from the Philippines for like $2 to $3, $4 sometimes. And we're getting them to source for us, run our Amazon business for us. This is going to be a very important topic to scale your Amazon business. We're going to go super in depth in that. And these are the two business models that we're mostly going to be focused on, retail arbitrage and online arbitrage. And we're also going to be incorporating some wholesale. So let's go ahead and get into the next segment.
Okay, guys, the first thing you're going to need is boxes to ship out your order. So there's two ways I get my boxes. Obviously USPS, right? If you didn't know, if you lived under a rock, they give out free boxes for priority mail, right? So they have envelopes, they have, they have small boxes, they have medium boxes, they have shoe boxes, they have poly bags too. USPS is going to be great. You can make an account with them. They'll literally send it to your door. I feel bad for my USPS guys because I get hundreds of these sent to my house, every week, and especially Q4. I mean, man, I feel bad for these guys. You could get as much as you need, right? So, Q4, when you're sending out literally thousands of orders every week, every other week, I was literally just ordering every single week, every 2 weeks, just sending out orders, getting them in and getting them out. So the number one thing you're going to need when you're starting Amazon is obviously boxes, right? But the thing is for these boxes, you can't ship them out USPS because USPS has two grades of shipping. They have ground and they have priority mail. They obviously have the like super speed or the flight ones, but the two main ones are priority mail and ground. And the reason they make these free is because they want you to pay the more expensive priority mail. That's why they're making it free. You basically get these boxes and we put UPS labels on them. 50 to 60% of the times you're going to either be sending something out UPS, 40% of the time it's going to be USPS, and then like 20% of the time it's FedEx, right? Most of the times when you're shipping out something for Amazon, you're going to get a ground label, right? There's two different labels, ground label and priority label. You could only use the priority label for priority mail boxes. So that's why for these products over here, we're only going to use these boxes when we have orders that we're shipping out with UPS, right? And Amazon decides that price when you're buying shipping with them or UPS. It's going to Bico, Amazon's buy shipping. They're going to give you the cheapest price, and sometimes UPS and sometimes USPS. So you guys are probably going to ask now, okay, what do I do when I have an order USPS? This is where you're going to go to Ulion over here. They have the best prices because you're getting these boxes in So you could get over 1,700 box sizes in stock, and they have all different type of boxes. So they have bulk cargo, they have multi-depth boxes, they have storage file boxes, they have move boxes. They have so much stuff. They have so many boxes that you could pick of, and it's going to depend on what products, right? Another thing that you want to get is poly mailers too, because when you're shipping out these light orders, you don't even have to put it in the box, right? You can just put it in the little. I don't know if you guys have ever ordered from Amazon. Have you guys ever noticed that if you ever get like some Vaseline or something small, they'll probably put it in a bag or a poly mailer because it's easy to ship, right? It's very light. So you're probably going to get a poly mailer, and that just depends on what type of products you're finding. So for the boxes, when you're shipping out stuff, UPS, right? You could use the USPS boxes because they don't care. They're a franchise. They don't care. As long as you're paying for the label, you're putting money into their pockets, they don't care. But USPS, you can't use it because they want you to pay for the more expensive version, priority mail, right? They want you to pay for that, right? So when you're shipping out something to UPS, you want to get the boxes in bulk from Uline or the local Walmart, but we'll get to that. This is for FBM, fulfilled by merchant, right? These are boxes. When you're fulfilled by merchant is when you're sending out shipments by merchant. When you're the merchant, you're sending out orders directly to the customers. The next thing I want to talk about is actually printing out your labels. So the first thing you're going to need is the robo printer. Obviously, when I first started out, I had this one over here, $199. It worked well. Then I moved on to the 270. It's a bit more expensive, but it's a lot more durable, right? There's a lot more cheaper options as you scroll down. 89, 69. There's a lot cheaper options, 49. Like if you're just starting out, I get one of these. But the thing is, what I've noticed in my past, year and a half, 2 years selling on Amazon is what happens with the lower quality, these $50, they tend to break more often. They always tend to have more issues. So I would just make that investment. That's my advice to you guys. Obviously, if you're low in capital, I would get this $50 one or this 80, right? Obviously, I'm not sponsored by any of these brands. This is just me giving value to you guys, right? After you get your label printer, right, you're going to need actual labels. There's two different type of labels. There's 4x6 labels, right? Those are the big ones over here. Like they look like this, 4x6 label. That's when you're shipping out FBM orders, right? That's every label that, UPS, Amazon, all of them they use, right? 4x6, right? It's easiest labels to use, right? So after that, the best way to get them is if you open up a UPS business account, right? If you open up an account, they give them to you for free. So you're going to be able to get free 4x6 labels over here, plus you'll be able to get free boxes from USPS. So we're saving a lot of money over here. And if you guys didn't know this, it's saving tons of money. Now, the next thing I want to go to is these 2X1 labels. I don't want to confuse you guys, but these are labels for FBA, right? These are totally different. These labels are for identifying your products from the other sellers. These are called FNC labels. And every product you send out to Amazon is going to have its own individual label. And this is the best price. You get 1,000 of these labels for $9.99. So if you're shipping out an FBA product, and let's just say you're profiting $4, it would only cost you 3 sales to make, your investment back. So this is insane, right? 4K plus bottom month, right? People are buying this. This is the best deal. The next thing you need is, big FBA boxes, right? So when you're sending something, you could obviously send out stuff, with these little boxes from USPS, Uline, but this is the most popular. This is my favorite box over here. Tons of Amazon sellers love it, and it's for a good reason. Most of the people actually use this, right? It's $1. It's a small box. This is one of the best bang for your buck boxes. You could put about 30 to 40 to 50 units of stuff in here, right? So you'd be saving a lot of money. I would 100% recommend this box over here. I mean, look at this, right? Like you could fit a lot of products over here and it's only $1. You can't beat this price unless you're doing Uline and it's like iffy. I think Walmart's probably losing money on this or their margins are like 1%, right? So make sure you guys get this boxes when you're shipping out boxes to FBA, Amazon's fulfillment center, when Amazon is fulfilling them for you. The next thing you're going to need is polybag. Let me give you guys kind of a visual representation. I like this deal over here because it's multiple for multi polybags, right? This is a great price over here. And then the next thing we would do is a do not separate label, right? So this is just to ensure, this is to go next level. This is to ensure that the people at the Amazon Fulfillment Center don't make any mistakes, right? Because they understand that this is a set, do not separate my item, right? So this is everything you need, right? The next thing you would probably need, let's just say you were shipping out, this is subjective, right? Let's just say you're shipping out some glass products because this has happened to me before and I've lost about like couple $100, gotten so many refunds, so many bad reviews because I was doing this like gut cleanser, right? And it was made of glass and I was shipping out to like the West Coast, right? So it was like multiple days of shipping and these guys, they throw your boxes. You have a delicate item, make sure you go the extra mile and put some bubble wrap because the last thing you want is a refund on your item, right? Guys, you want to treat this like a business and not a side hustle. right? Because if you get bad reviews, right, Amazon's going to get you up at it. So make sure you're investing into your business so it can pay you back in dividends.
All right, guys, in this segment, we're going to be talking about the main business models, the difference between wholesale, arbitrage, and private label. I'm going to be going in depth and explaining to you guys the differences. A lot of people get this confused, so let's go ahead and get into it.
Retail arbitrage is basically just physically going to a store. Ross, Marshalls, Walmart, Target, scanning products with their phone to check profitability. There's other scanning softwares out there, but SellerAmp is the best software. Purchasing items at a discount and listing them on Amazon, and you could start seeing results the same day, right? I'll give you guys a story. I always tell my mentees, I always tell people the story. One of the first month selling on Amazon, I didn't have any proof of concept. I didn't even know if the stuff worked. And what I was basically able to do, I had this Febreze. It was a Febreze product from Costco. It was below market resale price already. And then it was on like a buy one, get one 50% off. So there was already tons of margin on that product. I went ahead and just listed it randomly because I didn't know how to read a Keepa chart. I didn't know how to tell if a product sold or not. So I just listed on my inventory, and what did you know? I had it in my cart. So I listed on my inventory, and before I checked out, I sold 5 already. So I went ahead and grabbed the whole stock, and I sold out in a day and a half, and that just gave me all the confidence and proof of concept. Plus, I was 18 at the time. I started with only, 500 to 1,000. So it was great. And it helped me with my motivation and like with Amazon because I didn't know if it worked or not, right? I just had 500 to 1,000 to invest in this business model that I heard of. You see people on TikTok and YouTube, talking about this business model, how good it was. But I didn't have any proof of concept. So retail arbitrage is kind of the fastest way to really get sales on Amazon. You can get a product from a store, pick it up the same day, you could list it, and then you could sell it the same night, and then you could ship it out the next day. Your money is just going to be coming back so much faster because the customer is going to receive it. If you do merchant fulfilled, the customer is going to receive it in 3 to 4 days. So that's going to help you so much with retail arbitrage. Let's go talk about some of them. So some of the advantages of retail arbitrage is just you get immediate results. Like I just said in my story, you could sell it same day. Perfect for beginners to learn fundamentals, right? You could always return it. You can see and inspect products physically. So sometimes listings will look super alike. And with online arbitrage, you're putting $500 in the order. Let's just say you order something that was 6 ounces and it's really supposed to be 12. And you just made a beginner mistake. Personally, you'd be able to see, verify it, and just return it, right? You can find exclusive in-store deals others miss, right? And it's just great proof of concept. Best feeling when you go to the store, buy stuff, list it, and before you even take it out the car, it's all sold out, right? That's one of my mentees, Soup. He said that. We've got this from one of his testimony videos, but that's true. One of my other friends that do Amazon FBA, my guy No, he literally told me that he went kind of on a road trip to Ollie's. He went on like a route. It was like a 2 to 3 hour route. He hit all the Ollie's in his area, right? And while he was driving back, he listed some of the items. And before he put the products in his storage unit, it all sold out, right? And that is the best feeling ever. And you just can't beat that with when you're getting online arbitrage and you're getting the products in like 2 to 3 weeks, right? One of the big challenges with retail arbitrage is just, the travel between stores, gas and vehicle expenses cut into profits, right? Like if you're driving a lot, maybe your alternator goes out. If you don't know that the Ollie's trips, those hour trips that you were going in probably had something to do with it, right? Limited to what's available locally, right? If you're in a location that doesn't have that many stores and stuff, kind of out of luck. And also there are physical limitations on scaling. There's only so many hours in a day, right? Also, it's not optimal for people that have school, people that are, working jobs. It's just not that optimal, right? It's great for beginners, but it's not.
Why I like retail arbitrage starting out is because we could buy products 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5 units, see if they work, then go to all the stores and then buy them up, right? There's low risk, you can return it, and you can't lose thousands of dollars. Instead of wholesale, no beginner is gonna be buying 500 of these units from a supplier. It just wouldn't make sense for a beginner. But this product would be good for a beginner because you could buy 1 or 2 of these, see if it sells, and then come back and clear them out. Most people, when they think Amazon, they think you're buying something from Alibaba or you're doing wholesale where you're buying thousands of units from distributors. But the thing with retail arbitrage and online arbitrage, you could buy 5 to 10 units, you could sell it, get your returns, and then buy 10 or more. And there's less risk with this arbitrage model. Just explain what retail arbitrage actually is. Now let's actually show you how to print money off of this. So all we're gonna be doing, we're gonna be looking at these products over here, scanning them with our software tool, SellerAmp, and we're gonna see if it meets our criteria and if we can make some profit on Amazon. What we do is get our SellerAmp app, our software scanning app, and we're gonna get a product that we think is good. And we're just gonna go ahead and scan it, as you can see over here. And as you can see over here, this is going for $13 on Amazon. And over here, it's going for $4.99. So we're gonna put this over here, and that's gonna leave us with a 30% ROI and a $1.50 profit. So as you can see, other stuff you can look at is how many times it sells. With Amazon, you never wanna actually make guessing games. Every purchase has to be backed by data, the data that we're looking at over here. So as you can see, 148.
So say as you can see again.
As you can see, 148K sales rank, 50 plus times a month, and it's $1.50 profit, 30% ROI. Do this for all these brands and see which ones are profitable. Guys, my full criteria is $3 profit, 30% ROI. See if it actually sells or not. I use two different indicators. If you have one of the indicators, then you go ahead, it sells, right? So the first indicator is under 100K sales rank. In that category, its sales rank is under 100K. That's a green flag right there. Another indicator is the sales badge on Amazon. Indicator is a sales rank. Amazon, when something sells at like 100 plus times a month or 200 plus times a month, Amazon will put this indicator over here, 100 plus bought in past month. Amazon will basically verify that this product actually sells X amount of times this month. This is the most accurate representation that something actually sells on Amazon. So the next thing people ask me is what category is best to sell on Amazon? My answer to that would be clothing, grocery, or anything that you think would sell on Amazon. Stuff like this, softly anything that sells on the Amazon marketplace. The reason we're not really focused on the product and the brand, we're focused on the data that we're collecting while we're scanning using our software tool. All our decisions are backed by data. There is a couple categories that I look at that I know I will find profitable items that resell on Amazon. Let me show you a couple. First categories is obviously clothing. As you can see right here, we went ahead and scanned this, and it's going for $17.99 here at Ross, but on Amazon it's going for $36.99. That's a $6 profit, 34% ROI. This is a banger money product. Get $7 profit on this item and a 30% return on my investment. Guys, we have another product here for $3.99. It's selling for $14.95. That's a $2.70 profit, 67% ROI. We're 30% away from our profit criteria, but even if it was profitable, what I want you guys to look at is this BSR rank and estimated sales per month. As you can see, 800K sales rank in a big 800K sales rank in its category. That doesn't meet our criteria with the velocity and the sales, so I'd probably skip on this item. So when you guys first enter the stores and you're like, what place do I go to or where do I go? The first place you want to go is the clearance place. That is where you're going to be finding the cheapest prices of items that are in the actual store that'll give you the best margins for Amazon and retail arbitrage. So guys, another good way to go about sourcing is by sourcing seasonal items that are going to have higher demand in the season. So right now we're in December, right? This product is going to sell more and be more profitable because there's more demand on Amazon. So right now it's Christmas time and toys do really well on Amazon. So how I would go about sourcing is I'd go through the toy section and I'd go ahead and I'd go scan all of these and find some profit. An example would be this Dragon Ball Z hit toy. You know, this is going on Amazon for $24.98, but here we found it at $11.99. And there's hundreds of these toys here at these discount stores ready to be sold on Amazon. It's a good way to separate yourself from the other people is by building a relationship with the store managers and the employees, just by being nice, ask them how their day is, maybe give them a gift card or gift or something, so they'll let you go in the back and you can get their phone numbers and they could actually give you guys products that they haven't an opportunity to source and scan products in the back that other sellers wouldn't have access to. All right, guys, in this next segment, I'm gonna be explaining to you guys the steps that you need to take to actually be successful in online arbitrage. There's tons of stuff that you're gonna need to do to become successful with online arbitrage, and I'm gonna go ahead and explain this in the next segment.
That's what we have online arbitrage over here. What is online arbitrage, right? Online arbitrage is the same thing, You're just finding products on websites to resell on Amazon. We're using software tools like Keepa and SellerAmp to find products at a profitable price. We're ordering online and having items shipped to you and can be done with anywhere with internet. I'll give you guys an example. I was in Saudi Arabia 2 to 3 weeks ago. I was enjoying time with my family, spending time with my family on vacation, but I was still spending thousands of dollars of inventory, sending it to a prep center and getting it prepped. And I was still making money while I was on my trip. It was just a great feeling. You could do online arbitrage from anywhere, and that's where you could kind of get that laptop lifestyle. So some of the challenges with online arbitrage is just there are steeper learning curves with tools like Keep a Product Finder, even reverse sourcing, right? You can't physically inspect items with word purpose. That's not that big of a challenge, but you do need to in fact your shipping costs, but also some other challenges like you get some shipping costs. Most of the times when you're ordering in bulk, you're probably going to get free shipping. It does require more of an upfront investment with software, especially if you're getting repricers and everything, right? Slower results in the beginning phase because you're getting over that learning curve. So I remember when I first started online arbitrage, it was super hard. I remember my first online arbitrage purchase was this Bob O Red Mills. It was these pancakes. I was FBAing them. But what happened was it came to my house. I prepped it. I sent it out like 2 days later. And by the time it got to FBA, it tanked. I really doubled down on learning how to use it. What I realized what I needed to do was I needed to learn how to use Keep a Product Finder, how to manual source, how to find profitable listings. That I'm not just reverse sourcing off other people, because when you're reverse sourcing off somebody else, that guy is probably reverse sourcing somebody else, and it gets to kind of like a cycle, right? If you don't build the skill of actually manufacturing your margin using discounted gift cards, subscribe and saves, tax exempt, using so many different strategies to manufacture your margin, you're always going to be in kind of the reverse sourcing rat race. That's what I call it, because it is a rat race, because you're copying somebody else is copying somebody, and it's just a circle. And every single time you get something new, every single time you find a product just from like a Google search or something so easy, I'll give you guys a quick example of what I'm talking about right now. So let's just say I found this guy's storefront over here. I went to his storefront over here. I found this product over here. And then I go to SellerAmp, and the first Google search is $7.82 right now. But for the sake of the video, let's just say it's profitable. Let's just say it's like $3, right? If I find this product and it's profitable, right? And I found it in less than 2 minutes, right? All I did, I went to this guy's storefront and I found it at a profitable price. Hypothetically, how easy was that? So many people can find this product and get on this listing because I didn't spend any time or energy sourcing this product. I just copied it, did a Google search, and the first thing that came up was profit, right? That's the case for a lot of these people that you guys are reverse sourcing. And what you guys don't realize that instead of learning how to manufacture your margin, you're just going to be stuck getting reverse sourced. You're going to get stuck with these listings that just always tank. One of the worst things you could do at the start is not try to learn how to manufacture your margin, learning how to use Keep a Product Finder, right? Guys, I know it's tough, right? But it's something that we're going to have to do. So we talked about the pros and cons of both retail and online arbitrage. Let me show you guys a success story of one of my mentees, Suf. He hit back-to-back 1K sales days, and he hit 1.2K, then a 1.7K day. And he was able to hit a 10K a month in his first 30 days selling Amazon. He was a college junior with zero experience. He started with retail arbitrage at Ross. His first sale was documented. As you can see, he got his first sale. We documented it. Partnered with another mentee, no for him. He was daily sourcing, and they were going to always every single day in the morning. What would happen is they would run out of stores to kind of hit. What we kind of did, so we started with RA to learn fundamentals and build capital. So we gradually incorporated OA to bring, long-term systems. And it's eventually we transitioned to primary OA while FBA. Because he was in college, he wasn't able to do retail arbitrage anymore. He wasn't able to do that much FBM. So we fully transitioned to FBA, only does online arbitrage now. He's doing about 20, 30K. With my personal recommendation, I've helped 100 people start and scale their Amazon business. I would start with a hybrid approach. I would do 2 days of retail arbitrage, and I would do 2 days of online arbitrage. With online arbitrage, right, we don't need you spending money on inventory just yet. Just get over that learning curve, learn some skills, right? Start reverse sourcing while learning how to use Keep a Product Finder, while mainly sourcing websites, right? And your inventory, your buys should mostly be retail arbitrage, so you're still getting sales. And then we're gradually going to cut down on the retail arbitrage, spend more time doing online arbitrage. And as your knowledge and capital grow, gradually shift more towards fulfillment by Amazon and online arbitrage. It's just going to be more of an enjoyable experience. It's going to be more of an enjoyable business, just being a business owner doing this, doing FBA and OA, because you're getting products shipped to your house and you're leveraging Amazon's warehouse.
All right, guys, we're going to be doing a comprehensive breakdown of Amazon business expenses with online arbitrage. So number one thing is the Amazon seller account. To sell on Amazon, there's going to be two options, a professional account and an individual account. Okay, if you're serious about starting an Amazon business, pick the professional account. All right, individual account is BS. You pay $1 for every unit sold. So if you sold 40 units in 1 month, it would be the same if you just got a $40 a month for the professional account. Please get a professional account. Individual account, you can't even win buy box. Like, it's a no-brainer. This is not even a question. You're gonna need a professional account. So that's $40. There's a lot of softwares out there, right? 2 softwares that you're gonna buy is SellerAmp and Keepa. SellRamp is going to be your profit calculator. Automated product sourcing, going to be your profit calculator. Sales data predict product demand, right? That's going to be, your go-to. You need it to reverse source, things of that nature. Keepa is $20 a month too. Keepa is where we're going to see if we're going to actually make our buys or not, right? Keepa has 3 different graphs. It has a buy box. It has a pink line. That's going to be the buy box. Then it has a sales monthly sold. That's usually yellow. And then it has like a green, grayish for the offer count. Being able to read a Keepa chart is super important. If you learn how to read a Keepa chart and you master it, you probably won't lose money with Amazon FBA, right? Keepa is super important. See the historical data analysis to predict the future performance of a product. It can also alert you to track products and stock availability. It's so important for Amazon. Obviously, this is an inventory-based business, so you're gonna have to spend money on inventory. I started off with $500. I was doing retail arbitrage, struggling because, I was 18-year-old college kid. I had no job, no money, no nothing. You could start with $500. If you wanna actually speed up the process and actually start and scale, efficiently, initial investment is $1,000 to $2,000. That's a sweet spot. To start buying inventory as an investment, you're gonna wanna get 30% ROI, $3 profit. You don't wanna go under that when you have low inventory because it's just not gonna make sense for you. But yeah, that's basically right up front. $1,000 to $2,000 is a sweet spot. Totally monthly overhead is gonna be $80 per month with SellerAmp and Keepa. I did my first 10K month with just SellerAmp and Keepa. Don't look at all these ads, all these other people trying to sell you a software. This is all you need. Then next, you need a label printer. $60 to $110. Label printer, it's going to be a one-time investment. I know it's annoying, but you're going to need something to print out your 4x6 labels and 2x1 labels for FBA. So that's going to be essential. Next is scaling, right? You're scaling your retail and your online arbitrage business. As your business begins to grow, you're going to have to spend more. Just from a label printer, Keepa, and SellerAmp, you can have a 6-figure business just with that. If you just keep doing them months, keep doing those 10, 20K months. But if you want to scale to the 30, 40, 50, 60, you're going to have to start delegating. Obviously, you're going to have to reinvest everything starting out. That's a no-brainer. 2 of these things is virtual assistant and storage unit. I have 2 virtual assistants that I've trained from nothing to product research wizards. I mean, these guys, they could find product. They could find leads. I'll tell you that. What you're basically going to do is you're going to go to online jobs and you're going to hire a virtual assistant. You're going to post a job and you're going to say, I need a personal assistant. Don't say you want a lead sourcer for Amazon. What a lot of these VAs do from Philippines, they have leads for 4 to 5 different Amazon sellers. So let's just say you hire a virtual assistant for your Amazon business and it's giving you profitable products. He's also giving 2 to 3 to 4 other Amazon sellers your product. So you want to make sure that you're hiring him as a personal assistant. When you're training him, you have to train him like you're training a 5-year-old boy who just got access to his computer, right? You're going to have to go through that learning curve. You're going to have to teach him everything you know. Your VA is only as good as you are. Don't get mad at your VA when he can't find profitable products, but you didn't train him. This is going to be $250 to $400 a month. I pay one of my VAs $2.50, and I pay another one $3.50 because he's been with me for 1.5 years now. He's absolutely crushing it. I'm going to give them raises. He's killing it. He's making a doctor's wage. So don't even say I'm underpaying him. He's making a doctor's wage, okay? Getting a virtual assistant is super important if you want to scale to those high 5-figure months. Another thing is a storage unit or a warehouse. Obviously, when you're starting out, garage, basement, that's going to do. But I mean, if you're FBMing, hundreds of orders every day, or you're prepping out shipments, I know my mom, she kicked me out. She was like, nope, I'm not having any more boxes, any more nothing. Get yourself a storage unit or something. Storage unit, it should be a couple $100, right? If you're on the lower end, I'd really recommend that. Warehouse is, if you're really trying to go all in. The thing about the warehouse is that they have 6-month leases, 1-year leases, so they kind of get you in there. So with the storage unit and the warehouse is going to be a little bit more, expensive, but it's going to be totally worth it if you're truly dedicated. If you live in like a big city or, place where land is kind of expensive, like I live in the DMV area, I mean, there's not a lot of like land. Land is super expensive. It's about like $3,000 to $4,000. But if I was in a rural, like in the Midwest, same square feet warehouse would probably be it'll probably be like $1,000 or $700, right? I know some of my boys, they have big warehouses in the middle of butt nowhere. So, but they're in butt nowhere, you know? So there's two routes you could do, right? When you're scaling your Amazon business, prep center or warehouse. If you're in my situation, you can't get a warehouse, you know, land is just too, it just doesn't make sense for you, right? And you don't want to be in a warehouse because at the end of the day, you have to be in a warehouse for a couple hours every day. Me, I'm not a warehouse person. I rather send it to a prep center, and all I do with the prep center is they're packaging, prepping, and shipping out all your orders for you. But the thing about them, they take $1 to, you know, as high as 1.75 per unit, right? But if you're getting a lot of one product, let's just say you buy 500 units, of something, maybe you could get it down to like 0.75, depending on the prep center, depending on the relationship. Anything over $2 is a scam. You guys need any prep center recommendations, DM me on Instagram, I got you. I'm gonna be sending this to all the people in my DMs, everybody that asks me how much money do I have to put into Amazon FBA. It's relatively low cost, you know, it's about $1,000 to $2,000. It's very easy.
Okay, guys, so we're at the cost price is $0, sale price is $28.99. Let's check the Keepa chart, $24.99, 500 plus. Okay, so there's about 3 to 4 sellers on this listings. For the listings that I like, I want more than 3 people. So we know it's reseller friendly, and we know it's not an IP complaint. IP complaint is where the brand just basically kicks you off the listing because you're not supposed to be on it. It doesn't look like there's an IP complaint on this. This software that I'm using right now is Keepa. To the left of me is Keepa. To the right is Seller Amp. This is my profit calculator. This is kind of the database of the listing. What we can do is we can look at the buy box statistics. We can see that 3 people are kind of winning this buy box. You have 2, 3, 29.6. They're all winning at a nice price. So let's just see if we could resell this product for a more profitable price. The thing about this, it could be the same packaging. They just updated the brand. So we're going to look at Sam's Club. Okay, so it looks like they kind of discontinued that item. So all we're basically going to do is we're just going to look back and then look at the next product. Okay, guys, so we have this product over here, 50 plus bottom month. Let's pull up our sell lamp. Let's look at the buy box statistics. This guy won 18% of the time, 14.6. This guy won it 10% of the time at 15. So our average price would probably be like, let's just say 14 just to be safe. You never want to get your hopes high. So offer count is going up. It went from 5 sellers to literally 25 sellers. So 20 people hopped on this listing and the sales went down. Buy box is going down because more competition. So we would actually have to adjust. Let's just say 13 because there's more sellers on this list. We'd go over here and we just try to find it at a really nice price.
Okay, guys, so we have this Brispy. Yes, we have this American Journey grain-feed dog treats with peanut butter. Let's see if we could find this at a profitable price, right? So we just go ahead, click it on Google. Okay, it's going for $8.99. We have to find this at a nice price. So it looks like Chewy has this. Okay, so they have the 80Z bag for $259. So we have $259 with auto ship, right? So we put $259 over here and we have ourselves a banger. $249, $96. The reason these guys are winning, they're FBM, right? All these guys are FBM. So if we FBA this, we can actually win it at 15 because with FBA, you're gonna have faster shipping speed, and you know Amazon is actually sending it from their warehouses, which is just going to be a better experience than you FBMing. 60 to 70% of the times, if you FBA, you could price $2 to $3 higher and still win the buy box. So if we improve our price to 15, this will actually be $2.60. So this will be $4 profit. 160% ROI. Offer count's going up, but we have a really nice price. New customers only. Spend $50, get a 20% gift card plus free shipping. Set up auto shipping, right? Start a new auto ship. How much would that be? We're spending $200 and then we're going to get a $20 gift card too. So that just already increases our margins. That's $20 that we could just put in our pocket, put that into our margins, and then let's just see 2% cash back. And then this is a great product. A lot of people will kind of sleep on this product because it sells 50 plus times a month. This product could sell 60 to 70 times a month. So this is super important. Let's just check the yearly Keepa chart, see if there's any issues. This is very solid over here. Before it was going for 18. Competition, I wouldn't go too deep on this. I'd probably test buy 5 to 10, see it sell through, see how long it takes, right? But as you can see, we've been sourcing for about 5 minutes and we've already found some stuff. So let's just keep looking. For somebody like this, I would literally just copy and paste the storefront and then put it in a Google Sheet. So this is kind of an FBM listing. That means we could potentially turn it into an FBA listing and then win the buy box, bully these guys. This is so fun, like just getting on your computer every single day, being able to just make thousands of dollars on your computer, just literally reselling name brand items. This is literally the best. So 30%, 36% won, 23%. All you're doing is just really reading the data, making educated decisions. So focus on your skill set of finding these products, focus on the skill set of making these decisions and making good purchases, and the money will just come. Okay, so we have kind of 4 to 5 people splitting the buy box, 36%, right? The brand is not on the listing, right? Nobody's bullying the buy box. Buy box is getting shared. Sales, healthy amount of sellers on the listing, healthy 100 plus monthly sales. That's beautiful. As you can see with Sephora over here, what I'm kind of excited about is Rakuten has a 10% off Sephora. So I'm going to just go to 10% off cashback. Like, I'm going to go ahead and get in there. So I'm going to look up, okay, we have this Summer Friday. We have 10% cashback. We know that. So we kind of know Sephora has a lot of, great deals with this. Manual sourcing like this, unless there's like an insane deal, would just be kind of a waste of our time. So we're just going to go to a different storefront. What you can do, right? So we found this good product over here. So now what we're basically going to do is we're just going to find someone that was early to this listing and then reverse source that. We're going to go to GoPal. He has 12 reviews. That's solid. That meets our criteria. Our criteria, we want people that have like 5 reviews to kind of like 75 or kind of like 100. That's kind of a sweet spot. Okay, so this one's being shared, right? We have offer counts fluctuating. I don't know if this is an IP complaint. It looks pretty healthy. No big alerts. Let's look at the yearly. There's no way. Yeah, if you see that over here, there's no way like there's 21 people and then boom. Yeah, they've IP'd multiple times, to be honest. 21. 11. So we're looking at the yearly data. This is 3 years worth of data, right? And if you kind of looked at this, you wouldn't know. I don't know. This is kind of close. Like, it's not that. This is kind of close, right? You have all these different sellers on this listing. There's about 17 to 16 people. I don't know if these guys are kind of like authorized by the brand. 338. A 3-pack is 1014. Bathroom cleaner 1004. 1014. So you have a 3-pack of these for 1014. 10.14 times, let's see. Guys, this is why I do Amazon FBA. I'm not good at math. This is why I do Amazon FBA. Like, I'm not a math. 10.14 times 2, right? Divided by 6, because that's 6 units. So how much are we getting in a unit? 3.38. Then let's times it by 4. 13.52. That's our buy cost. Come on! Come on, boys. We're going to go 13.52. And then that's pretty solid, bro. $3 profit, 25% ROI. A lot of sellers on here. So this is like $441, $32. We'd probably FBM this too, right? A lot of people FBMing. Yeah, that's pretty solid, man. This is pretty solid. As you guys, I don't know about the IP complaint. This is something I'd kind of play by ear. What I would kind of do with this is I would put this into a Google Sheet. I would use my seller himself, put it into a sheet and put it into almost, right? And I'd kind of monitor the listing, see if they kind of IP again. Okay, this next segment is going to be a bit more advanced, but in this segment, I'm going to be showing you guys exactly how to find authorized suppliers and open up wholesale accounts.
How to find wholesale suppliers by Faraj Tunais. What is wholesale? Wholesale refers to purchasing products in bulk directly from manufacturers or distributors at a low enough price and then reselling them at a low enough cost to resell them for the high on Amazon. Key idea is that you're buying these products in bulk instead of, sometimes when you're just doing retail arbitrage, you're getting 2 to 3 to 5. You're getting 5 units of a product. With wholesale, if you have a winner, you could go buy 500 units. You could buy 1,000 units, right? So wholesale is a lot more scalable, right? It's a lot more lucrative option. With wholesale, it's just way more steady, right? It's more consistent, right? Especially if you build these relationships with these distributors and these wholesalers, right? You could be getting products, sent to you in your emails through their catalog list at the start, right? Finding suppliers, opening up these accounts with the suppliers are hard. Once you actually open up these accounts, right, what's going to happen is that, every weekend or every week, every Monday or every Friday, they're going to start sending you catalogs of just thousands of products, right, that they have in their warehouse that they're willing to give to you at a low enough cost to resell on Amazon. And all you have to do is look on that catalog, right? Some people use software tools. They're most likely going to send you kind of like an Excel sheet file, right? Their catalog. All you have to do, plug in the numbers. What I personally do when these wholesale suppliers send me, their catalogs or their pricing sheets, a catalog is just a list of all the suppliers, their inventory levels, how much units they have of one product, what type of brands they carry. So what I'll do to actually save time is I'll get one of those catalogs. They said to me, I have like 5 to 10. I have 5 to 10 suppliers or distributors that send them to me weekly, right? Some of them I kind of have to reach out. But what I'll do is I'll send them to my virtual assistant, a worker that I pay in the Philippines for, $2 to $3. And what the virtual assistant will do is it'll source the whole catalog just like they're sourcing an OA website. The difference between a catalog and an OA website, like a VitaCost or, a Chomps or one of those websites is that, you're just going to have better pricing because you're getting them in bulk. So you're going to have more leverage. You're going to get below market resale prices and you're going to be more likely to find stuff at a good enough cost to resell on Amazon. Because as you guys know, everything sells on Amazon. Some of the products that you could get aren't at a good enough price to resell on Amazon, right? So Wholesale solves 2 things, right? It gives you great pricing, right? It gives you sustainability and it also gives you, quantity. It helps you scale. Who's going to win at the end? The guy who's getting 500 units of a product on a listing, or the guy that got 20 or 30 from an online arbitrage website? The wholesaler is going to have a better price and he's going to have a better quantity. It's going to be able to let him control the buy box more, which is ultimately going to lead to more sales. Winning buy box on Amazon listing basically means that you're going to sell out and all your products are going to sell. What do you need, right? What do you need to, open up these accounts with the suppliers? Obviously, you need a limited liability company, an LLC, a business, right? If you're starting online arbitrage and retail arbitrage, you're doing a couple tens of thousands of dollars. Maybe you're doing 10K a month, 20K a month, 30K a month. I would 100%, I would go ahead 100% and recommend this. You need an LLC to get started. You also need an EIN. EIN is employer identification number. Every business by law has to get one. That's basically how they identify you in the government, right? And number three, what a lot of people don't know about is a reseller's permit sales tax certificate, right? When you're buying from these suppliers, when you're buying from these suppliers and distributors and wholesalers, right, you're not paying any sales tax, right? There's no tax. So you need a reseller's permit. You need a sales tax certificate. If you've been scaling, online arbitrage is where you're just buying products online and you're sending it to your house. If you've been scaling that up to 10 to 20 to 30K months, you should already have a reseller's permit, because let's just say you live in California or one of those big states where the sales tax is like 11% or 6% or 7% or whatever percent it is, right? And somebody that's sourcing in New Hampshire with a 0% sales tax, you're not going to be able to compete with them, right? So you're not going to be able to compete with them. So getting a reseller's permit, sales tax certificate is going to be one of the most important things you can get.
The next thing, and probably one of the most important things, switching over from the retail arbitrage, online arbitrage side, even when you're younger too, is professionalism is the most important thing ever, right? There's two different types of people. You're going to realize that only one of them are going to be successful when you're reaching out to suppliers and contacting suppliers and distributors, right? There's one type of person. I resell products on Amazon. Can I get a catalog, right? If you're a business owner, right, you have to understand that these suppliers, distributors, they want to work with people who are serious, right? They don't want to waste their time, right? And with the, everybody wants to do wholesale and everything, there's a lot of people that are unprofessional, that aren't ready, that don't really focus on presenting themselves really well. That's why all these wholesalers and distributors and suppliers, they hate, working with Amazon sellers, because Amazon sellers are unprofessional, right? Amazon sellers get kind of a bad stigma because they're unprofessional. It's kind of a side hustle. They're not taking anything seriously. These are people, right? These are business owners, and they don't want to work with people like that. They don't want to do bad business with even like 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, or those type of people that, say I resell products on Amazon, right? So especially if you're younger like me, me being 19, right? I already had something to prove because I was younger, right? So I couldn't make any mistakes, right? Think about it, right? There's two types of people. I resell products on Amazon. Can I get a catalog? Or, oh, I hope this message finds you well. My name is XXX and I'm the owner of Yassine whatever Enterprise LLC. We specialize in working with small businesses and selling across various online platforms. And I noticed, right, you see how like you're very specific, right? You're not beating around the bush. You know what you want. I noticed that you carry Colgate and we're really interested in exploring potential opportunities with your products. You have a catalog that I can look at, right? You see how we're kind of building rapport. You see how we're kind of introducing ourselves. You see how you're explaining your role. I'm the owner. So they're speaking with someone that can make the decision on the spot. And then you're saying, okay, we specialize in working with small businesses and selling across various online platforms. So you're not just saying Amazon, right? And you're not even lying, because you could do a little bit of Walmart reselling. You could say eBay. You could say Craigslist. That's an online platform. So you're not even lying. You're not even beating around the bush, right? We're just backpacking off this email script and professionalism, right? Having a company email, right? Having a website helps a ton too, right? Especially if you're doing online, the number one thing they're going to do is check to see if you have a website. If you don't have a website, right, they're just not going to take you seriously. If you're sending an email from a Gmail, they're probably not going to take you seriously, right? You want to be doing, it's very simple, right? It's very simple to be doing all this stuff, but a lot of people will just neglect this, and that's why you're not landing these wholesale accounts. That's why you're not getting these products at a low enough cost, to make thousands on Amazon. This is an example of emails that I use to land multiple accounts, right? Inquiry for volume orders and sales catalog. Good morning, good afternoon, supplier name. I hope this message finds you well. My name is Abdullah Yassine and I represent boom, 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 Yassine Enterprise. We're interested in establishing a long-term partnership with boom, 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 and would like to explore volume ordering opportunities. So I'm letting them know right now, I'm not asking to buy like 100 units. Can I test buy this, see if it sells, and it sells on them? No, guys, no supplier wants to waste their time like that. You have to go in there. I'm looking to explore. You don't ask about no minimum order quantity. Don't ask, oh, what's the lowest I could buy? They're not going to want to work with you. These people, they want to work with people that want to work with them long time, that are doing great business for years, 5 years, 10 years. What I've realized here too is that they talk with each other a lot, right? This is a network of people. They all go to trade shows with each other. And if you do bad business with one of them, right, reputation is everything. If you do bad business with one of them, it's going to ruin your whole reputation. No one is going to want to do business with you, right? As you see over here at the end of the email, it says, attach your final resale certificate for your reference. Please feel free to reach out if you need any further information or have any questions. Guys, I already understand that I'm probably going to need, he's going to ask me for my resale certificate. So let me just give the initiative. Let me kind of let him know that I'm actually serious. So I just already gave him the resale certificate, right? So now we've talked about what we need, the email script, the professionalism. Let's really talk about where do we find these suppliers, right? Because that's what you guys probably clicked on this video for. But this was important. We had to talk about this before you guys just go reach out to supplier and wondering why none of them are answering back. The next one I want to talk about, my first method, right? It's probably the method that you guys will probably like the most because it's like reverse sourcing with online arbitrage, is storefront stocking. So over here we have this Snow product over here. You see there's other sellers on here, but Snow is 95% of the buy box over here, right? Just for a quick example, this would probably have to be a brand direct over here, but we have this product over here, right? Let's go to Google. Let's see Snow over here. Let's go to the actual Snow website. What we want to do is we want to contact them. So at the bottom of the websites, most of the websites, especially these private label brands that are, their brands are coming up right now, right? Let's see. They usually have a place where you can contact them. Contact us, yep. And then partnerships over here, wholesale opportunities, right? So over here, right, you see this over here, wholesale at Try Snow over here, right? You would get this over here, you would copy this, you'd write an email, and then you'd use our template that I provided for you over here, right? And you would send out like 10 to 20 of these every single day. Guys, you have to understand that this is sales. This is a volume game, right? It's not just send 1 or 2 to 3 to 4 emails every single day and pray to God I open up an account. No. This is persistent. You have to be persistent with them. You have to annoy them. You have to be on the top of their minds every single time, right? Because you could hit them right now, they probably don't need like an authorized seller. Right now, they don't want to work with third-party sellers, but in the future, in 3 months, right? When they keep seeing your emails, when they keep seeing you reach out, right? When they keep seeing you reach out, that could be a great opportunity for you to be there. There's no such thing as luck, just staying consistent, sending out these emails. I provide a template for you guys right now. Literally just make multiple of these. Call them up, or call the brand up too. If I was really pursuing the Snow brand, I would call them up too. What I would do from here, I would look at all these sellers over here and I would do the same. I would see a brand that they're selling, they're probably getting at wholesale pricing, and I would reverse source them just like I'm doing online arbitrage. The next method I want to talk about is just using Google Maps for local distributors, right? This is kind of like retail arbitrage because it's the distributors and everything, it's specific to your location. And the reason why it works is obviously you see over here, less competition in contacting these suppliers, because most sellers are looking at, the same major online directories, right? Because there's these sleeper distributors, these sleeper people, because you guys got to understand, some of these guys are 40, 50 years old. Some of these distributors, right, I've spoken with them, they're not good with technology, right? Some of these guys, right, I met them at trade shows, they don't see the power of like having a website, sending out emails. They don't see the power of none of that. They're old school, and that's where you come in, right? That's where you come in. You sometimes, I went to places in person, I've gotten shut down, right? I've gotten success. You wouldn't know unless you tried, right? So search for terms like grocery distributors or like electronic distributors or health and house distributors, right? So let's just do a quick exercise right here. So guys, I searched up grocery distributors near me and look at all these places, right? Probably half of these distributors are gonna be terrible, right? Let's just say grocery distributors and suppliers, actually. So you have global wholesale distributors over here, right? Check to see if they have a website. What you're gonna basically do is you're gonna check to see if they have websites. You could call them up, ask for a catalog, and really this is just sales again, right? How many shots are you willing to put up to really reach out? But if you go through this whole catalog, it's impossible not to take steps. The reason why nobody does this is because nobody's really willing to put in the work. Nobody's really willing to pick up the phone and call up these distributors, see what they have. But one wholesale account, one account is all you need. One ASIN is literally all you need to change the whole trajectory of your life. And that's what you guys have to understand. Another method I love to use when I'm just looking for wholesale suppliers, distributors, or whatever, is just exploring wholesale directories, right? These are so powerful powerful. The thing I don't like about this is everybody's looking at this. As you can see over here, it's the biggest wholesale directory. So let's just say, as you can see over here, they have 8,000 plus wholesale suppliers, right? As you can see over here, it gives you all the information that you need. They give you all the information that you need, and just pick up the phone, send a bunch of emails, right? There is a paywall between this. You're probably gonna have to pay, I think, like 30, 40 bucks. But I mean, if you land one account, it's 100% worth it. So don't sleep on this method, right? But this is probably the most saturated method. We're gonna get to my favorite method in the next one. As you can see over here, you see me with the suit on, you see me looking professional, you see everyone around me. I love trade shows, right? My favorite way to find suppliers and distributors is going to trade shows, right? What will happen a lot of times is these distributors, wholesale suppliers, right? They'll go to these events, you know, in Vegas, Chicago, New Jersey, New York, and they'll have their catalogs or have their products out, right? And it'll be like a show, and they'll invite a bunch of business owners, and they'll have their catalogs out. And these are events where you could spend literally thousands of dollars on inventory, open up accounts, meet these suppliers and distributors face to face, get them to know your face, right? Give them a business card, open up account with them in person, maybe even place a purchase order with them while you were there. I remember this trade show I went to, I can't leak the location, but I remember spending $8,000 on just one ASIN, and that profited me 60% ROI. And I have an account with them open now, and they send me weekly Excel sheets of profitable inventory that I send to my virtual assistant, who just looks over them and tells me which items that we need to buy. So as you can see, right, opening up wholesale accounts is hard. Once you get over the discomfort and the learning curve of just opening up accounts, you know, getting yourself out there, reaching out to these people, it could be a very lucrative opportunity. How to do it, right? Research and attend trade shows related to your niche. Let's just say you like pet products. All you do is trade shows near me, Small Business Expo, right? Fashion wholesale. Obviously, you guys probably know about ASD, but ASD is, I wouldn't recommend ASD. ASD is like the rookie. ASD is like, you know, when you're first starting out, right? The thing about them is they can't provide, make sure you're actually getting documentation that your products are actually real. That's one of the most important things. But overall, I love trade shows, right? It's fun. I get to travel. I get to go there. I'm a very social person. I like reaching out to them. I like building connections face to face. I like making buys, you know, in person. I'm like, hey, I like this unit. I like everything. Keepa chart looks good. You know, take my credit card. Let's go make money. These relationships that I'm building with people, I'm going to be doing business with them for the next 3 to 5 years, the next 10 years, right? That's the plan. That's the long-term vision that I have. And what better way to start that, you know, relationship than seeing them in person, right? Look at this handsome guy. This is a method that I guarantee you that you don't hear about a lot, right? This is one of my buddies when I was first starting out, he gave me this method. This is an insane method. This is how you turn one wholesale account into 5. You're literally multiplying your accounts. This is a glitch. I'm gonna tell you guys right now. So guys, this is an example of a great wholesaler, Great Lakes Wholesale. I just put you guys onto sauce right now. They have great inventory. Great Lakes Wholesale is gonna love me for bringing them all this business. Make sure you guys use the email templates, and make sure you guys act professional. How are we gonna turn Great Lakes Wholesale into 5 different accounts? How are we gonna turn one account into 5, right? What we're basically gonna do, we're gonna copy and paste using the software tool called SpyThrough. This is really one of the craziest softwares that I've ever seen. Great Lakes Wholesale, you search into it over here, right? Okay, organic keywords. I don't care about anything. I don't care about anything like that. What I want to look at over here is SEO research, and I want to go to competitors, right? What are competitors? And then look at all these wholesalers over here. And now we can look international wholesale, right? Let's copy and paste. Let's copy and paste this over here. And then look at this. Come on. Come on. This is sauce, guys. Guys, drop a like down. Drop a like and comment down right now. This is insane sauce right here. And you have unlimited. Because guess what you could do with this? International wholesale, you search over here, then you reverse source this. Like, this is sauce. Go to competitors. Now look at this, then you go dollar days. Like, this is insane. This is an insane software, right? Let's go to dollardays.com. Like, imagine doing this for hours. You would have an infinite amount of wholesalers and suppliers at your disposal, but it's just your job to actually reach out to these suppliers and, you know, pick up the phone. As you can see, this last slide over here is a picture of this Dion Waiters, right? This is a motto that I live by. And you're probably saying, Faraj, what does this have to do with wholesale? How is this gonna land me more wholesale accounts, right? The quote says, I'd rather go 0 for 30 than 0 for 9, because if you go for 0 for 9, that means you stopped shooting. That means you lost confidence, right? When you're reaching out to these suppliers, when you're reaching out to these wholesalers, it's all about consistency and persistence. The people who win are the people who are willing to follow up every single day. the people who are willing to send emails every single day, call up brands every single day, right? That's why I gave you guys all the tools that you guys need to open up wholesale accounts, right? But most of you guys aren't gonna make it because you guys are gonna quit after 1, 2, 3 weeks of just, okay, I reach out to this whole, none of them are answering, none of them are responding. Guys, it's a numbers game. I promise you guys, if you guys send 25 to 50 emails every single day, right? You call up 10 brands you contact 5 to 10 brands every single day. It's impossible not to have these accounts open and have a profitable wholesale business. It's impossible. Some of the best accounts, right? They're probably not ready right now to have more authorized sellers, have more people that they're working with. But if you keep being persistent, if you keep sending emails and you keep staying on top of their minds, when they think, oh, I need another authorized seller, or we need to do more business, we need to expand more business with more people, who are they gonna reach out to? The person that's been emailing them every 2 weeks for the past 2 years, right? So understanding that this is a numbers game, if you guys understand this concept, I promise you guys, and you use everything that I taught you guys in this video, I promise you, you will be better than 95% of the competition. Okay guys, one of the softwares I'm gonna be talking about today is SellerAmp. SellerAmp is gonna be a profit calculator. It's gonna help us so much, especially when we're starting out, to help us identify. I'm gonna be explaining to you guys the pricing, the benefits, and how to actually use it to see sales on Amazon. So first things first, with SellerAmp, you're gonna have 2 pricing options: getting started and getting serious, right? When you're first starting off with Amazon FBA, you could do the $19.95 or the $27.95. I would recommend the $19.95 because you get 1,000 lookups, and let's be honest, when you're starting out, you're not gonna be looking up more than 1,000 products. After 2 to 3 months, when you're getting serious, you're gonna go to the $27.95. This is where you're gonna have unlimited lookups per month, 5 Chrome extensions for maybe a virtual assistant. You're gonna have 3 phone app installs. All these subscriptions, they renew monthly. This is probably gonna be the highest ROI thing you're gonna be able to do in your business. The reason why the ROI is so high for this is because without SellerAmp, you're not going to be able to calculate how much profit you're actually making. You're not going to be able to reverse source. You're not going to be able to look at the little Keepa graph. There's so many little things that you're going to need with SellerAmp that if you don't have it, you're going to be at a big disadvantage as an Amazon seller in 2025. The reason why I love SellerAmp so much is because with this software, you're going to be able to see how much you're profiting after every unit you scan or look up, right? So in that case, when you're purchasing products, you're not going to be playing a guessing game. You're going to have data. You're going to be able to see how many sellers are on the listing. You're going to be able to see what sellers are winning the buy box consistently. You're going to be able to access so much value and information that if you didn't have it, you would just be at such a disadvantage. There's going to be 2 ways to actually use SellerAmp. There's going to be SellerAmp on your computer, and there's going to be the SellerAmp mobile app right here. This is where I'm going to be going into stores, and I'm scanning items like this, and I'm going to be able to pull it up on my phone. But once I want to source on my computer, what I'm going to do, I'm going to install it as a Google Chrome, and I'm going to be able to look up information on my desktop or laptop. So the first things we look at is the quick info, right? This is when we're sourcing through a lot of products. These are the main metrics that we're going to want to look at. So BSR is best sellers ranking. Right now, this is 43K. That means it's in the 1%. This is a very solid product, right? The next one we're looking at is estimated sales per month. As you can see over here, it's 400 plus month. That matches over here. This means that this product sells 400 times every month. Amazon has verified that. Over here, we have our max cost over here. Don't let this number scare you. This basically tells you what price you need to buy this item for to meet your criteria, right? And our criteria is over here in profit and ROI. So profit is $3, ROI is 30%. That is my criteria. Over here, we're in the alerts channel. Alerts is where if there's an issue with the item, SellerAmp will actually show you if there's an issue with the item. So right now it says this listing has 3 variations. That doesn't mean it's a bad product. It's just warning you for this product. So at the top over here, a feature that I really like is that they put the ASIN over here. It gives you the dimensions of how much this item actually weighs. Very resourceful, very important information. Over here, it just gives you more product information. The third one we're looking at right now is open Amazon product page. This is where you could basically pull this up on Amazon and voila, it just shows you the Amazon page. Let's say I was trying to find this product at a cheaper price. I was trying to source this product. The good thing about SellerAmp is instead of searching this product by yourself and doing all that, wasting all that time, all you have to do is click the little G, the Google button, and it'll look up this item on the whole internet and you'll be able to find this product at a lower price. So as you can see over here, you can see that over here at Walmart, it's here for $9.97. And then the last button we have over here is the web app seller amp button. This is where instead of staying in the Google extension, you're actually going to go into the seller amp website. So this is if you wanted the full page of everything. This is the same information. It's just in one page. We're going to scroll down and it basically shows you the ranks and prices. This is the current buy box is at $19.87. FBA lowest FBA seller is at $19.87. Estimated sales at 400 plus per month. A good thing you could do, you could just refresh. Last check 5 minutes ago. Now, as you can see over here, we just refreshed it. The lowest FBM seller is now $18.97. Buy box is at $18.99. We're gonna go down here. Another feature that I love about Seller Amp is the offers. It'll show you every single seller that's on this listing. If you want to see, this is a listing that you might want to get on. You're gonna want to look at the other offers. These are the other Amazon sellers that are selling on this listing. As you can see, this guy has 3 in stock, 2 in stock, 1 in stock. Number 4, this guy has 30 plus in stock, plus he has 2,000 reviews. So as you can see, you can make an educated purchase reading the offers. Another key feature I love with Seller Amp is the Google Sheets, right? Let's just say this product, it doesn't meet my criteria. So $1.63 profit and 17% ROI. That doesn't meet my criteria, but it's almost. A discount code could make this item profitable, right? I'm gonna put this into my Google Sheets. I'm gonna put it into my almost. Seller Amp automatically exports it to almost Google Sheets. If I do this for a couple of hours every day, I'm gonna have a full spreadsheet of ASINs that are full of potential leads, right? All I have to do every week is just look at them, see if there's a discount code or the price went down so I could get on that listing and actually start profiting. Another key feature that I love is the buy box analysis. I mean, this is money, right? We want to see who's winning the buy box because at the end of the day, with Amazon, if you're not winning the buy box, you're not really going to get sales. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be the one to tell you. This is the 90 days buy box analysis, right? Toys, clothes, and other stuff has about 20%, 25%, and is spread out evenly. This is what we want. We want a lot of people able to win the buy box because that means we have an opportunity to win the buy box. Let's go to the average 30 days. Okay, it's spread out even more. Toys, clothes, and stuff is still on here. You have this guy, Game Haven NC. He's kind of snuck into here and he's been bullying the buy box. He's a 2,000 rating guy. So he's been bullying this buy box, but he hasn't been going too crazy. I'm still going to monitor this listing and see if Game Haven NC is going to be bullying the buy box in the future. As you can see over here, it's going to say when they won the buy box. Amazon, it's all about data. If you can read the data, you're going to be able to make a lot of money in this business. So Game Haven NC, the last time he won buy box was 7. Oh, I just refreshed. Toys, clothes, and other stuff just won the buy box. 13% in the past 30 days. Average price is $19.87. As you can see, $19.87 is probably what we're going to be selling it for. The good thing about this is, Keepa is another software that's, really important for Amazon, but in Seller Amp has their own miniature, Keepa chart. It does the job. So as you can see, stable buy box. Monthly sold is good. Offer count's going down a bit, but it's not too bad. It's not like no IP complaint-ish, so we should be fine. Right? You can look at the days, you look at the weeks, months, years. I mean, that's money, right? As we're looking at this over here, now you have the profit calculator. This is a really important thing. This is probably a light item. My FBM costs were probably about $6. Let's just say I was fulfilling this item FBA. All I have to do is click that button and then it flips my profit to $1.16, 12% ROI. So this would be my numbers if I fulfilled this item with Amazon. If I fulfilled it myself, I'm guessing it would either be $5 to $6. I'll probably go 5.5. This would be our profit. So it would be better for me to probably FBM this item. So it tells me the total fees and everything. And the good thing I like about this is, let's just say this is a slow mover, right? We're going to need this to be in Amazon's, warehouse for quite a while. So what we're basically going to do is, let's just say we're going to sell out in 3 months. It tells us that each month it costs 10 cents to keep it into Amazon's warehouse. So that's going to leave us with 83 cents and 9% ROI. I'm just basically showing you guys the numbers. So let's say 5.5 label cost, right? We're profiting $2.13, 23% ROI. The good thing about this is when you're buying tons of units, you could predict how much money you're actually going to make, right? It does everything for you. That's what I love about it. With the quantity, let's just say I sold 100 of these. It would basically say it would cost me $926 to actually buy 200 units. I would sell it for $1,987, and I would profit $213. So let's just say I got this for $7.99. Meets our criteria. Let's do it again. And then our profit would be 340. So just play around with that, right? And this will basically give you a plan to see if you want to go deep on a product or not. So obviously this has variations, there's different colors. And then a good thing about this, okay, there's so many little features that I love about SellerAmp. This is one of my favorites. So let's just say I found this for $9.99, right? But I found a 20% discount for this. All I have to do is just click 20%, and this is how my margins will look out. It's one of my favorite features. So then it would just show your ROI. Obviously, I have the Keepa over here. And then a good thing about SellerAmp, once you actually go into the web app, right, this is the actual website. It just gives you all this data over here, right? So let's just say I wanted to go to somebody's storefront. What I would do is I would go here, Ecom Shop LLC, right? Ecom Shop LLC. I'd go here. I'd click SellerAmp. Before we looked up a product, now we're looking up a storefront. This is an Amazon seller, right? So he has 142 ratings, right? He has 486 ASINs in his storefront. These are the top brands he's selling. So SellerAmp gives you so much information, guys. You guys need this. But it doesn't matter. You guys need to learn how to use SellerAmp in 2025 if you want to have a successful Amazon business. He's selling 70 Hot Wheel products. So he has 70 Hot Wheel products in his storefront.
So the first thing we're going to look at when we want to see if a product is good or not, we need to have a set in stone criteria. This is an SOP that I give to my virtual assistants. This is my genuine criteria, right? Minimum profit is $3. If something is close to $3 profit, but it's higher ROI, then I'll take it, right? Minimum ROI is 30%. We need a higher return on investment. We could do maybe if it's like $15, $20 profit and it's at like 20% ROI or 25% ROI, then I maybe might take it. You know, it just depends. But we want to have most of our catalog, we want our products to be $3 profit, 30% ROI, right? Next, ensure the brand does not sell on the listing. So you don't have any issues with that. Ensure the brand is not selling on the listing. Why would a brand want you on a listing? They could sell the items themselves. Check Keepa charge for IP complaints, right? So if the line is going like this all the way down, right? 20, 30, 40, 50 sellers get kicked off a listing for no reason, right? That's unnatural. That's an IP complaint. And also ensure the listings that you're actually getting on, like there's sales going on in those listings. So for me, I don't like clothing and shoes just because of the returns and everything. I just tend to avoid them. I know a lot of people that do it. So that depends on the seller. So for me, I just don't sell anything. You know, there's just so many different niches to get into. Minimum sales 50 plus per month. Only exception is that there's like only 4 to 5 sellers on the listing. So we want a sales match, but we want Amazon verifying that our products are actually selling. No hazmat, no dangerous goods, right? SellerAmp will tell you if it's that or not. No generic branding. I know you'll get ungated for a brand that you probably shouldn't be getting ungated for. And the Keepa chart requirements, check the price and ensure that it doesn't go dramatically lower than the break-even price at any point in time. I'm going to show you guys that later on in this video. Always check the seller count, see how many sellers are on that listing, because let's just say the price hasn't been tanked yet. You know, people are starting to get on the listing. What's going to tend to happen? There's not enough sales in that listing to accommodate for all those new sellers getting on. They're going to start penny pinching, right? When people's items start to not sell, people start panicking. People want their money back. And that's where listings tend to tank. If you could check the offer count and predict that from happening, you could avoid yourself from, you know, losing money, having your money spent on a product that is going to take 6 months to sell out, right? We don't want that. So if seller count increases dramatically, pass on the product. Verify sales are accurate. Best way to check if the sales are accurate on a listing is the sales badge on Amazon. This is an example of a sales badge, 500 plus in past month. This is an example of a sales. Amazon is verifying that this item sells 500 plus times. Only source from legit websites. If a product is too good to be true, right? You're getting it for just such a cheap enough price. Use Trustpilot to verify it. Use Google to pair it. Does it have a Shopify checkout? So there's going to be ways to actually verify that the listing that you're getting on. Now that we have some criteria, some structure when we're doing product research, let's look at a couple of examples of some products that we can look at to source and see if we would buy it or not. Okay, guys, so this is the first product we're going to be looking at. $13 profit, 37% ROI. This product is beautiful. Margins are amazing, right? First thing we want to look at is this first pink chart over here. This is the buy box price, the most important price. This is what the items actually sell. When the buy box, you get sales on it. So we're using Keepa. We're checking to see, okay, April 16th, right, it sold for 86. Right now it's May 1st. It's selling for 65. So as you can see, we're still profitable. We got on this listing a month ago, we would have been able to sell it at 82. So So in 1 month, that's almost $15 to $20 decreased. Why? Why did that happen? That's a question you're gonna have to ask yourself. And that's where we're gonna go to our offer count over here. April 1st, there were 6 sellers on this list. May 1st, there were 80 people on this listing. 70 people jumped on a listing in 1 month. We're looking at this decrease over here. This is due to increased competition. The only reason that it's still at 60 and 65 and not at like $40 or $30 and it's not profitable anymore is because the velocity has matched it. There's enough sales to where everybody's getting sales on this listing. Usually on a listing like this, it would just keep going down. It wouldn't make a recovery. It would just keep going down and down and down. So this is the only time I would accept getting on a listing like this. Obviously, there's other things that will go into it, like where are these people getting it from? Like I know this lead, the place where these sellers are getting it from, you can't buy this stuff in bulk. That's why all these sellers are selling it. Everyone's eating on this listing. Right? This is an example of just a beautiful product. Obviously, we have this over here. I think some sellers got ungated or something. This jump is a bit weird. I would be a little like iffy if 20 sellers just got picked off the listing. That would be like IP complaint, but 20 people just got approved to sell this. That's like, okay, there's more people on the listings. Offer count is like the second thing you want to look at, right? If offer count's going up, the buy box is staying the same. That means velocity is good. Velocity, which I mean sales. How much times is this listing sell in a month? Because it can be 100. It could be like what, 80 people on this listing, and the buy box is fairly stable. And I'll tell you guys why, right? This is not normal. There's 2 reasons why this buy box is stable. Because everyone can only get about like 3, 6, 9 units because I know where they're getting it from. And second, the listing is going up to 2K sales per month. 2, 3K. It might even go up. So this is just an example of just a winning product. This isn't a normal product. This product has only been out for 100 days. This is the first listing that you're gonna get on. Some of my students, they got on over here. They got on at 87, right? So they were getting $30 profit, 88% ROI. That's why I waited a bit to do an ASIN review on. The next thing I want to talk about is the importance of being early to a listing, right? What happened is these guys, and using Keepa product finder is going to get you early to these type of listings over here. 5, 10. These people are eating over here. They're all selling out. You see how it's a different storefront every single time? And these guys are FBMing, because if they FBA, it's going to take like 2 weeks, 2-3 weeks, and they're going to get up. They're going to end up getting sales over here, right? So you want to be one of these guys over here. And that's why manual sourcing and using Keepa product finder are just so important. If you try to reverse source other people, you're in that rat race, you don't know how to build your margin, you don't know how to do anything. That's okay, that's cool. You'll still get some sales on the downward. You'll be one of these people over here, but it's not sustainable. You want to be one of these guys over here. These are the people making real money. So you want to be one of these guys over here. And that's for a whole nother video. I just want to show you guys how to analyze listings to see if it sells. My final decision on this listing, this is still sustainable, right? Like I can sell it at 64 and still make a profit. I like to be very conservative. Let's just say it tanks $10. I'm still profiting $5. Worst case scenario, it sells $55. I'm profiting basically $5 in profit, 13% ROI. That's my worst case scenario. It just depends on how fast I get the profit. Something like this, I'm very late to this listing, right? I can't extract the fruits of this listing to the complete maximum. I would get like 3 to 5 units, hope that this goes 2 to 3, or I would just avoid the listing in general. If you were to show me this ASIN over here, it would be beautiful. I tell you guys, we had our mentees looping this 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 units and just eating off of this list. This is a solid product, right? We're a bit late to this, right? But there's going to be multiple products like this that happen every single year. Guys, we have this product over here, Nugent Furzine, right? Okay, 500 plus a month. Let's see how much it weighs. It weighs a pound. FBM cost shouldn't be that much. Offer count's going up. How long has this listing been on there? Okay, so this listing has been here for a couple of years. Let's check the yearly. Is anything weird going on? Nothing weird is going on. People are getting on this listing. Velocity is going up, right? It just keeps going up. This is a good sign. When sales happens, everyone eats. Issue is when sales aren't going up and people buy a lot of stock, items aren't selling out, and they start having penny pinching wars. So over here, offer count's going up, right? There's movement. Offer count's staying at 30, is consistent at 30. Sales are just going up and up and up, right? It's at what, 500 plus pop? I don't know what this is. Is this something for like the summer or something? Maybe it's a seasonal item. Check the yearly data. No, it's not a season. Because then if it was a seasonal item, this would happen every single year around summertime. So I don't think it's a seasonal. Couple of big sellers on here. Next thing I would do is, okay, this product, it looks good. Everything's stable, right? Offer count went up, but then it stabilized. Okay, multiple people are kind of winning buy box. Now let's check the data. Let's check the buy box statistics. And let's see who's winning the proper distributors is winning 45%. My key, what I tell my students is 80%, right? If someone is winning more than 80% of the buy box, one seller, I would avoid it. So he's only 45, that's okay. 13%, 5, 5, 5, this is good, right? 5% of 500, like we can take that. We can get in here and make some sales. All of these guys are FBA, so I wouldn't think about FBMing, right? And with FBA, you could price higher too. This guy wanted FBM 4%. As you can see this pattern over here, he won it at a lesser price. So it'd be better for us to FBA. This just looks like a solid lead, right? So now, next thing I would do is like, okay, how recent have these guys won the box? So the top two people are sharing buy box over here. I want to go 30. Let's go with the range of 30. Okay, so this guy just won it now. But yeah, you could get on an item like this. Okay. And what worried me, right? There are two big sellers on here. They both had like big amount of reviews, but there's other sellers with less reviews on this listing. It looks like there's some space for us to get on, right? 500 plus, it's only going up, right? I wouldn't be surprised if this day go to 600, 700, 800, right? All right, guys. So we got this beef jerky treats for dogs bundle of 2. I love these little bundles. I love these that sell 100, 200, 300 plus times a month. We're getting it for $11.29. We're selling it for $22.98. We're almost at our criteria, $3 profit, 30% ROI. You know how the buy box is looking. Okay, so we got some FBM sellers on here. Okay, so the velocity at a standstill, this is where it gets a little iffy, right? Sales are at the same, right? But there's more sellers getting on. So like 3 months ago in March or in February, they were about like 14 sellers. Now they're like, what, 21? So like 5 to 6 to 7 people got on this listing. Okay, so it had another spike like this. This is what I want to show you guys, right? As the offer count goes up, buy box is just going to go down. If we were selling this for 24, that'd be 3.67 profit, 32% ROI. Like that hits our criteria. But more people got on the listing and then it just went down. This idiot just tanked the whole listing, 18.75. He's not profiting anything. And then they brought it down. This guy's probably liquidating at 13.9. He's an idiot too. I don't know what he's doing. This is a item that what I would do is I would track it, right? So I'd go over here and then I'd go to, if it goes higher than 24, the buy box price goes over $24. Keepa is going to send us an email in the next year. Okay, so he just won the buy box at 23.17. Almost at criteria. So you could either get in, buy 5, 10 units or wait for it to get to 24. I'd probably wait for it to get to 24, let some of the competition get off, and then 3.67, $32. That's money.
When you're starting off with Keepa is going to be about $20 USD. It's $20 a month. This is one of the most bang for your buck softwares that's out there. A lot of you guys are thinking about getting the free version, but the free version isn't going to give you the access to the monthly sales, the new offer count. It's not going to let you use Keepa Product Finder. It's not going to give you the data that you need. Make sure you guys are actually paying for the software. It's very important. So this is what Keepa is actually going to look like. It's going to be this Chrome. Make sure you guys are getting the Chrome extension over here. Make sure you guys are getting the Chrome extension over here, right? It's going to be this plink line that's fluctuating, right? This is basically explaining the buy box. The buy box is over here. But before I explain this, right, I have to explain the importance of the buy box. The buy box is basically an algorithm, right? The buy box rotates through different sellers. And if you win the buy box, you're most likely going to get the sales on the listing. Amazon is always rotating the buy box. There's a lot of things that actually go into winning the buy box, but winning the buy box is one of the most important things if you actually want to get sales on Amazon. Some of the things that actually factor into you actually winning the buy box is obviously how many reviews you have on your account, how many good reviews you have on your account, right? What's your shipping speed? Are you FBA or FBM? Sometimes Amazon favors fulfilled by Amazon because they have that 2-day shipping, 1-day shipping, right? Obviously your price too. Like, so if you and an FBA seller are both competing on the same listing, right? You guys have the same shipping speed. You guys have the 2-day prime shipping, but he prices it at $49.99 and you priced it at $47.99. You're going to be most likely to win the buy box because you have a better price. So now that we understand what the buy box is and how important it is, let's look at this first chart over here. There's 3 charts with Keepa. Let's look at this first chart. This pink chart is the buy box, right? Obviously the most important thing with Amazon FBA. And as you can see over here on this listing, it's fluctuating, right? As you can see, it's going down. So when the buy box price is going down and up and fluctuating a lot, that's not a good thing. We want to have a stable buy box. So as you can see over here, there's an FBA and FBM seller competing. When you're doing FBA, you're going to be able to price way higher. So as you can see, because FBA obviously has more fees, but you can price way higher. So as you can see over here, this guy is winning the buy box at 44.50. But if an FBM seller at fulfilled by merchant, If a fulfilled by merchant guy wanted to win the buy box, he would have to put it at $37.99. So he's tanking the listing. This is not a good example. You don't want to be tanking the listing like this. They're obviously fighting for the buy box over here. You could obviously see that these FBM sellers are tanking the price down a lot. As you can see over here, you click on this. This is kind of the sales rank. This is kind of important, right? You want to put this on. I don't have any of this stuff on, like this new third-party FBA, FBM. It doesn't really matter to me. I just kind of look at the offer count. Obviously, this buy box used, right? You know, as you can see, this is new, right? This is new. There's another buy box that says buy this for used. This listing does not have that, right? So we would turn this off. This is used, right? There's not really that many used stuff on Amazon, right? So you would never have to worry about these, because if you want to sell something used on Amazon, you're probably going to have to list it at a way lower price. This next chart is super important because this basically tracks the performance of this product. How much does it really sell? So the first thing we're going to put on is the historical data monthly sold. This is the historical data for bought in the past month. So this is a kind of the sales badge. The sales badge is one of the most important things to see if something actually sells on Amazon. Keepa is telling us that Amazon is actually verifying this, and this sells 50 plus times a month. The only thing I have for this chart is monthly sold. Obviously, these are the categories like action figures. These are the subcategories. In toys and games, we could actually see, okay, this was 175K buyer seller rank, right? And the monthly sold was at 50. In the toys and game category, this was at 222. Usually on listings, we want to get on products that are around under 100K, but this product over here, as you can see, Thursday, January 2nd, it cracked 85K, right? It sold 100 plus times a month. And then the last one is obviously the offer count. So this is the buy box. This is the price that it sells at. This is the monthly sales, and this is the offer count. How many people are actually getting on this listing? So we're going to turn this on. We want to look at the new offer count. We don't care about the used offer count because there's no used things, right? We're not competing with used sellers. We're selling new stuff, right? So we're going to click new offer count. And as you can see over here, this is how many sellers are on the listing, right? 45, 41, 42, 40. So we can make educated decisions on this. So right, as you can see over here, 40 sellers on this listing and it only sells 50 plus times a month. I would avoid this item. Right? This is not an item that's kind of worth our time. As you can see, it's good that it's going down, right? That means people are kind of getting sales because the monthly sales are going up. So people are getting sales, people are selling out a bit. Some people might just be getting off this listing because it just doesn't sell, right? Obviously, it went down to 13, right? And then it just keeps on going steady. We want a steady offer count, right? We want a steady offer count. So this product is pretty solid, right? Now it's creeping up back at the 20. There's not much competition over here, so this would have been a good time to get in, but it's still at 50 plus sales a month. So I don't know, right? It doesn't have a sales badge, right? So this product wouldn't be worth my time right now. We would have to be getting this at a really good price to actually get on this listing. These are the three charts. This is the buy box chart. This is to see which price it actually sells at, right? This is the monthly sales, see how fast it actually moves. And then this last chart is basically just to see the competition. Another feature of Keepa that I want to show you guys is actually the date range. So the good thing about Keepa is we could look at the date. We could look at, okay, who's winning buy box today? Asian Toys has won buy box the whole day today at $33. The monthly sales today is at 50. One seller hopped on the list. So we could look at the day, then we look at the week. So at the start of 7 days ago, there were 23 people on the listings. In 1 week, 4 sellers got on the listing. Monthly sales stayed the same, and 2 people were dominating the buy box in the past 7 days. Another feature that I love about Keepa is obviously the data thing, right? You look at the buy box statistics, you could actually see who's winning the buy box. So you see percentage won, you have 26%. You have Aslan Toys won 26%, right? Great deals. You save is 25%, right? So there's about like 5 to 6 sellers, right? This is a good sign, right? Because the buy box is being shared kind of effectively. There's just not enough velocity for me on this item to kind of get on because there's no sales badge. It only sells 50 plus times a month, and there's already 23 sellers on here. It wouldn't be that efficient. And as you can see over here, when we looked at the weekly chart, this is just backing it up, right? The last time somebody else won buy box was 6 days ago. It'll tell us when they won the buy box. As you can see over here, right, this guy won the buy box 26% of the time because he won it at 33.55. So he tanked the price down. That's why he's winning it. The next guy's selling at 25%. He won it at 37.76. So a big thing about Keepa and just Amazon in general is you're gonna have to be able to effectively read the data. You're gonna have to effectively look at charts and be able to make decisions backed by the data, or else you're gonna be getting on these listings, buying 50 to 100 units thinking it's gonna sell when it's not. This is an example of one of the products that we're looking at right now. Let's look at a different product and see how we can use Keepa to see if it's a good winning product or not. Okay, so this is the next product we're kind of looking at right now. Obviously, it sells 1K plus times a month. We're gonna look down to our Keepa chart. As you can see, this Keepa chart, unlike the other Keepa chart, this one is actually stable, but it's a straight line and it's not changing. Most of the time, Amazon is on this listing. This is the 3 months data. This is 3 months data, so obviously November 8th. Amazon is consistently winning the buy box until kind of like a couple of days ago, where some of these guys, MJ Entertainment, where he's winning it at $17.99. GNC Services is winning at $17.49. And as we can see, that some buy box is being won, but in the past 3 months, Amazon has just been bullying this buy box. Now let's look at the second Keepa chart and let's see if it actually sells. So as you can see over here, this looks good, right? Obviously Q4 December, right? Christmas time, a lot of people were buying this. It went down, but it still sells 1K plus time a month, right? The good thing about Keepa chart too, a good feature that not a lot of people talk about, is you could look at the other people's kind of stock count, right? So you can look at, okay, your only deals has 1 in stock. This guy has 1 in stock, 2 in stock, 3 in stock, 1 in stock. This guy has 30 in stock. You can kind of use this information to kind of make decision. Okay, a lot of these people have stock and they're not selling out. That's just another way to see if you should get on this listing. Divide the people on the listing stock versus how many monthly sales, right? It's just another way to see if you would probably get sales. You want to get so good at reading Keepa charts where you know if you get on a listing, you're going to get sales, you're going to be profitable, and you're going to be able to replenish this item. You don't want to be playing any guessing games, and that's why Keepa is such a powerful tool over here. As you can see over here, it's still at 1K, right? Let's look at the yearly Keepa chart. Everything, it stays at like 800, 900, 1K. So there's still some velocity with this, and there's not too many sellers, right? Like I can compete with 15 sellers. That's okay. If this had like 50 to 60 Amazon sellers on it, that's when I would get a little bit worried. Buy box is consistent, but it's won by Amazon. That's a big issue. So the next thing we're gonna do is we're actually gonna look at the data. How much of the percentage of the buy box is Amazon actually winning? We're gonna look at the data. We're gonna look at the buy box statistics. And as you can see over here, 89% of the buy box is won by Amazon at $18.99. And to win the buy box at a 3% rate, you have to bring it down to $17.99. And you're not going to be finding a better price than Amazon, because Amazon is going to be able to buy it in bulk more. So with this listing over here, right, I would not get on this listing just because if Amazon is winning 90% of the buy box at a higher price, I'm just not going to be able to compete with them, and it just wouldn't be smart. That's how I use Keepa to see if we could compete with Amazon on this listing, right? The monthly sales looks good. The offer count looks good. The buy box is not being shared enough for me to confidently say that I will get sales on this listing. All right, guys, this is the next product we're going to be looking at. This is kind of a seasonal product, Charms Cherry Valentine Pops 25, right? Obviously, this is a Valentine's. This is January 30th right now, so this product is going to be going crazy. I want to show you guys what a Keepa chart is going to look like before the season, during the season, and after. So as you can see, this is the 3 months chart for this. December, there's nobody wants to buy this, right? November, nobody wants to buy this. There's no data on this. Right, sales rank is 169K. 169K sales rank. Over here, sales rank in grocery, it's 12K. As you can see, the velocity, monthly sales, right, in January, from January 10th to January 30th, in 20 days, it went up from a 50 plus bot monthly to 300 plus bot, right? As you can see, the offer count is going up too. Offer count is flying up. The only time I would get on a listing where offer count is going up if the velocity is kind of matching it. So let's just check last year's data to see how this performed, right? As you can see, let's look at the O. Let's look at the O. Okay. So as you can see, this is 820 days worth of data. This was last year, 2024. Let's see how this went, okay? So offer count is going up. It flew up, right? But as you can see, the velocity kind of matched the offer count, right? So as you can see, 75 people are on this listing, 1,000 monthly sold. It went up to 2,000, and then it went up to 2,000. As you can see, some of these guys are selling out. Some of these guys are getting off the listing. That means people are making sales, right? People are making money, and some people are getting off the listings, right? Some people are returning it, but the people that found this at an amazing price are profiting probably thousands of dollars off this item. This is what kind of happens when there tends to be a lot of competition. There's a bunch of idiots on the listings that tank the listing down when it doesn't need to be tanked down. As you can see, so offer count goes up, buy box goes down, right? I wouldn't get on this item, right? It's just too much. Unless you got it at a ridiculous, like cheap price that you know is better than your competitors and that you can afford to sell this at a lower cost. Like as you can see, this product went from $21 to $14. It's about $6 to $7 just tanked down just because all these sellers are on this listing. This is the seasonal items, right? This is the power of the seasonal items, right? Doesn't sell 8 months to 9 months of the year, but as we check the Keepa chart, sales go up for before Valentine's and a little bit after sometimes. I just wanted to go show you guys what a seasonal kind of Keepa chart looks like and show you guys the power of how to use Keepa to look at the historical data, figure out which listings you could get on before the season actually starts, which listings actually sell and move well in the season. In this next segment, we're going to be talking about ungating. Ungating is one of the biggest bottlenecks that I see a lot of beginners just face. I'm going to be going in depth, literally talking about every single thing that has to do with ungating. So let's go ahead and get into it. There's two types of gating, right? You're going to have to get ungated twice. There's subcategories and then there's actually listings. A lot of these sellers get kind of confused, right? Some people will come to me and say, I've got an ungated in grocery. Why can I not sell this grocery product? Why am I still gated, right? It's not a scam. First, you have to actually get ungated in the subcategories. What are the different subcategories? Grocery, pet food, apparel. You actually don't need to get ungated for that subcategory. That's one of the only subcategories that you don't have to get ungated for. But for subcategories like grocery, pet food, baby diapers, you're gonna have to get ungated for it. After you get ungated for the subcategory, then you're gonna actually have to get ungated for the brand. Let's just imagine this pink Himalayan salt. I was trying to get ungated for this, right? I don't know if it's considered a grocery, but let's just say it was in a grocery subcategory, right? I would have to get ungated for the subcategory. Then I would actually have to get ungated for the brand, the actual brand, Signature Select. So you're probably asking now, I know the difference between a subcategory and just an item or a brand in the actual category. How do I actually get ungated? So what you're going to be doing when you're getting ungated is you have to provide documentation or proof that you purchased the item. Most of the times it's going to be 10. So let's just say I wanted to get ungated for Vaseline. I would go to Target. I'll go to a retailer or online website or a wholesaler or distributor, whatever, whoever gives out invoices, and I would purchase 10 of these. After I purchased 10 of these, I would get an invoice or receipt, and I would submit that invoice to Amazon to prove that I got it from a legit supplier. You don't have to break the bank to get ungated. If I was trying to get ungated for Vaseline, I would pick the cheapest Vaseline branded item. Let's just say these mini packs are probably like a couple dollars, and I would just get 10 of them. Now that I've explained what ungating and gated means, let's actually get on the computer and show you a couple websites where you can get invoices from and you can ungate your products today.
This is an example. So let's just say I was trying to get ungated for Clorox, right? This is a popular brand. There's a lot of listing on this, a lot of profitable opportunities. What I would basically do is I would find the cheapest Clorox product on Target, right? So as you can see over here, it's 99 cents, right? That's when we're paying $10. We're going to try to get at least 10, right? You could do shipping or you could do delivering. You both get invoices when you're doing delivery and shipping. You don't get an invoice when you do pickup. I already went ahead and ordered this, right? Clorox disinfectant wipes. I have the invoice over here. Go here, receipts and invoice, and then you'll have the invoice and then you'll submit it in a selling application. You're going to go through this process with every product that you're trying to get ungated for. So first thing you're going to say is, just say this listing is profitable, right? We're going to be like, okay, I want to get ungated for Clorox, right? Let me try to see if this is on Target or a website that gives out invoices. Guys, another tip that I can give you guys is don't try to ungate stuff just for the fun of it. Try to find the profitable product first, then try to get ungated for the profitable product after you find it. Don't just go ungating random stuff, wasting your time. It's impossible. This is another website that I'll be using, right? Let's just say I found this at a local store like Ross, right? And I wanted to get ungated for Tarani. I'll go on Webstron and I would find this item, Tarani, and I would buy 10 of this. After I buy 10 of this, right, I would get an invoice and I'll submit that invoice to Amazon. Guys, another tip is you could actually get an invoice from Amazon itself. If you have an Amazon business account, if you buy something from Amazon, let's just say a brand, Amazon will give you an invoice, so just don't sleep on that, right? All you need is an Amazon business account. I don't think Amazon does not charge for an Amazon business account, so I would go ahead and try that too if you can't find it on Target, Walgreens, or Webstop, right? So that's major.
For you guys is if you're submitting an invoice, you know, everything's right, you have a good invoice, you know, you ordered 10 plus and you're still getting denied, try to just keep resubmitting it. Sometimes Amazon will give you a hard time. If you resubmit it 3 to 4 to 5 times, you will eventually get ungated. Another tip I have is if they're still not letting you get ungated, try getting the file that you're actually submitting and rename it to just a different name or something close to it. Sometimes Amazon will accept that too. Another tip that I've seen people use is they'll actually print out their, you know, invoice and everything, and they'll take a picture, then submit that. Usually you would do that after if they didn't accept your online invoice the first time, right? That's just another tip in your arsenal, right?
Make sure you guys have a paper and pencil because I'm going to be dropping so much value for you guys ungating 101. After this video, you're not going to need any more ungating help. I promise you. I want to kind of reshape how you think about ungating. You're thinking about ungating wrong. You're not really gated in everything. The thing is, Amazon just doesn't trust you as a seller. You have to kind of think about it from Amazon's perspective. They're not just going to let a new seller that has only done, $50 to $100 in sales sell one of their top premier brands and get access to the whole catalog, right? That's why ungating. For you to really grasp and understand ungating, you have to kind of look at it from Amazon's perspective. Making an Amazon account is pretty easy, right? You submit your social security number and everything, you pay the $40, and you can start selling on Amazon in the next week. The thing about that is Amazon has a lot of trouble figuring out what sellers are legit and what sellers aren't. If you think about it, ungating for us sellers are super important, but it's a way for Amazon to protect its customers. Because really think about it. If I were to get on Amazon and I didn't need to show proof that my products were real, I can go and ship out literally anything to Amazon's customers. I could open up an Amazon seller's account, and in 2 weeks, I can get access to hundreds of millions of people, and I could send them any brand. It could be dangerous products. It could be fake. It could get people sick. So you kind of have to look at it from Amazon's perspective that Amazon just isn't going to let anybody, any average Joe, just sell their top products or top brands. So our key focus is going to be build trust with Amazon. How can we build trust with Amazon? What we're going to do is we're going to be focused on the sales first, ungating second. This leads me to my next slide, sales first approach. What you're going to realize is you're not actually gated in everything. You just haven't spent enough time on proper product research. Once you start generating sales and building account history, Amazon will become more lenient with your account. If you're a beginner, you wouldn't experience this. I'll give you guys an example. Amazon doesn't disclose how much sales you need for them to actually trust you. But from my past experience, once I hit my first 10K a month, Amazon, the experience got a lot easier. I was getting auto-ungated for stuff. Ungating took only a couple of hours. So it became a lot easier once I hit $10,000 in sales, but it's going to be different with everyone. There's a lot of stuff that goes through the ungating process that we can't control. The only thing that we can control is selling the products that we had access to right now. That is why the sales first approach is the best. One of the biggest issues that my clients face when they're first starting out is they think that the number one goal is they ask me, what brand should you ungate? Should I ungate Nike? Should I ungate this? No, first find the profitable inventory first. Then let's make a plan on how we're actually going to ungate it. They have it flipped. You're not looking to ungate stuff, you're looking to sell stuff. You have access to an auto ungate product, but it doesn't sell that much or it's not that profitable. Maybe you're breaking even, maybe you're profiting $2 to $3, but you're setting this up so Amazon trusts you. That would be a good investment going forward instead of trying to ungate brands when you don't have no account history. That's why I love the sales first approach for beginners. And the sales first approach should be everybody's mentality going forward if they're really trying to start a profitable Amazon business, especially in 2020. The next thing I would say is a lot of people just have shiny object syndrome. Nike, Adidas, Legos. Stop relying on big brands. Focus less on big national brands and more on smaller, less restricted products that you can get auto-ungated with. The big brands with strong control over their brands they're just going to be harder to work with. They're going to be harder to access. There's still so many other opportunities with these smaller brands, especially if you flip your mentality. Everyone's going to be chasing Nike. Everyone's going to be chasing Adidas. So if you're focusing on those smaller brands that sell 100 plus times a month, 200 plus times a month, you're dealing with less competition. You're not dealing with getting regated, and you're not dealing with people getting on your listings and price tanking. Really focusing on niche categories and items that sell 50 plus times a month, 100 plus times a month. Because really think about it. If you're the only person, if you and 4 to 5 other people on a listing that sells 200 plus times a month, you guys are each getting about 30 to 40 sales with only one ASIN. Now imagine a full catalog of that. So I really want to reshape the way you guys think about ungating. Don't get shiny object syndrome. The money is in the niche. And the next thing I would say is obviously just adjust your social strategy. We just talked about stop relying on big brands, focus on regional products, brands that are only available in certain regions. Typically, they don't care about their Amazon presence, right? Smaller brands, like I said, the money is in the niche. Look in niche categories. Arts, crafts, tools. Tools are great. I love tools because they're high ticket, great margins, home improvement, office products, and pet supplies. I also love pet supplies because the ROI is usually high in my personal experience. I love selling pet products. products. So products from Walmart, Target, Lowe's, Home Depot, and Michael's often have no ungating or just an easy ungate. They're auto ungate, especially the Walmart Great Value brands, right? Those are always great, especially if you pair that with a discounted gift card plus Wow Fresh. So there's tons of opportunity with that. So now let's really get to the first website. Target carries every single brand. They give you an invoice. Amazon loves their invoice, right? Amazon usually accepts it. Always buy online, not in store. Do not give them a store receipt. On the Target website right here, they have every single brand. Let's just say I was trying to get ungated Purina. I would just go to Purina over here. I wouldn't do pickup. You have to do delivery or shipping because then they're going to give you an invoice. We're going to go shipping over here. We're going to just order 10 units and then we're going to add it to cart. It's going to show up to our house in 2 to 3 days. We submit that invoice. If you don't get accepted the first time, that's okay. Just keep resubmitting, right? So I love Target. Question that you should ask when you're trying to get ungated, you find a product, right? You find a product that's profitable because we find a profitable product first, then we try to get ungated. After that, we see if it's an auto ungate or not. We try to get approved for it. If we're asking for 10 units, all we would do is we would just go to Target. If they're asking for 10 units, that's okay. We would just check to see if Target has it. Target carries almost every brand. Next thing, so grocery category. If you want to get ungated for the grocery category, I've had a lot of success with Frontier Co-ops. You're going to need an LLC with this. You're going to need a resale certificate if you open up a wholesale account with them. But the good thing about them is they'll let you ungate multiple categories, ungate beauty, grocery, and more with just one purchase. The thing I love about this is you could get products in bulk. So maybe the listing is asking 50 or maybe the listing is asking 100. That's no issue. We would just get it over here. Next thing is, I don't know if you guys know, but if you create an Amazon business account, Amazon gives out invoices. Make sure you guys are buying from Amazon and not third-party sellers. So Amazon is a great method. Don't use Prime and only buy what Amazon itself is the seller, right? Buy directly from Amazon and create a separate business account. So Amazon is a great method because Amazon carries almost every single brand. And the next one is Walgreens. Walgreens is a great alternative to Target. We also have soccer.com if you're trying to get ungated for any clothing. They carry most clothing. We also have Mattel for toys. So we have multiple options. So we know where to get these invoices from. Other specialty retailers like Office Supplies. The thing I love about Office Supply is you could actually email them. If they don't give you an invoice, you can email them and you can request an invoice through email. Amazon recognizes them as an authorized supplier. So Amazon usually accepts their invoices. So now that I've showed you guys exactly how to think about ungating, how to approach ungating as a new Amazon seller in 2025, and I've shown you guys some websites that you guys can get ungated with, I'm going to be showing you guys some do's and don'ts with ungating. This is probably the most important part of the video because if you guys aren't doing this, you guys could do everything I've shown you till now and you still won't get ungated. So the first thing you want to do when you're getting ungated for a successful ungate, ship the inventory to the same address listed and verified on your Amazon. They look at the billing address to make sure it matches with their account. So make sure the information looks good. Make sure you're submitting an invoice dated within the last 6 months. Don't use any old invoices. Ensure your invoice shows a purchase units of at least 10 of the products, maybe 10, maybe 50, maybe 100. Right? Whatever it's asking for, make sure the numbers match. Also, make sure the product details on the invoice exactly match the Amazon listing. And before buying, check if the brand is actually auto-ungated so you don't waste your time doing it. But something I would ask is play around with the name of the invoice, right? Amazon is real picky with that. Amazon also uses AI too. So if they don't accept you the first time, that's totally okay. Just resubmit. I remember for a brand called Lewis Hamilton, it was like these oven roasters. To get ungated, I had to submit my invoice over 10 times. Don't get discouraged. Make sure you keep submitting those invoices. So now that we talked about the do's, let's also talk about the don'ts. Don't use retail receipts. Avoid shipping to prep centers or addresses different from your Amazon verified one. Don't submit blurry, cropped, or incomplete documentation. Don't forget to black out terms like receipt or packing slip if they appear in your documents. Those are no-goes. They'll automatically deny you. And don't give up after one rejection. Ungating takes a few tries. Stay persistent. I just told you guys, ungating, right? 4 to 5 to 15 times. Ungate every single day. Make sure you guys are trying to ungate something every single day. Okay, guys, if you took anything from this video, take this next 3 to 4 minutes, right? If you do these things, you will not fail. I could promise you guys that. You have to shift your whole mentality about ungating. Don't look to ungate stuff. Look to source profitable products, then try to ungate it. These 4 things will expedite your process and make your life as an Amazon seller so much easier. Number 1 thing is build sales history first. You have to rewire the way you think. It's not about ungating. It's about getting sales. My number 1 job is to get sales, so Amazon trusts me. Start by selling easier brands that don't require ungating. Walmart's Equate, Costco. I like Walmart's Equate. There's a lot of good profitable listings with Walmart's Equate. right? Especially the 2-patch and 3-patch. That could be a great start for you as a beginner. The next thing is be persistent. You don't understand how many people come to me and they're like, hey, what's up, Raj? They're not ungating me. I'm like, how many times did you submit? They say 1 or 2 times. You have to submit at least 5 to 10 times, right? Because each submission, it goes to a different Amazon employee. So the persistence is really going to pay off. So you guys have to think about it, right? An employee could just be having a bad day and he'll just deny you. That doesn't mean your inventory stayed. That doesn't mean you don't have the actual required documents to get ungated. That employee was just having a bad day. I hate that it is that way, but it's sad to say, but that is the reality of the situation. One person that is reviewing your case, one person has the control to either approve or deny you. Somebody could be having a good day and you could get lucky. Maybe you don't have 50 units. Maybe you don't have 100, but you submit one with 10 and you get ungated. So it could go both ways. So to get as lucky as possible, to get the highest chance of actually getting ungated, be persistent. These next two, right? If you want an advantage over the competitors, if you want to actually get ungated, this is where other Amazon sellers will just move on to the next listing. Highlight everything that's important. Print your documents, highlight all the critical information. Your name, make it as easy as possible for that Amazon employee that's probably getting underpaid. Make it a green light. Make it as easy and organized as possible for him to make that decision, right? You want to do everything for it. Like if you do all this stuff, it makes it impossible for the reviewer to miss important details, right? Provide extra proof. Put your bank statements. Show the payments to your distributors. Highlight the relevant transactions. In the optional comment section, explain what you're submitting. Here's a bank document from my Chase bank account. Here's the invoice. Here's my supporting document. Here's the tracking information. Go above and beyond. And I promise you guys will have a way higher chance of getting ungated than the 95% of the other people that aren't willing to do it, that are complaining in people's Instagram comment sections of how I can't get ungated and ungating is impossible in 2020.
All right, guys, in this next segment, I'm going to be talking about reverse sourcing. This is one of the sourcing strategies that I love for beginners to help them get the ball rolling and actually see success with online arbitrage. This method that we're going to be currently using is going to be called reverse sourcing, right? This is great for beginners. If this is your first month or first week trying to do online arbitrage, if I tried to teach you all of that, your head would probably start hurting. I want to give you the easiest method that you could start today and get sales next week, right? And that's going to be reverse sourcing. So over here, we have this guy's storefront over here, Uni Family LLC. We're going to go into storefront over here in just a bit. But when you're reverse sourcing a storefront, what I want you guys to look at is the ratings, right? Because sometimes sellers are going to have more than 100, 150 ratings, and that's just going to be a bit too much for us. He might do wholesale, or he's been selling on Amazon for like 4 to 5 years, and he has like brand directs, he's doing wholesale, he's doing all that good stuff, right? As a beginner, you're probably not going to be able to compete with him. But someone like this that has 42 total ratings, we're going to go over here on SellerAmp. I like SellerAmp when I'm reverse sourcing. You can, right? You can go into his storefront like this over here, but the issue is you don't see a Keepa chart. You have to go into here, you have to go into each item, and I just don't think that's efficient enough, right? So I like to use SellerAmp because let me explain to you guys why I like to reverse source with SellerAmp. What I want you guys to start doing is start looking at queues to disqualify items. So obviously we have our Keepa chart over here. We want the lines to be a bit more stable, right? We don't want the buy box price going down like this, right? This is a tanked item. We want to be avoiding this. So over here, right, as we can see the buy box, everything is looking good over here. We have, it sells 100 plus times a month. Our max cost is high. It's not like $1, $2. It's not a wholesale item, right? There's a mix of FBA and FBM. As you see over here, the FBA guy is winning it at $40. So all we're gonna do, we're gonna click our Google thing over here. And as you can see, it's going on discount over here for $30, $32 over here, right? And then let's check this deep discount. It's going on here for $24. One thing is we do have to verify the supplier. So with something like this, we don't know if this is an authorized supplier or not. One of the biggest mistakes that I see beginners, right? They just buy from anywhere. And if you're gonna buy from anywhere, the issue that's gonna happen is Amazon's gonna come knocking on the door and they're gonna ask you for documentation and proof that you bought this from an authorized supplier. And we don't know if they're going to accept deepdiscount.com. We don't know that. So we could also go with the safer route. It's more money, $31.99, but we can make this profitable. So we're gonna get this product here on Amazon for $31.99. So people are gonna be winning buy box with FBA. We have a negative 2.48 profit, negative 7% ROI. We're going to go on Trustpilot. We're going to see if this is an authorized supplier. So deepdiscount.com. We're gonna go over here. It has a 2.1. I'm really just not gonna take this risk with my account, so I don't really know. 2.1 on Trustpilot, right? And we don't even know if Amazon's gonna take their invoices. right? No product is worth my Amazon account, so I'm not gonna take this. I'm gonna go ahead. We have this $31.99 over here. This is from a third-party seller over here. We don't buy from third-party sellers. That's okay. We're just gonna move on to the next product. We're not gonna fall in love with the product. We're not gonna fall super in love with this product if it doesn't make sense for us. You wanna find out everything that's wrong with that product. So we have this product over here for $22.49. Let's just check GameStop and let's see if the same thing. PlayStation 5. Oh my God, $22.49. Save $25 when you spend $250. Okay, we're going to do that. $22.49. $22.49. That's beautiful. Okay, and then Keepa stable. People are getting some sales. Oh wow, $7 profit, 30% ROI. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna put this into my cart. We're gonna put $250 and we should get $25 off. I mean, this $22.49, this looks pretty good, to be honest. From GameStop over here, I just have to verify everything. Everything's in stock. It's the same item. The next thing I would do is I'll go on Cardbear and see if GameStop has discounted gift cards. GameStop has 9.4 plus. If we spend $250, we get $25 off. Plus we can get sales tax exempt for that. $9 profit, 45% ROI. Keepa is stable, 100 plus sales a month. Buy box is looking great. FBA and FBM. There's no IP complaints, right? There's nothing like that. Guys, sourcing is just so fun. Oh my God. Once you get really good at sourcing, it just becomes fun. It's been 10 minutes. We already found this banger over here. Let's keep looking through this guy's storefront. So we have the Sunny Angel Animal Series version 4 random sealed box. Buyer seller rank, that's solid. Estimated sales a month, right? I don't use SellerAmp. I go on Amazon and I see the sales badge over here. So 1K, okay, I can verify that over here. Customers usually keep this item. Okay, so it sells for 25. Stable Keepa chart. People are selling out. Okay, this is a beautiful Keepa chart, guys. I want to explain to you guys why offer count is going down. This is not an IP complaint. This is just people are selling out. People are getting sales on this listing because the velocity is going up. And when the velocity goes up, right, people are selling out and then the buy box price just goes higher. As you can see, you guys have to learn how to read Keepa charts. So this is a good time to get in, right? People are going to be replenishing, but that's fine. Let's just find this at a profitable enough price to resell for the high on Amazon. Oh, wow. Okay, it's $6.99. It doesn't matter because I'm not getting this. It's from a third-party seller. So we have this product over here, Sunny Angel Store. Is this the actual... Okay, yeah, this is the actual website. Okay, so this item is sold out. This item is sold out, but as you can see, we were just there. Find an authorized retailer near you. So guys, I can go in store and I can get this. Oh, wow. They're gonna retail it. It's gonna be $11.25. Just say 11. I'll go in store for this. $6 profit, 55% ROI, and it's on the trend word up. This is nice. This is nice. This is a good time to do retail arbitrage. If you're an experienced seller, if you know you could get it, I could clear these out. This is just, guys, it's just off one storefront. We're just finding bangers. When the buy box is just a little too stable, like this is probably like a brand direct or something. Plus these reviews are like in the thousands, but the monthly sales are going up and then the buy box got taken away. I would personally stay away from this, but I mean, bro, if you're getting over here, what's it? 20% ROI, $3 profit, and I haven't even did like the $5 off discounted gift card. Like I haven't even got in my bag. I have enough leads. I wouldn't get on this. If you guys want to get on this, you guys can. I wouldn't recommend it to my students. If you guys aren't taking notes, let me know. Make sure you guys are asking questions too, right? This is live sourcing demo. So we have this, I want to show, so you guys want to look at cues. Okay. So let's look at this Keepa chart. This Keepa's chart's just a bit iffy, right? It's just tanking down a bit, then it's going back up. Like, I don't know. Let's see. Okay, selling for $19.50. Max cost is $9. Estimated 200 sales a month, right? Let's verify Amazon. Let's verify on Amazon that sells 200 plus times a month. Sells 200 plus times a month. Let's check the Keepa in depth. Let's check the yearly, right? Let's get in depth. We don't want to play with our money. We don't want to make any mistakes, right? Okay, everything looks good. Let's check the yearly. Okay, just offer count's going up. People are selling out. Okay, if offer count's going up, that's okay because guess what? The sales are going up. Doesn't matter if the sales match the people getting on the listing. Then everyone's eating. That's good. I'll take that, right? I'll take that, guys. But okay, Walgreens. Ooh, okay. Let's go. So we have Walgreens. It's on discount right now. 6% cash back. Hold up. Oh my god. Okay, extra 15% off. Okay. Hold up. Shipping. Let's go shipping. Okay, let's do 12. Extra EGG. Okay. Extra 20% off, $50. Extra 20% off. Okay, we're getting 20% off. We can just make multiple orders. All right, let's get a Walgreens gift card. Let's cook up, bro. We're cooking right now. Walgreens Walgreens. Let's go to Card Bear. Okay, let's go to Walgreens. Guys, this is so fun. You're just making money at 10%. Oh my God. 13.49, 10% plus 10% plus. What's our normal buy cost? 13.49. 13.49. Okay, 13.49. That's not profitable. We're getting 30% off. No, we're getting 6%. We're getting 6% cash back too. But I'm not gonna add the cash back, right? Let's just go $32 profit, and then we get sales tax exempt on this. 2.85, 30% ROI. This is money, right? I'd buy like what? 30 units, 20 units, sell to it. Yeah, I'll buy like 25 units of this. So this, but guys, after you guys watch this video, I never want to hear you guys complain about not being able to find a product. This is insane. So 12.97, 25, $3 profit, 28% ROI. Guys, this is money, bro. This is too easy. Like genuinely, this is too easy. Guys, play some like house music, you know, play some music, get some food, and just make money, spend thousands, guys. This should be enjoyable. You guys shouldn't be struggling with sourcing, right? Make sure you guys are sourcing with your buddies. I always tell my students and mentees, we always get in VC and source because it's just the most enjoyable thing to do. So make sure you guys are sourcing with each other and you guys are just running through these. This is Funko, $12. Like you're just clicking buttons and making money. How could you not love this? Like, why would I work in a cubicle when I can click buttons and resell Funkos for the high on Amazon? Why would I do that? Buy box is taken away, but it's back, right? Let's check Luffy gear, $12. Look at this Funko have 10% off. Okay, I'm gonna put my email in, so that's 10%, and then let's see if they have a discounted gift card. If you guys aren't using discounted gift cards, you're always gonna lose to a seller like me that loves his gift cards. Don't lose to a seller like me. Card Bear, I don't want your ads. I don't care about your ads. Okay, Funko does not. No Funko, I guess. But 10%, where are we getting it from? 12, we're spending 12. 12. SellerAmp says IP. Are we going to trust SellerAmp or are we going to trust Farage Too Nice? We'll see. Let's just build our margin first. So we get 10% for being on the email list. Dude, am I on like, is this real? I think this might be like a world record. Like, I'm not gonna lie, 8.6, 80. Funko is known to have IP issues. I'll see that. There's no sign of IP issues. There's no sign of IP issues on this listing. This is why you learn how to read a Keepa chart so you know when there's an actual IP. Look at this. Offer count's just going up, 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 up. Then it's going down. You know why it's going down? Because the sales are there. People are selling out. These guys can't stay in stock. You get what I'm saying? And that's why the buy box was so gone, because the people that are listing it so high, Amazon was like, these guys are making too much money. I gotta take away the buy box. Literally, that's what happened. And then it starts going back to, so buy box is an algorithm, right? If the buy box gets too high, Amazon's gonna think it's not fair for the customer. So guys, this is beautiful. $8 profit, 80% ROI. This is amazing, man. Life is good. Online arbitrage is so fun when you just have systems around you, when you know what you're doing, when you know what you're supposed to be looking for. Online arbitrage is a breeze. You shouldn't be angry. You shouldn't be struggling to source online in 2025. So as you can see, we have this wooden fish turner over here. We're getting it for $39.99. Keepa buy box isn't that, like, as you can see, the buy box got taken away. This is our Keepa software over here, right? Thing about Keepa, if you don't know how to read a Keepa chart, you're gonna have to learn how to do it. It's super important. Buy box is taken away. Sometimes they take away buy box when a price is too high, because Amazon always wants the best for its customer. So if they think the price is kind of unfair, right, they're gonna take it away from you, right? As you can see, sales are kind of going down because the buy box is gone, right? And then as soon as the buy box comes back, it goes back up, right? What you're gonna realize, and it goes back up to 300. What you guys need to realize that it's all of a pattern game. When the buy box goes away, so that's why being able to read a Keepa chart is super important. But before we even see that we could even get on this item, let's look at the data. So there's 37%, 35%, 6%, and 4%, right? So there's multiple sellers on this listing, right? That is something we want to do. So we're gonna wanna try to find this at a profitable enough price. So all we're gonna do is we're gonna click Google, right? As you can see, the Katome Restaurant Supply has this for $18.45, right? $18.45 plus a 6% cash back over here. That's $18.45. It's on discount for $25.98, right? Plus we could get sales tax exempt for this, right? So we have a reseller certificate, and then we're going down over here. We're gonna go FBM. FBM is probably $5 for this. It's a pretty light item, right? 2.4 ounces, right? Probably be like a $4 to $5 label. Probably we're gonna go down. We're gonna go down over here. 3 months. This stuff looks good. So this product does look good. It does look solid, right? I would test buy this product, see how it goes, right? See if I could get ungated for this product, and then I would go ahead. I would check the yearly. When I'm trying to find a product like this, I would go over here, I would go to the offer count, and I'd look at the people that were here earlier, right? So we're going to the yearly Keepa chart. As you can see, the Keepa was going up. And as you can see, right, the offer count's going up, price is going down, right? Guys, there's no way a product like this, right, is going from 23 to 7 in 3 days, right? It just doesn't kind of make sense, right? But it could be all of these guys selling out because the monthly sales is going up. Monthly sales is how much times an item actually sells. So guys, when you're reverse sourcing, you want to look at somebody that has about 5 reviews to like 150, because if they have higher than those, they're kind of experienced sellers, they're doing kind of wholesale liquidation. 5 to 150, that's kind of the sweet spot. Okay guys, as we look into this product over here, $17.99, we're gonna click into Google over here. Oh my God, Walmart's having it for $4.54 over here, right? So $4.54, if we subscribe, it still stays the same. We get 4% cash back, right? So let's just go ahead and put $9 over here. $4.54. Let's just go ahead and put $9 over here. So as you can see, right, we're not profitable over here. Negative 2% ROI, negative 25 cents profit, right? But we have our Wow Fresh coupon. Wow Fresh is a coupon that we can use to increase our margin. That's going to give us a 15% off over there, right? So with Wow Fresh, we're getting a 15% off over here. So that increases our margins for $1.10 and 14% ROI. Guys, that's not good enough. So we need to find a way to increase our margin. Let's go ahead and go into cardbear.com, and it's going to give us the most popular gift cards. As you can see, Walmart has 16.7% off, right? GCX, right? I've never used GCX. Let's see GCX. Let's see what they have in stock. They have up to 16.7% off, right? And they have 13 in stock, and it's $500 worth of value. We can get another 16% off with our margins over there. We can get another 16% off over there. So we go 30%, and now, with the discounted gift cards, with our tax exempt, we're profiting 77% ROI and almost $4 in profit. Guys, a super important thing when it comes to just scaling and starting on Amazon is really just understanding how to build your margin, right? Reverse sourcing is going to get you in the door, but understanding how to build your margin using discounted codes, subscribe and save, that's going to help you guys so much. So right now we're on a roll. We found a banger product over here, right? Let's just go ahead and keep going.
All right, guys. So we went ahead and the thing I love about this is this is shared, right? All these people are sharing the buy box, right? So this is an overall good product. And the thing about this is $17.99. You look at the buy box statistics. Let's look at the 30-day range, right? So 28. So here's one, the buy box 28% of the time in the last 30 days. We can still get sales, right? The number one buy box leader is winning it at $18.94. So we can actually raise our price because we FBA, and if we match those price, if we match that price, we'll be able to get sales, and it also sells 900 plus times a month. So overall, this is a great product over here. I really just wanted to show you guys how we build our margins, how we make stuff profitable. But let's just go ahead. Like somebody like this guy, Ecom Central, I wouldn't even waste my time. He probably has some good products that we could get into, but most of the products on his storefront aren't going to be that beneficial for us because he probably has a better margin. So we have this McCormick Original Country Mix 18OZ. Let's go ahead and look at this. Has 3+ FBA sellers, right? Let's see if we can find this. Okay, so buy box was taken away from this, right? So that means the sales, okay, sales didn't even plummet that much for count is A. Just check Google. Let's see. It's going for $8.64. If you FBA this, okay, there's not even a buy box here. So I would just kind of avoid this item. Something that usually happens when the buy box gets taken away is people just end up taking their price. They start getting nervous, right? They don't think the buy box is coming back. And then, everything terrible happens.
Kong speaker Doi Talk tennis balls, medium. Okay, let's look at this. Keepa chart is scary stable. Let's look at the 30-day average. You could price it. Okay, so this guy wanted FBA for 2078, right? So probably we could go up to 2078 over here. Sales are going up. Offer counts. Okay, so we're pretty early to this list. They had a huge jump over here. Velocity is going up. This looks like a quality lead. Let's see if we get a good enough price. PetSmart has multiple of these, right? So we have medium over here. 6% cashback. Oh my God, hold on. This could be a banger. We have 419 auto ship over here. Save 35%. So we'll go, this will be 12, probably like 50. Right, as you can see, this isn't profitable over here. Minus, we're losing $1 if we sell this. Negative 7% ROI. Every dollar that we spend, negative 7% ROI. For every dollar that we spend, we're getting 93 cents back, which is terrible. Let's see what we can do to make this profitable. Auto ship, right? Just put in a fake burner email, right? 35% ROI. That's already insane. So we get 16% off plus 35. That's literally 50% off. Okay, so they only have 7 in stock. We just go 50. And then this is a beautiful product. $5 profit, 84% ROI. And it sells 400 plus times a month. This is insane. And the velocity just going up. Not too many sellers on this listing. Just by me posting this video, this listing is probably gonna get cooked. So guys, get on this product early. Make sure you're reverse sourcing this product. We also have our sales tax exempt that we can use, right? I incorporate that at the end. We've been sourcing for like 30, 40 minutes. We've already found 2 bangers. This is literally insane. Guys, this is literally the easy. If you're a beginner selling on Amazon, this is literally the easiest thing you can do. You could do this for a couple of hours every single day. You can make your first 10K a month in Amazon next month. If you incorporate what I've actually did into this video and you watch my other videos, there's no reason you shouldn't be making money on it. Each other for a couple of hours now. Hopefully you guys have been getting tons of value. We're going to do another segment of reverse sourcing because that is pretty much the whole basics of Amazon, right? If you could find products consistently as a beginner, you're going to make so much money. So in this next segment, you're going to see a new coach, my 2 Nice Profits Amazon FBA coach, Adam. He's going to be going through reverse sourcing with Keepa. It's basically the same thing. You're still finding the products for the low and you're selling it for the high, and you're reverse sourcing other storefronts, but you're just using Keepa to reverse source these listings faster. So let's go ahead and get into it.
All right, today's class, we're going to be going over Keepa Product Finder. If some of you are new, you're going to know that there's something called storefront stalking through SellerAmp. And that's when you find someone's storefront, you'll go through their catalog and you'll try to Google search every single item, see if you can find it profitably online. This is a little different. This is faster and it's more mechanical. So what we're going to be using is the seller lookup feature on Keepa. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the ASIN of a seller. You'll find that in SellerAmp, top left corner. Yeah, like an ASIN for a product, but this time it's for seller. You're going to copy that seller and you're going to come here, data, and then you're going to go to seller lookup. Once you're in seller lookup, you're going to copy and paste that ID in. Now we have a seller in here. So we can see his reviews. We can see his average percentage on what he's selling. So right here, we can see he's selling a lot of media market. If we scroll down, we can see his biggest categories: beauty and personal care, sports and outdoor. Those are his 2 favorites, it looks like. So right now, what we'll do is we'll go to storefront, and this is where you can break down their storefront a different way. This way is more efficient, I think, than storefront stock. And the reason for that is because you can filter by seller ranks, and you can filter by offer counts and bought in the past month. You can't do that on SellerAmp. So you're left with everything, even the items that might be too low, like sales in the past month, or the offer counts too high, too low, sales ranks too high, too low, etc. But this way we can filter everything we want. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you my presets because my Keepa chart might look a lot different than yours. So I'm going to scroll down this and just pause the video whenever, and you can kind of take what I have on and off. Okay, now what we're going to do is there's 2 ways I like doing this. Either one, I'll filter by the current offer count, or I'll filter by the bought in the past month. For this example, we're going to do the current offer count. So we filter by current offer count. You can see right now we're getting a listing that has 42 offers. This is its highest offer listing. So there's 3 scenarios. One, either this is an arbitrageable listing, this is on a leads list, or this is an in-person find. So if we keep looking, we can see 42 offers, 32, 30, 30, 30. So what we're going to do from here is we're going to figure out what exactly we're looking for. I want a decent offer count, I want a sales badge, and I want a stable buy box price. So if we filtered by those presets I had, you can see the buy box. We want it to be a steady buy box, and we know the 90-day average to also be steady. So $30 to $34, that's steady. 40 to 45, steady. Any big drop-offs, that shows that there's a lot of sellers hopping on, and maybe it's not going to be profitable soon. So like this one, $95 to $82. 28 sellers on a Scuba Pro Mask. This might have been a deal, and then we had a bunch of offers come in, and as you know, demand stays the same, offer count rises, price has to decrease. Now now, just like every other sourcing video. So we're going to hit Google searches on all these, every single one that we think is good. So this one actually we won't do because there's no sales badge. This one. So this is a great way also to see if you have categories that you prefer. If you have a grocery category, in that first page we saw, you can put in the seller ID, see if they're a mainly grocery seller. And if they are, then you can have a field day because you know what you're looking for. And yeah, we got a few good items for this project. So we don't want to waste too much time on everybody because we want to, fast is the name of the game. You want to be fast. If you're slow, you're wasting time. So we have Google search. That's all we're doing. So the hardest part is getting these filters up and just looking this way. It's just not that Keepa's hard. It's just people aren't doing it. That's the only reason. See, I have tough time with automotive parts and outdoor stuff. 24. It's harder to fact check to see if it's the correct product. A lot of people spend too much time on this. Speed is the name of the game, like I just said. So if I'm not finding it right away, then I'm skipping it. 5093. A lot of these automotive parts are going to take you a while to find stuff in vacuum cleaner. The ones with serial numbers and long names, 503 AM. If we buy 5, we can get them for $19.79. So we have a 14% off ROI, 800 sales a month. That's too low. We can see if we can try to find it quickly in another place, or we can go back and see if we can find a discount on top of that. So now we're going to look for a discount. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 10 of these in the cart. We're going to see if we can find some sort of discount, maybe with Cooper or something else. Something a little more than that. $9, 188, 10 units. We have a 20% ROI, $3.77 profit, 800 sales a month, high ticket item. So this item is not close enough for me. We could include our 2% cash back. I don't recommend it, but for this situation, we can just try. So 22% ROI, $4 profit after trying to max out everything we could. So that's not enough for me. So I'm personally skipping this, but some people would take it, because it's still a 13% profit margin. So we are 10 minutes in and we found one item that might be profitable in the future, but is not profitable right now. So we can see this product has trended higher before. People are winning the buy box. Let's see if we can use a repricer for this. People are winning the buy box at a higher price, $32.99. All right. So nobody's winning it recently, but this is definitely something we could save and look back to. We had people winning it. This is all repricing right here, like a Aura repricer. Buy box supposed to be $39.99, but Aura can figure out that you can win it at $36.50 and still pick up sales. So people are picking up sales at $36.50, $37. So we can just look, if we're buying this $37, this suddenly becomes 50% ROI. This is a great product now. Like, this is something where maybe some people skip it because they didn't realize, but I mean, this product trends higher normally. So it's down right now. Product trends higher normally. So this is something we'd save and look at later. So if I were you, you'd go here, add it to one of your sheets, storefront stocking, and move on to the next product. So these, I do not trust cosmetics.com. Let's get away from the sponsored ones. 150 milliliters. So we're looking for the body only, no battery. So I believe Home Depot sells stuff like this. So you can see, can we get this without the battery? Tools only. All right, we move on. All right, so yeah, that was everything we found on that one guy's storefront. So yeah, that's good for me. One lead in his whole storefront is fine for us to get started on. But yeah, that's pretty much how you do it. That's pretty basic. You're going to go put in seller ID. You're going to filter by their storefront, and we're going to try to filter by offer count, or filter by buy box, or you can filter by bought in the past, whatever you're looking for. Now what we can do is we can expand off of this. We can see what sellers are on here because we found it the same way they did. So we'll take not a huge seller, but a decent size seller. So 33 reviews. He's small, but not small where he might only be doing RA. So now what we'll do is we'll take, this is what I was talking about, seller ID. We're going to take a seller ID instead of storefront stocking here. We're going to go back into Keepa, seller lookup, type in his seller ID. We can see his listing count. So he has 200 browsable listings. What are his big categories? He is a all beauty and household category. We'll take a look at him. I'm not a big fan of beauty, but this is just another example. So for this scenario, we're going to filter by, we'll do sales rank or new offer count again, just to see what everyone is selling. And another thing, I know a lot of people like talking about the ungating process. I would say you find an item first, then you worry about getting ungated, not the other way around. Don't worry about a ungates until you find something to ungate. You can see I'm skipping through a couple things, but I mean, I'm still prioritizing the speed. If you had the time to go through all of these, you might find more, but I'm just trying to pick out the best of the bunch by looking at the 90-day average, the buy box, and he bought in the past month. I want to look for some consistent buy box action. This one, 90-day average price is up. Sales. All right, time to do it again. Google searches. We need a 9.15 buy cost. This one, for the sake of deciding what's a legitimate product for this brand and what isn't, I would skip it because this just looks like a headache. 32-ounce curler. And if I don't see it within the first couple of looks, like I said, we're prioritizing speed here, so I'm not going to look at it too hard. You might find it if you spend a little more time on it, but for me, I don't think that's the best approach. So 32 ounces, 15% off your order. 32 ounces, $18.99. Has to be way too expensive. 200 milliliter makeup's always a hit or miss. $5 buy cost. But you can see all it is just time. It's not a whether if I'm smarter than you or you're smarter than me. It's who's going to scan more items. So we can trust pilot this website. I've been seeing it a lot. Now what we'll do is we'll take that website, cosmetics, $13.25. It's worth vet this brand or vet that supplier. $13.25 just to make sure it's the right item. 40 milliliters. I would already skip this person's storefront. This is not something I would like to stay in. I'm not a big makeup person. Maybe some of you would have better luck because you have a better eye for it, but I stay away from this category. There's too many Section 3s and too many IP complaints. So like these websites, you'd have to verify all of them, but you can see they're carrying profitable prices. $2.49. Just you'd have to go vet that website. Maybe they do carry it, but I doubt they're an authorized distributor or they'll give you an invoice. All right, we're gonna skip the rest of this guy's stuff. We'll go back to the listing we started with. We found something right here and we'll do it again. We'll look for someone else. Look for this guy. 58 listings. That's not as much, so that's feasible. We'll filter by his bot count. We'll see. This guy has some good listings. These look arbitrage. He has a lot of popular arbitrage listings. This was a very popular one for a while. So yeah, this guy's storefront looks promising. There's so much stuff we could go through here. Like this guy's storefront, you could spend probably 30-40 minutes just going through alone, trying to make sure everything matches up and you can find suppliers like this. I've never sold video games before, but I've heard this is very profitable. All right, we have a bunch, but we can see he has a recurring theme of items. So if we can find these items, I'm sure we can find more from his storefront. iHerb was $6. Hope that's the same. It might be crazy. See if this is the 1 pound. Oh, 1 pound bag, $12.79. Now, Vitacost is a great website for their discounts. So we can see if we can find discounts, 20% off. So we can try that at least, $12.79. Now I have my fees set up. So this charges me 70 cents a pound for FBA. So 61 cents, $4.55. All right, so still 83 cents profit. Not a good one. So Vitacost does sometimes carry a 20% off sale and then a 15% off sale. So we can save that for this kind of sale and see if that still helps us out a little bit. So we'll give ourselves an extra 15%. So 27%, this is okay. This is decent. So what I would do with this product is I would save this, put it in an Excel sheet and save it for next time Vitacost has those crazy sales where they do a 20% off store, like website wide sale. And then they have a 15% off brand sale. So Echo Teas might go on a 15% off sale while Vitacost is on a 20% off sale. And you can stack those together. So that's something you can save. And that's something, so we're not reaping rewards right now, but we're saving ourselves for the future so we can earn free money later down the line. Peppermint, 2 ounces, pack of 1, $3.99. And that's without Vitacost 20% off. So let's add that 20% off on top of it. So 70%, this is a great listing. Let's vet it now. Let's make sure. Okay, 3 FBM orders. All right, guys. So this is a perfect example of a listing that would be good, except it just had an IP complaint. So you can tell this is IP complaints. So look at this steady offer count, steady buy box. People are making sales. A lot of people have been selling. So this has had a historical amount of IP complaints. So this isn't the first time. We've had an IP back here and we can see we just hit another IP complaint right here. So this is something you always need to check your Keepa charts to see if you want to avoid selling a product like this. So it looked good on paper, but as soon as you go check it out, you can see that suddenly it is not good on paper. $6.49. This is 8 ounces. Buy one, get one 30% off plus the 20% off. So $6.49. So even without using that buy one, get one 30% off, we can see this item's profitable. This is just a fast way. So as you can see, using this, we were able to do this much faster than we would with SellerAmp and using their kind of software. Using Keepa provides us data that we can use more efficiently. So that is our basic intro to Keepa Product Finder and how to use it reverse source. So if you have any questions, hit me up in the tickets. And other than that, this is it. I hope you guys have a great day and see you in the next one.
Okay guys, in this segment, we're going to be talking about the difference between FBA and FBM. This is very important as a beginner to see which one you should do when you're starting out. I'm going to be explaining what is FBM and what is FBA. So FBA is fulfillment by Amazon. That is actually where you're sending in products to Amazon, prepping the label, getting an F and SKU label, right? Amazon gives every unique seller on every unique product, they give them a different F and SKU label. That is what is going to identify your product from the other seller. So you're going to put that on a product and you're going to send 10 to 20 units or however units you want to send to Amazon. Amazon is going to handle fulfillment, customer service, and everything. That is basically what FBA is. Fulfillment by Amazon. Amazon is going to be fulfilling your orders. All you have to do is send it into them. FBM is fulfilled by merchant. You are the merchant. That is where you're packaging and shipping out your own orders. You have to deal with returns and you have to deal with customer service. So you're taking on more responsibility. It's also going to take you more time to actually ship it out, right? Let me give you guys a quick visual and example, right? What would take more time, right? If I had 30 of these, putting this water bottle into 30 different boxes and printing out 30 different labels for it, or if I were to get 30 of these water bottles, get a little F and SKU label, slap an F and SKU label, and throw 30 of these in one box, right? And I'm shipping that to Amazon and forgetting about it. Amazon's gonna handle fulfillment. All you're gonna have to do on your end is actually make sure that the product is selling by pricing competitive. With fulfilled by merchant, I'm grabbing this. Every order I get, I have to fulfill it in 1 to 2 days. So let's just say I have 30 units of this. I'm doing 30 separate orders. I'm printing out 30 separate labels and I'm dropping them all off at the post office myself. So you're taking on more responsibility. So you might be asking, why would anybody do FBM instead of FBA? That is what I'm going to be talking about in this next segment. I'm going to be talking about the pros and cons of both FBA and FBM. The first pro for FBA is obviously you're not having all these products at your house, right? You're getting these products in, right? You're slapping the F and SKU labels on them and you're sending it to Amazon and Amazon is handling everything. That is where you could get more passive, right? That's where the passive income comes from. Let's just say I didn't want to work for the next 3 days. You know, it's a weekend. I want to go on vacation, right? All I would have to do is I would get all my products on Friday, slap F and SKU labels on them, send it to Amazon, and after that, I'm forgetting about them, right? After that, Amazon is going to fulfill them themselves. I don't have to worry about those products until I replenish these items to Amazon. So fulfilled by Amazon is more passive. It'll give you more of your time back, but a con with FBA is it's less profitable because Amazon is handling the returns, Amazon is handling customer service, Amazon is handling fulfillment. So a con for FBA would be it's less profitable. Sometimes though, a con for FBA would be that your cash flow is going to be a little bit worse because let's say you spend $10 on this product. You're sending it to Amazon. Amazon's going to check it in a week. Get to Amazon facility. The people are going to package it up, right? Separate your items from the other sellers. Prepare it to be shipped out, right? These are going to sell. These are going to sell. If it's a fast listing, it'll sell in a couple days. You're going to have about 2 to 3 weeks where this is checking in and it's selling. And then once it sells, your money is going to be held in the account reserve. They hold your item 7 days after the customer receives this product. So that's going to be almost a month or 3 weeks to a month where you're getting your money back. But if I did FBM, all I have to do, I get this product today, I list it today, I can sell it today, ship it out tomorrow, customer receives it in a couple of days, and then the cash flow comes back way faster. That's 1 point for FBM, -1 for FBA. Another benefit that FBA has that FBM doesn't really have is the prime benefit, right? When you ship something to FBA, right, you're gonna be able to be eligible for prime shipping. That's where on Amazon, your product is gonna come up as prime eligible. Your customer is gonna receive your products in 1 to 2 days. Whether with FBM, right, you could still have 0-day handling time, you could have fast shipping, but you're not gonna be prime eligible. Amazon favors prime shipping because they're trying to give the best experience for the customer. So which one would you rather have? 2-day prime shipping or FBM 3 to 5 day shipping? That is +1 for FBA, -1 for FBM. All right, guys, now that I explained what are the pros and cons and the differences between FBA and FBM, I'm going to actually be sharing my screen with you guys. I'm showing you guys examples of products that are good to FBA or FBM. So now we're going to go on my computer and I'm going to show you guys when to FBA something, when to FBM something, and how to use Keepa to figure this out. All right, guys, this is one of the first products we're going to look at. This is the Harry's razor blades, right? Our FBM cost will probably be about $5 for this, right? This is a small item. What you could do is you could look at the dimensions right here. Yeah, this is about 3 ounces, so this would be dirt cheap to ship out, right? So let's look over at the Keepa chart and let's see that, okay, let's see that most of the people that are winning the buy box are FBA, right? So let's go to the data. Let's look at the buy box statistics. Let's look, 36% FBA, 4% FBA. Oh, okay, so actually it's kind of 50-50, right? So 36% he's winning at FBA, but he's winning it at a higher price. He's winning it at $34.61. Let's say we're getting this for like what, $17.99. He's winning this for $34.61, right? 34.61 FBA. But for FBM, if you wanted to win it, right? If you wanted to win it FBA, you would have to bring it down to $32.09 because Amazon is always gonna pick FBA, prime shipping. As you can see right now, the buy box is the prime shipping. Right? You see this prime 2-day? So we're gonna look at this over here, $32.09, $31.52, right? So let's just say we did 34.61, right? That's $6 profit, 35% ROI, right? That is FBM. With this product, we would have more benefit in actually FBA in this, right? Because we wouldn't win buy box at 34.61. We'd probably win it at 32. Right? So we bring it down to FBM and we probably go 32.09. So this would be our profit. But if we wanted to FBA this, we bring it up to 34.61. So 34.61, and then we're gonna FBA it, and we're more profitable because we're winning more buy box. When you guys do FBA, you could price higher and still win the buy box, as you can see this guy is doing, right? Where I'm not just saying this, out of nowhere. This is the data. This is he's won 36% of the buy box. Past 4 people are FBM, but they've won it at a lower price. So this guy over here, Watch Dollars over here, his average price that he won buy box was 35, right? And he's FBA. He's listing it all the way at 35, right? And he's way more profitable than the people that are probably FBMing this for 31. This is probably something I would FBA. You could go both, but it would be more beneficial to FBA, right? Plus, you don't want to package this up, make like 20 boxes of this, right? It sells 2K plus times a month. This is something you want to, put in a little bag, FNSKU, send it to Amazon. Amazon, do everything for me, right? And then move on to the next product. Let's just say FBA this, you won buy box at 35, ordered 40 units. I would go deep on this item because it sells 2K times a month, right? Buy box is shared. Let's check the date over here. IP complaint. So I would get up out of here. I know this is an FBM video, but this is an IP complaint. It's gonna happen again, right? You see these people creeping up. It's gonna get to like what, 40? And boom, IP complaint. So I wouldn't even get on this list. So reading Keepa is very important. If you guys want to look at my Keepa video, I'm going to drop it down in the description so things like this don't happen to you. So the big question is now, should I do FBA or FBM when I'm starting out, right? It depends, right? Let's just say you're starting out with limited capital. You have $2,000 to $3,000 to your name and you want to get your money back as soon as possible and build your, your wealth. You want to build your money. You have $2,000 to $3,000 to your name. You want to flip it. You want to get your money back as soon as possible. What you're going to be doing, you're going to do retail arbitrage in the stores and you're going to FBM. The reason why you're going to do FBM is because you're getting your money back faster. You're getting it quick, and that's what we want, fast cash flow when we're starting out. So the thing with Amazon is when you're starting out with limited inventory, you're going to want to do FBM, right? FBM is going to be your key. So I want FBM and RA, right? Once you scale to those 5 to 10K months, that is when you're going to go to FBA. That's when you're going to start sending shipments into Amazon when, you can't pack. You're spending 2 to 3 hours every day just packaging up when you could be sourcing for products. That's when it becomes, packaging becomes low ROI, right? At the end of the day, you're a business, you want to grow. You can't grow your business if you don't have enough products, and you can't source products if you're too busy packaging stuff up. Once you get to that 5 to 10K month range, you're going to transition to FBA so you can scale, right? You can send out hundreds of units to FBA and it sells throughout the weeks and months, right? So to answer your guys' questions, FBM and retail arbitrage to start. Then when you're scaling out, still do the FBM and RA, but incorporate some online arbitrage, right? To get some of your time back, right? You could be on your computer, source up, and FBA. So it's all about getting your time back, right? At the start, it's going to be hard. It's going to be tough, but you guys can stay consistent for 3 to 6 months, really build on your business. This could be a very lucrative passive income. The thing about FBM is that you're going to have to deal with customer service and returns, right? That's a big issue, right? People are going to be saying their product didn't come. When it did come, people will give you the dumbest excuses ever for why they want to return something. That's just part of the game, right? That's something you're just going to have to eat up. It happens to everyone, right? You're going to have to include that to your margin. Our phase 1 is our product testing system, right? We're going to test 5 to 10 products at a time. So we're starting by selecting and listing 10 different products based on data from SellerAmp when you're scanning either retail arbitrage or online arbitrage, right? This is what you're looking for, right? It can be ungated with just 10 units. 100 unit ungates, 200 unit ungates, we can get ungated for that stuff, but it's gonna tie up a lot of our capital. So we can't do that right now. We're only focused on brands and units that are only getting ungated with just 10 units, right? Next, it has to show good sales velocity, consistent sales history. We need a sales badge, right? If you guys don't know what a sales badge looks like, this is an example of what a sales badge looks like over here. 1K bought per month. Amazon is verifying that there's over 1,000 sales being made on this listing every single month. So that's how you're gonna tell. Sales rank, buyer seller rank, that's cool and all. This is the most accurate representation. You mainly want to focus on smaller and lightweight products so your shipping costs aren't too high. If there's a product that weighs like, 5 to 7 pounds and the profit ROI is, you could sell that, right? But we want to go for smaller and lightweight products, right? Now, you have to be able to identify winners and losers. After selling through the initial inventory, you're going to have to make some decisions, right? This product, the price went down. One ASIN you sold through, no issues, is a good replenish. And then there's another ASIN that you're selling. You have to kind of put your price down a bit because there's a lot of competition getting on the listing. That is a product that we aren't going to want to replenish. By the time we send it to Amazon's fulfillment centers, we're probably not going to get it at a profitable price because there's going to be too many people penny undercutting, taking the listings to get on sales. And you're just going to keep recycling and you're going to go wide, right? At the start, you want to go wide, not deep on inventory. I always say, if you have 1,000 to spend, I'd rather you spend 100 on 10 products than 1,000 on one product or 500 on 2 products. You never want to put all your eggs in one basket. You want to be spread out. What will happen sometimes is people will spend 500 or 1,000 on one product and then they can't get ungated for it and they'll go ahead and quit Amazon. You don't have enough proof of concept to be going that deep on purchases. So the best way to go is go wide on every single category, right? There's no specific category. Whatever that you can find that's profitable, sell it. Baby food, makeup, anything. Don't niche down yet. You don't have proof of concept yet. So we're gonna go to phase 2, Amazon ungating strategy. Focus only on ungating 10, right? Make sure you're buying from legitimate retailers. One of the things that you could do too is you guys have to understand that this is a business and you're gonna have to make some investments. And sometimes, right, with these 100, maybe 200 units, other people aren't willing to pay that high ticket to get ungated for it. I've done this before to the point where I'll buy a product, get 100, 200 units, sell those 200 units. Maybe it's not profitable. Maybe I'm just breaking even, but I'm getting ungated for that product. So now I can find different ASINs. Now I can find different products in that brand and be able to sell it. So sometimes I'll break even or I'll lose like, $50 or $100 on an ungate. In the next couple of months, I'm going to be profiting thousands of dollars on that. And I'm going to have less competition because other sellers aren't willing to get ungated for that product. When you're looking for quality products that you can replenish, you want to think, okay, how am I separating myself from the other Amazon seller that's here? How can I separate myself? Once you understand that, it's going to get so much easier. Now we're in phase 3, data-driven decision-making, right? This is what we're looking for. We're looking for high sales frequency. So I told you guys about the sales badge, manageable competition. We don't want the offer count to be going up too much. I'm going to give you guys an example of the offer count going up too much. So something like this, a product like this, as we're looking over here, offer count's at 20, 30. This is manageable. We're selling this product for 84 products. As soon as all these people, 50, 60, 75, 100, as soon as all these people get on the listing, price goes down. So you guys have to understand how to read these Keepa charts. Understand there's a lot of competition on this listing. Let me kind of not buy too many products. Let me just test buy it, right? I'm not that confident in this product. But as you can see over here, if you look at our second chart, only time it's okay that competition is going up is when velocity, sales are going up. When sales go up, that is good for a listing because that means everyone's gonna get sales. So we have 2,000 sales over here. People are actually getting sales and then price is going back up. It hasn't fully recovered 84. It's still at like 74 and everything, but there's still opportunity to make tons of money. And the next thing I want to tell you guys, right? Don't race to the bottom on pricing, right? You have to take the emotion out of it. Don't compete out of fear, right? If someone is getting on your listing and he's bringing the price down, don't just bring your price down and become non-profitable, right? Wait for him to sell out. And once he sells out, the buy box price is going to go back up and you're going to be getting sales, right? Especially on a listing that moves fast, right? That's why I tell you guys high sales frequency. The next phase is just the biggest phase, right? Brick by brick approach, right? I have to talk about these traps because these are bottlenecks that all beginner Amazon sellers face. And this is the reason why none of them make it. Looking for one home run product. I see this issue so many times. Guys, you want to have a catalog of 10, 15, 20 replenishable items that you can replenish every single day and make consistent guaranteed income. This is a good example of a home run product over here. We're getting this for $36. We're selling it for $74. This is a home run product, but you won't be able to replenish this because 100 people will get on this listing. I know the retailer where they're getting this from, they're only getting like 2 to 3 to 4 units. That's why these people are always selling out because none of these guys have that much stock. So that's why I'm telling you guys, be more patient, build an actual catalog and have sustainable income coming in. Next one is making decisions based on FOMO. Let's just say you're late to a product, price is going down, you see that offer count is going up, you're probably late to a sale and you have a higher buyer cost. Don't get on that listing because by the time you get the product, it's probably going to tank and you're not going to be profitable. The next one I want to talk about is getting discouraged by initial failures. Guys, in business, there's going to be adversity. There's going to be failures. Your ability to withstand that, your ability to be able to take those punches, and get up every single day and get after it, even when it's hard. The next one I want to talk about is racing to the bottom, right? If somebody's tanking the listing and they're probably not profitable, don't go there with them just to get sales. Guys, we're looking to make profit. We're not looking to make sales. It doesn't matter how much orange bars you're doing 100K a month, but you're only profiting $3,000. We want to be able to manufacture our margin and be profitable Amazon sellers. Sales don't always equal.
Another way to separate yourself from other Amazon sellers is learning how to leverage AI. AI is pretty new. A lot of these Amazon sellers just aren't willing to use AI and learn how to leverage it. In this segment, I'm going to be teaching you guys exactly how to leverage AI for your Amazon business to help you make more money next month. Let's go.
I use AI so much in my business. First one I love to use is anything with hiring in your business, okay? We all know getting a virtual assistant is important in our business. You guys like ChatGPT, need to learn about Claude. Claude is money. First thing we're gonna ask is, give me an SOP for my Amazon FBA sourcing role in my... And guys, look exactly what, it just gave me a full SOP on literally everything that I need. So all I'm going to do, I'm gonna go to my Google Docs and I'm just gonna paste it and I'll give it to my virtual assistant. Guys, the thing about this is it's not gonna be perfect at the start. I have my own SOP that I give to my virtual assistants. I would plug that into ChatGPT and that would make my job so much easier. Another way that you could use this, if you guys don't have Claude, right? You don't wanna pay for Claude, you can use ChatGPT and everything. Another way you could use this is you could say, hey, give me, so sometimes the Filipinos, the online, like they're gonna need proof of work, right? You're gonna have to give them like a contract, and we're just gonna ask him that, see what happens, because he's gonna need it for his bank. And then over here, put your information and everything over here, right? Everything in your business could be systemized. You just gotta know what to ask it, and you can just fill it in over here. Use specific tools like Keepa, SellerAmp, and everything. There's so many examples. This video would be 2 hours long, but I'll give you examples that I use that have helped me so much. Guys, I asked ChatGPT, what are some brands, middle-sized brands that aren't restricted from third-party sellers on Amazon, right? A lot of people complain, oh, I can't get ungated. Look at all this, right? Crayola, Great Value. I know Great Value is amazing because it's Walmart's private label brand and Amazon cannot do that, right? So I could ask them, and over here, Colgate, Lysol, Stanley, those brands are restricted. And it's true, I've sourced those before. So now I asked ChatGPT, just give me a full list, right? So Quake, Presto, 7th Generation. These are brands I've sold before. I know they're great. Crayola, Mainstays, right? These are brands, Pyrex. These are brands that I've recognized and I've sold before. So if you're a beginner, it's a skill issue. You have to know what to be able to sell. Tons of opportunity and money to be made in these listings. Some of these are hard gated though, Stanley. So it's not perfect, but it'll point you in the right direction. As you can see over here, ask for a clean copy of 50 brands that I can sell today. Rena, Simon, Hatchet Book Group. Literally, I don't recognize these brands, but they're good sourcing opportunities. Let's find another way to use it, right? This is how AI can check products for you. Copy and paste my criteria. These are my general requirements. Minimum profit is $3. Minimum ROI is 30%. Ensure that the brand does not sell the product. No private label, check, Keepa charge, and everything. Verify sales ad. This is my criteria. These are my SOPs that I give my virtual assistants. This is what I do. Okay, so as you can see over here, this is how we can look at these products over here and how we can find profitable inventory for sourcing, right? Good brand, I'm gonna just pick pet supplies. I like pet supplies. There's a lot of profitable inventory with pet supplies. Search this up on Amazon because it's a product that we know we can sell as a beginner. I'm just gonna search it. I can manually source this. We're just gonna look at this over here. Okay, this is selling for 14. We can scroll down just a bit, right? Look at these over here. I've sourced this item before in a 3-pack. We can see if this is profitable in a 2-pack. So we're just gonna go down over here. Buy box. Keepa is looking good. Monthly sales is 3K plus times per month, and there's only 20 sellers on here. That means these products are ripping. We go over here. It's selling for $4.19 right now. 3-pack. See if we can auto ship it. So we get 20% off with the auto ship. That's gonna be $8.40. We go 8.4. We sell for $14.99, right? Because that's who's winning the buy box right now. $14.99. We're not profiting anything right now, but I'm gonna show you guys exactly how we can make this profit. Especially since it moves so fast, I would take lesser margins on this just because it moves so fast. So I'd go over here. We're getting auto ship. So we're getting 20% off over here. So we're just gonna put that in over here. Let's see our updated margins over there. So 20%, we're profiting 0.5, 50 cents, and then 7% ROI. So that's still not good enough, right? We need something to put us over the edge, right? So that's where we're gonna get our discounted gift card over here. We're gonna go to Cardbear, and then we're gonna see PetSmart if they have any good discounted gift cards. Okay, so PetSmart has 11% off. That's money, right? 11% off over here. Card cash is authorized supplier. So I'm gonna do another 10%. So 20 plus 10, and then our updated margins over here, 1.34, 22% ROI, right? It's not bad. As you can see, we know that we we can sell this item. We know that it moves fast. We know that it sells 3K plus times a month. It's not the best item in the world, and it's not the worst, right? It's profitable. We made it profitable, right? Let's see if we can find it anywhere else. So over here, Chewy, it's a 3-pack. Yeah, so that's probably the best price that we're gonna get. But I just want to show you guys exactly how fast that we came to this conclusion over here. Another amazing way that we can use AI, just say a customer's trying to scam you. The product came, the tracking is over there. You don't want to deal with these customers, right? But you want to be professional. So I'm just gonna ask them to make me respond. Just make me a message, right? Here's a professional, polite response you can send to your Amazon customer. Thanks for reaching out. According to information, your package was delivered. If you haven't received it, if your customer's trying to scam you, right? They see this message. Most of the time, these scammers, they know they're not getting a refund. Just a quick message, quick way to use AI. Let's go to the next one. Again, sourcing. Okay, right now it's April, May. We're getting into summertime, right? So let's just say ChatGPT. It's summertime and an Amazon seller. And as you can see, ChatGPT is going to give me all the categories that I can resell. Top performing categories, so outdoor and patio, right? Grilling tools, barbecue covers, camping gear, outdoor games, fishing gears, water toys, right? Sunscreen, home and cleaning. Want the sourcing sheet or Google Doc of top summer sellers. So it's like, if you're not using this as an Amazon seller and you're doing everything yourself, how can you even compete? Like, I don't get it. And it'll kind of give you an idea. You're doing all this research in just a couple of minutes, right? And then look, let me stop it. I'm gonna be like, hey, give me brands that I can resell that are not hard gated. Okay, so it gave us the past response. I'm gonna stop it right there because this is not the response that we wanted. I'm gonna say, hey, only give me brands for the summer. Also, give me 30 brands. It's not gonna give you the perfect response that you want. It's a skill issue. So Coleman Tents, sold those before. Cutter, Crystal Light, Lemonade, all those go crazy. Kool-Aid, Gatorade, those little pods. Look at all these brands, and then you can put these brands as the Keepa product finder, and then you can find them. Aussie, Old Spice is hard gated, right? And then it's your job. Some lines ungated, right? Okay. So this is accurate too, because Neutrogena, most of the things are hard gated, but some lines are ungated. This is a mentor that knows everything. He can't help you if you're not asking the right question. 30 minutes every day should just be dedicated to how to learn AI. I like to use Claude. Claude is being weird right now. I like my limit has already been passed. As you can see, all these brands, I can ask it to give me 100. AI coach that I'm working on right now for my group, I've been feeding it so much information. Right? So this is going to be smarter than the normal AI, right? Give me an example of a profitable OA product. So I've kind of fed this AI bot so much information. Profit is negative. Okay, so it's just walking me through it. The scenario, the profit is negative, indicating a loss. Another example, because I've been feeding a lot of information. So this literally walks you through it. Another example is, give me a letter I can send to Amazon to beat a section 3. So we're working on this bot. That's what I've been working on. I'll release it to the public in about right now it's for my group only. I'm just going to let them get advantage. So now that we understand how we can use AI, like you can talk to AI and AI can be your mentor, walking you through, right, where to get it from, where to sell on Amazon, prep and shipping costs and everything. It's not profitable, why it's not profitable. Literally, AI is the future.
The first prompt that we're actually going to be using is, let's just say you want to buy products in bulk, right? And you're trying to find distributors or wholesalers in your area. ChatGPT could save you a bunch of time, right? Just be like, give me a list of distributors and wholesalers in my area, and let's see what comes up. And ChatGPT is going to literally give us a list of global wholesaler distributors, Mighty Auto Parts, Johnson Supply, premium distributors. It's going to give us kind of information of what they actually sell. So like leading beverage, right? Low voltage products. And as you guys know, everything sells on Amazon. So all this stuff could be profitable. And then now you could go kind of more in depth and be like, give me the ones that only sell name brand stuff, because we can only sell name brand stuff on Amazon. So give me the ones that sell name brand stuff on Amazon. So obviously we BJ's, right? Everybody knows about BJ's, right? So Johnson Supply, right? So we would give this, just go to their website, right? So they sell HVAC parts. We could get in contact with them. All we have to do is just supplies. Let's just check supplies. All we had to do is just get a number, right? You would be surprised. This type of stuff rips on Amazon. This is a whole untapped niche. All it has to be is kind of name brand items. And all you can see, they have fan blade starters. I haven't sold anything in this space, but they could just be an opportunity for someone else, right? ADI Global Distribution, premium distributors of Virginia, Lita Wholesale. It's like a little wholesale. They don't have a website. And then Chantilly VA, right? So what you would do is you would just go ahead and call them. Give me 50 more in a 100-mile radius, right? So you could really get in depth with this stuff. And they'll really just get after them. They'll just start working for you. So at leveraging this, right? Looking through Google yourself, right? You asked them for name brand items, right? And obviously Google's obviously going to take time, but you guys obviously the benefit of this, right? If you're trying to build up accounts with distributors or suppliers, right? ChatGPT is going to be your best friend. So just pick up the phone, give them a call, give the distributor wholesale call and be like, hey, what's up guys? My name is XXX. I'm with XXS LLC. I'm looking to open up a wholesale account with you guys. You have a pricing sheet. I'm willing to spend X amount of money. I hear that you guys are carrying XX brand, right? And if you guys have like a pricing sheet or a catalog or something that I can look at, then they would ask for your reseller certificate, and then boom, 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 wholesale account open, right? With wholesale and distribution, it's just going to be a numbers game, right? You just have to call up as many companies, shoot as many shots, and you'll hit one. So another one that I use for my business is any type of contracts or anything. So my virtual assistant, right, he said that he needed proof of income, right? He needed proof of income from the day. He needed like a contract, something to prove that he was actually working for me so that he could open up a bank account. All I had to ask ChatGPT was, can you make me a contract for my VA in the Philippines? He does product research for me doing Amazon FBA. And you would just explain to ChatGPT that, okay, I need a contract. And instead of writing up your own and doing all this stuff around, here's a sample VA product research agreement. And it would literally, all you have to do is tap this into a Google Doc, put this in a Google Doc, and then have them DocuSign. And as you can see, it's literally writes up a contract for you guys. But as you can see, this literally took 2 minutes on things, something that would take us like an hour. We just asked ChatGPT, and we have a contract for our VA, right? So now he has proof of employment, and you know that he can actually, get proof of income. Another good way to use ChatGPT is actually getting a virtual assistant. Getting a virtual assistant is super important because you don't want to be doing everything in the business. You can hire some cheap work from like Pakistan or Philippines or something, and you can save so much time. Delegating is going to be a super important part in your business. But a big issue that a lot of Amazon sellers go through with the virtual assistants, once you actually get serious with them, once you start working with them for 6 months to a year and you're providing full-time income, some of the banks are actually going to be asking them like, hey, if they want to open up a bank account or anything, or they're making a good sum of money, they're going to be like, hey, we need proof that you're actually working, for XX in the US. So that's where we use ChatGPT to actually give us a contract. Another great way you can use ChatGPT is obviously just for customer service, right? For your FBM orders, right? You're going to have to be doing customer service. All I have to do is just ask, can you give me a response to a customer for my Amazon FBA business, and tell them that I can't provide a refund because the tracking shows delivered. Sometimes people will try to return stuff that are broken, or people will try to say they didn't get an item even though the tracking says that they got an item. Quick response, you give it to them as super professional. They'll just let them know that we bought our shipping through Amazon. Right, UPS said that this order was delivered, so we can't do anything about it. So as you can see, this just saves, like, instead of dealing, and then you could just plug and play with it. Let's just say a product that you say got broken, you responsible customer, and tell them that we're so sorry for their product or the product getting damaged, and that we can provide full refund or replace. Let's just say you send out a package with UPS, just messed with shipment. The item got damaged in transit. You just send this message: true solid here, create recent order arrived damage. We understand how this, like, this just saves so much time, right? You don't want to be crafting this up, right? You put this in a Google Doc, you have it ready. You want to systemize everything so you're not actually spending, the bandwidth and time on this low ROI stuff. Another way to use ChatGPT is obviously product research, finding out ideas and inspiration on what sells in your season. So obviously, so you see over here, we're doing one of the best subcategories on Amazon in springtime. Obviously, springtime's in a month, right? They're saying home and kitchen, health and personal care, gardening, right? Fashion, toys and games, right? Obviously, we'll go one more in depth and we'll just say, well, we can choose home and kitchen, right? Home and kitchen is going good right now. Give me a list of home and kitchen brands that are doing well on Amazon. So then it would give you top performing brands. And then we would just have to go through these products and then see which ones are good, which ones are more reseller friendly. Obviously, I've sold Keurig before, so we're just going to go into it. So this is where we would go on the Keepa product finder. We go into the brand, we'd go Keurig, and then we just do a broad search. We want Amazon out of stock, just click find products, and then there's 1,600 products. We could narrow it down. I have a full Keepa product finder video on that, and it would just show you, we know these products are selling, right? We know these products are doing well. We would just have to go through them and manually source them over here. So we just go over here. Okay, this product looks good over here. 127, 1,000 monthly sales, and there's about 30 sellers on it. And now all we would have to do is just find this at a profitable price, right? So we just go over here. Actually, as you can see, this is just one of the products we find. We literally go through it and we find, this is how easy we know we could research these brands using the Keepa product finder and everything. But for the sake of this video, we would just go through Hamilton Beach. I know Hamilton Beach is good. And yeah, this is all the products. We would just search through these brands. We would manually source these brands, and we'd find that using the Keepa product finder, we find these products at a profit.
So guys, now that we're a couple of hours into this course, you've talked a lot of Amazon, you retained a lot of information. One thing I want to talk about that a lot of people ignore is your mindset when it comes to business. That is probably the biggest needle mover ever. If you have limiting beliefs, if you're an overthinker, this next segment is going to be super important for you. Let's go ahead and get into it.
The first thing you need to do when you're trying to make your first dollars online is to destroy your limiting beliefs. You want any chance of making any type of money online, right? You're seeing all these people making money online. You're saying, there's no way that he's actually doing 5K days. There's no way he's actually doing 10K. He is. There's people out here making your yearly salaries in just a week. You have to understand that. The first step in any change is acceptance. You have to accept that people are 20xing your income. A lot of people will live in this fake reality where all these people they're seeing online that they're watching, they're doom watching, living their dream lives. He had rich parents. He got lucky. They'll do anything but do some reflection. If you're watching this video right now, that means this video probably got recommended to you and you still haven't got it started with making money online because you have limiting beliefs. That is the first step. The only thing that's separating you from these other people is that to even take this risk, to get uncomfortable, you have to be delusional, right? So you have to destroy any limiting beliefs. If you can't say that confidently, how is that gonna come into reality? How is that gonna happen, right? You have to believe it first, then it comes after. First step, we're breaking our limiting beliefs. We're believing that we can make a 6, 7, even 8-figure business, right? That's good. That's 80% of the process, right? Second thing, we're seeking information and we're actually taking action on that information. The next thing that you need to do is find a vehicle, right? You could have the smartest person in the world, you could have the best skills. If you're not in the right vehicle/business model, you won't make as much money. You have to pick a right vehicle that works for your skill set, that works for your position, and something that you kind of enjoy, right? You have to pick something that doesn't feel like work. You have to pick something that you could do for 10 hours, 12 hours, that you could be obsessed with. And at the start, you're gonna suck at it. You're probably not gonna like it. As you keep going on, as you keep building those skills, it's gonna become way more enjoyable. These are my favorite 3 business models just for right now. Amazon FBA, obviously I've done that. I've helped hundreds of people start and scale their business, so I know how easy. I've seen people start with $1,000 and turn that into 60, 70K months, right? So I understand, right? You're gonna have to inject some capital into the business, but you can go with $100, $200, $300. The next vehicle is TikTok Shop. You're literally creating videos like this, you're promoting a product, and you're getting sales. You're playing the lottery, right? It's very easy. Or you can get on live and promote the product. You don't have to have any skills. It's dummy-proof business model. If you have no skills or know anything like that. Next thing is clipping. This just came out right now. I'm talking if you're just a dummy and you're addicted to doom scrolling. Clipping, I would just say make like a couple $1,000s, then go into Amazon, to be honest. But that's just the most dummy-proof business model.
So now I'm gonna give you guys a quick example of how you can make money off Amazon today.
All right, guys, I'm gonna be showing you guys an example of just me finding a product with online arbitrage. I was reverse sourcing this off of another seller. So I seen that he was selling this. This is exclusive at Home Depot. I can pick it up. There's 7 in stock, right? Selling for $99, right? At Home Depot. Over here on Amazon, it's selling for $146. After fees and everything, it's my seller calculator. I spend like $20 on the software. I'm profiting $18 and I'm getting an 18% return on my investment, right? ROI isn't there. My minimum criteria for my return on my investment every time I spend $1 is 30%, right? But this is a higher ticket item. I love this software because it shows us how many sellers on the listing. It tells us the competition. And I can see over here that this product sells 100+ times a month. So over here, what we're going to do, we're going to go quantity over here and we're going to go 7. We're going to be spending $700. We're going to sell this for 1,000. We're profiting 131, right? And the thing I love about this is I'm going to be sending this to Amazon fulfillment centers. I'm not paying for any advertisement or anything. I'm not learning any crazy skill. That's why I love this for beginners. Like if I tried to do one of those more complicated business models, probably wouldn't make it, right? Especially being an 18-year-old, 2.3 GPA, right? I probably wouldn't have made it. So I just want to make this more profitable, right? Like I would buy this item. I need a better buy cost, right? So this is a skill that we learn. It's called manufacturing your margin. I'm going to go to Cardbear, one of my favorite websites. This is sauce, guys, right? I can buy a Home Depot discounted gift card and then I can go ahead and sell it, right? This is FBA. This is fulfilled by Amazon, right? Amazon's fulfilling everything, so they take a lot of fees, right? By myself, because it's not too many units, right? It's not too annoying, right? A label, 2 pounds, it would probably cost about like $8 to ship, $7, $8. So I'd go over here, right? Profit $17, and then I'd click 5% discount because we are getting a 5% discount with gift card. And then our updated margins, $22 profit. That's a bit better. $22 profit, 24% on our investment, right? We're getting 24% return on investment. That's a little better. But this is just an example of a profitable product. Our storefronts are filled with like 10 to 15 to 20 of these items. That's how you hit those 30, 50, 100K months, right? Because you're just getting these items at scale. Biggest bottleneck in business is just marketing, getting people to buy your products, right? You can have the product, but if nobody buys it, that's an issue. But Amazon does everything. That's why I'm okay with, taking these fees, because my only job is to find these products at a low enough cost to resell for the high end. I don't want to worry about marketing. I'm not a marketer. I have no skill. I just want to make money. This is literally all I do. I wake up, source, do this for 3 hours, spend a couple $1,000s on inventory, and then profit this every month. This is literally what I do. I chose this business model because it's simple. It's something I can do every day. It's something I can do at scale, right? You want to scale, you want to hit those 100K months, just buy more of them. Reach out to wholesalers and distributors. And the thing I love about this is, let's just say you guys are watching, so you guys are pumped up, but you don't have that much capital. That's where you can go into retail stores to do the same thing. Retail stores are wise, right? Especially liquidation stores, or Ross, Target. These liquidation stores that have stuff for below market resale price, the return on investment will be higher.
Today, I'm going to be showing you guys the 5 needle movers that I wish I knew 2 years ago when I first started selling on Amazon.
Okay, guys, so the first needle mover we're going to talk about is sales tax exemption. You'll see so many people just not get sales tax exempt, especially if you're in like Los Angeles or a state that has, high taxes. It goes up to like 11%, 8%, right? That margin, you're not going to be able to compete with somebody, an Amazon seller on a listing that's living in Delaware or New Hampshire, because they have 0% sales tax. So you wouldn't be able to compete with them, right? Let's just say there were 2 Amazon sellers on one listing. You guys bought the same product, right? You guys bought the same product from Walmart. It was $10 each, right? It was $10 each. You, somebody that lives in California, you have 11% sales tax, right? So you're paying $1.10 in tax, and you're competing with someone in New Hampshire or Delaware that has 0% sales tax. You're not going to be able to compete with him on the listing that you're selling on Amazon, because he has a way better buy cost than you. He didn't do any different sourcing method or anything. He just doesn't have to pay that 11% sales tax. So a way to avoid that is actually just going to your state website and getting a reseller certificate. After you get a resale certificate, you can start applying to get tax exempt from these online retailers. And if you're going in person, you're doing retail arbitrage, that's fine. All you have to do is just print it out and then show the manager. You'll be, guys, from personal experience, I just don't know. I just procrastinated this a lot. And that's why I'm telling you guys this right now. I have it at number 1. I could have just made way more money. I didn't get sales tax exempt for the first 5-6 months. I just procrastinated. I thought it was too hard, right? I got it in literally a day. It took me a couple of hours. So if I were to do it again, I would 100% get sales tax exempt ASAP, as soon as possible. The next thing I would do is these things, right? They're needle movers, but they often get overlooked by just new Amazon sellers. They don't think it's important. These are so important because the people that are crushing it, the people that are, the people that are consistently willing to buy box, the people that are making all of this money, right? They're using these needle moving tactics, and that's why they're probably ahead of you, right? So then I would really make sure that I'm using a repricer, because if there's a seller that's using a repricer and there's you on the buy box, who's going to win more? We just had our weekly Too Nice Mentee group call, and we had a software company, GoAura. They're a repricing software company. They're an amazing company. I would recommend them for beginners, because repricers tend to be kind of expensive, like $50 to $100. But if you're doing under 10K per month, they do have an option that's $29, right? I do have a referral code with them, but I wouldn't preach something that I wouldn't use myself. So repricers are going to be super important, because the buy box is an algorithm. The buy box is always rotating. And if you're constantly just repricing every single hour, the buy box getting taken away from you. I'll give you guys a funny story, right? So before I knew what a repricer was, the software, I thought I was manually fighting, and I was just penny undercutting another seller. And every minute, this guy just kept changing the price. He just kept undercutting me. And I was doing it all day. There's no way this guy is fighting me on the buy box every single hour of the day. Then I talked to some of my Amazon friends, and they told me I was fighting with AI repricer. I was like, damn, like I was just fighting with a robot. I was literally just fighting with a robot for like a day. It was kind of, so getting a repricer is super important. My favorite repricer is GoAura. They use AI and everything. I'm going to drop that link down in the description, but getting a repricer is a needle mover. The next thing is just another thing that I just ignored for no reason. I don't know why. I just discounted gift cards. Like I knew about the concept, but I just didn't use it, right? And the thing is, I'm going to keep giving the 2 sellers examples, right? Because you might be this seller that isn't taking advantage of these needle moving tactics. This seller over here is not using discounted gift cards. This seller over here, he's buying discounted gift cards. He's getting another 10% off. So make sure you're using discounted gift cards, right? My favorite website is cardbear.com. They have the best deals. Leveraging discounted gift cards is going to move the needle, because it's going to give you better margin. The better you get at building your margin, the better you get at Amazon FBA. So This is another needle mover. The next thing I want to talk about is networking, right? I always say this. This is probably the most needle moving thing because you get in contact with like a community or somebody that is better than you, right? The likelihood of you succeeding is just going to be so much higher. If you're in a group with people that are just absolutely crushing it every single day and the wins chat is just flooded, right? It's either A, that's going to push you, or B, it's going to make you kind of feel bad. Like, damn, these people started the same time as me and they're doing more than. So networking with people, right? Start that Instagram account, just document your journey, reach out to people, pick people's brains, do whatever, right? Free to pick people's brains, do whatever. Because one piece of information can literally change everything. And sometimes it's not even like one piece of information. Sometimes it's just joining a call and seeing how people think, right? Seeing how people approach different problems and situations in their business, right? Maybe you're not going through that issue right now, but in the future, you're probably going to be going through it. And then that's going to be in the back of your mind, like, oh, X and X went through this issue, and this is how he approached it a couple months ago. I'm going to reach out to him and see how he can help me fix this problem. Doing it by yourself and being like a lone wolf or everything, I mean, you can do that. It's just going to be so much harder and more enjoyable, right? I like being part of the community. That's why I built Two Nice Profits. Having like-minded people around you, it's just going to benefit you in the long run. It's just going to be more enjoyable. Number 5, right? Leveraging credit. This was it for me, right? For me, I'm a college student. I was like 18, 19, right? I didn't have any capital, right? I did the first 4 things. I built my Amazon business. I built the skills and everything. I had leads. I had a virtual assistant sending me products. But my only issue was I didn't have enough capital. I didn't have enough I didn't know what to do, right? I needed to inject more money into the business. And the solution that I had for that issue was just getting a 0% APR from Chase. 0% APR card from Chase. I wouldn't apply for a Chase 0% APR card now. What I would do, the plays that I would do to set it up is I would get a business debit with Chase, just a business bank account with Chase, just to create a relationship with them to set up this play for the next month. After that, I would just get an Amex Plum or Amex Gold. That would do me good, for a couple months. It would be like 10, 20,000. But if I'm trying to hit 50, 70, 100K months, I need more capital to inject into my business. That is where you go to Chase. Chase gives out great limits for 0% APR for 12 months. If you do these 5 things, there's no reason you shouldn't be a 6-figure Amazon seller in the next 6 months, right? If you show up every single day, if you got discipline and consistency, there's no reason. These are the needle movers, right? Obviously, there's more things, but these are like the little hacks that I don't see a lot of people talking about to really take that next step forward. These are the needle moving ways that actually change the trajectory of my Amazon business and my life.
So the next thing we have to learn when we're sourcing, this is where a lot of Amazon sellers just really fall short, is they have to understand how to read a Keepa chart. If you guys don't know how to read a Keepa chart, you guys aren't going to make it kind of far in this game. That's just the reality of the situation, right? It might be intimidating at the start, but I'm going to try my best to explain this as best as I can for you guys. So number 1 thing you have to have is market intelligence, right? Keepa data points. We're going to look at the 90-day average point. We're going to be looking at Keepa charts shortly, but I really want to emphasize this for you. We want to look at the last 3 months of a listing that you're getting on, not like the last week or not like the last month. 3 months is really going to tell you a lot. Sometimes we even look at the yearly, right? That's going to tell us a lot about that listing. Next thing I want to talk about is buy box rotation frequency, right? We want the buy box to be rotating. We want to be getting sales. We want multiple sellers, right, to be getting sales. Next thing we want to look at is new seller count fluctuations. Are sellers getting kicked off the listing? That's going to be super important too. That's what we're going to be looking at. So this is a listing that I really want to look at because a lot of you Amazon sellers would just look at this month over here and think, oh, it's kind of okay over here, right? This is a listing that I really want to look at over here because buy box is getting crazy, right? There's 80 people over here and then there's 105 people over here. This is people probably just got ungated for this product. As soon as they got on this listing, look what happens. The item just tanked, right? Offer count's going to tell you a lot about the listing. This is Amazon over here. This is Amazon. If you can't read this Keepa chart, you're just playing a guessing game, right? So there's 3 charts over here. This chart is the buy box price. This is what the item is actually selling for. If a customer is looking at the page over here, this is what they're looking at right now. So we want to make sure that we're actually winning this buy box consistently. How do we win this buy box? We have to have a good competitive price. So all these people are fighting for the price. This is what we kind of call the kind of like a saturated item. I mean, there's 100 people on this listing, right? and there's only 1,000 sales to go around. This isn't the best, item to kind of sell. I wouldn't recommend this over here, but this is only the monthly. If we look at the 3 months, you could see this coming, right? When there wasn't that much competition on this listing, look at how beautiful the price was all the way up here. It was all the way at 80. Now, 100 people got on the listing, couple months passed by, it's down to 50. These sellers are getting sales over here. So this is where we would reverse source somebody, right, over here. So we would go like this guy over here, he knew something that we didn't know. So let's just go to his storefront. He has 36 reviews, which is okay. And let's try to reverse source him and see if we can make something happen. So we go show on Amazon. We would look at this guy and we could see how many products he's actually selling. So over here, he has another version of this product. He made his own generic. This is a good learning experience. You don't want to get on generic listing. This is him. He built this listing, which is not allowed by Amazon. He's going to get this taken down. You don't want to get on generic listings. You basically bypass the ungating process. So you can sell this and your items might not even be real. So this is against Amazon TOS. This item, this seller is probably going to face a lot of issues with this. We just want to keep going down and we want to see if we can make anything happen. He sells a lot of generic stuff. I'm not gonna deal with him. I'm not trying to get my account banned. So we're just gonna go to another one over here. A great method is reverse sourcing the people that are actually making money on the listing, the people that are early to the listings and not the people that are late. Like you look over here, these guys are all late to this listing over here. So this guy Nart Shops over here, this guy has 0 reviews. This means this is a new seller that's going crazy. We're gonna go on his listing over here, Sun Labs. And as you can see, there's multiple games over here that we can resell. Games are really nice. Let's go to this Tommy Cropper shoulder support bra. Let's see how much it's actually selling for, because this could be something profitable. Okay, so it's actually selling for 74. Just click Google over here, and we can see over here that it's selling for 59 over here. So it's on discount for 59.75, 50% off site wide. That is very interesting over there. Let's see. So we could go 59. That's just our price over here with no discounts, no nothing. As you can see, before people started getting on this listing, it was selling for 84. Like imagine if it sold for 84, but now it's at 72. Let's see if we can find a discounted gift card or anything like this. So let me add to cart. I have to see which one is more profitable. It says 50% off site wide, so let's get some medium, add it to cart. Let's get like 5. Let's see if there's any discounts. Found 10 codes. Let's try these codes out. It says 50% side wide over here. It's already 50% off over here, 59. We were just late to this listing. We found this for 92, but it looks like we're late to this listing. Let's just keep sourcing. Let's go ahead and look at this over here. We got this Blocks Fruits over here. I've seen this before. Let's see if we could find this at a profitable price. We have it going for Walmart over here. It's sold by a third-party Walmart seller, so we're not going to be sourcing that. GameStop has this for $15. Over here, it says that it's a 2-pack over here. I think we just found a cook. How much is it actually going for? We have to check the Keepa chart. So Keepa chart is going for $34.99. And the sales are going up. Let's just say worst case scenario, 14.24. We could split that up too. 14.24, $13 profit, 93% ROI, which is insane. I just want to show you guys what we do when we're sourcing products. You're basically just trying to build your margin as fast as possible, right? Let me give you guys some high value niches. My favorite niches for retail arbitrage, pet supplies, seasonal decorations, kitchen gadgets, like spatulas. I remember I sold spatulas. Those were great. Groceries and consumables, especially if you have limited capital, right? No returns, consistent demand, right? Because people are always going to need groceries. And then bundle opportunities, 2-packs, 3-packs, 4-packs. Let's just say something's not profitable in the 1-pack. The 2-pack could be profitable. There's subscription potential too. There's multiple ways that you can consistently get sales. So we talked about storefront stocking. We talked about auto ungating. We talked about ways to make stuff profitable. We talked about profit calculation, how to actually see how much you're actually profiting. We talked about market intelligence, right? Now the next thing we need to talk about is our scaling. How can we actually scale this Amazon business to the moon? All right, guys. So the first thing we're going to look at the easiest way to learn online arbitrage and to find your first profitable product as a beginner. The best way to find profitable products as a beginner is going to be storefront stocking. The reason I love storefront stocking is because you're not trying to find a profitable brand. You're not going through multiple websites or anything like that trying to make something profitable, right? You have a good startup point. You're looking at another seller's storefront. All you have to do is find the products that he's selling at a profitable enough price, which is going to be pretty easy after I show you some of the ways we make these items profitable. The most important thing we want to look at when we're reverse sourcing a new seller is that is he a new seller or is he an experienced seller? As a beginner, we don't want to be going for experienced sellers because those sellers are going to be able to sell products that you haven't sold yet. Amazon just trusts them more and they've been selling for years, and you as a new seller just aren't going to be able to compete with them. First thing we're going to be looking for is their feedback, their ratings as a new seller, the ratings on their storefront. The ratings on their storefront is going to tell you a lot about them as a seller because it is pretty hard as a new Amazon seller, just as an Amazon seller in general, to get reviews. When's the last time you bought something online and you put a review, right? Probably never. So if somebody has more than 100 reviews or even 75 reviews, they've been selling on Amazon for a couple of years now. They've probably done multiple six figures in profit, you know, reselling name brand items on Amazon, and you just wouldn't be able to compete with them as a beginner. You'd be fighting an uphill battle. What we're looking for as a seller is we're looking for somebody selling auto ungated brands. They have multiple profitable items in their catalog and they have consistent pricing patterns, right? As we go on in this video, I'm gonna be showing you guys exactly what that is. Now, the next thing we're going to be looking at right now is our auto ungated products. These are a gold mine for new Amazon sellers because you can already sell it, right? My favorite ones are the private label brands from Amazon. Amazon cannot gate these products because Walmart's Great Value, Target's Up and Up, 32 Degrees, Stafford, right? There's multiple of these products that you don't need to get ungated for to resell. These are going to be a gold mine as a beginner to just build up history as a new seller. Here's how to tell if a product is actually auto ungated or not. The best way to figure out if you could sell something or not is when you try to get ungated, if they tell you you could sell the product, that's the only green light that you need to have to actually know that you could sell a product. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is a profit calculation max, right? So this is what they're not telling you. If you've already tried sourcing and you haven't been able to find anything, right? And you're like, how are these guys selling this at this price? They must have got this wholesale. Building your margin is probably it, right? You guys probably haven't gotten discounted gift cards. You guys probably haven't incorporated cashback. You guys probably haven't signed up for any of the retailers' website list or anything like that. That is your true cost, not your source cost. If you click on seller ramp, this is what just most Amazon sellers do, and this is why they struggle. They go over here and they think, oh, there's nothing profitable. You have to go deeper than a one-step Google search, right? You have to see if you could find a discounted gift card for this. You have to see if getting tax exempt would be beneficial for this. There's so many things that you could do to actually make, there's so many things that you could do to get this below market resale price, but a lot of you guys are just going here, oh, 32, let me go back to Amazon, oh, it's not profitable, next product. You guys are losing out on so much money thinking like this, so you guys have to avoid that mindset. My criteria over here is minimum 30% ROI, and my minimum profit is $3. If you're a new beginner, you're probably like $3 profit. What is this? What are we doing, right? How are people making money doing this? If you're selling 50 units of one ASIN, an extra $150 right there. And it just takes you a couple of buttons and you ship out those orders to Amazon. Amazon's gonna handle fulfillment. Amazon's gonna handle everything. And then you fill your catalog with 5, 10, 15 units of these items. So that's just our minimum criteria. There's so much more profit. So guys, I know I've been talking about building your margin, doing everything like that. Now let me show you guys exactly how I build my margin. So there's multiple ways I build my margin. The easiest way to do it is get discounted gift cards. You can save 8 to 15, sometimes even 20% with CardBear, right? You would go over here to this CardBear website and you would leverage the discounted gift card over here. So as you can see, Target 8%, Home Depot 4%, JCPenney 9%, Kohl's 12%, Nordstrom Rack 10%, right? Let's just say I found a product at PetSmart, right? I'm selling, you know, some dog food or anything like that. Look at PetSmart. So PetSmart actually has 15% off. That's before any coupons, that's before any discounts, before anything. We're starting off at 15% off, which is genuinely insane. That's 15% added to our margin. We go to PetSmart over here on this website for a good amount of time. We have 10% cash back over here. Let me go back to that. Cashback stacking with Cashback Monitor. I like to use Rakuten, 10% off over here. Just by going onto this website, we didn't source anything, right? We found a 15% off discounted gift card just off there, and then we just got a 10% Rakuten cashback. That's 25% off our margin. So we already have some margin over there. So now let's get this product that we're looking at over here, right? We could get 35% off your first auto ship order. So we go over here to go auto ship and save 35% over here. And we would look at this and we would see if we could sell it for the high on Amazon. So over here, we have this product over here in the 3-pack for $19.49. And this product is going for $8.69 over here. This product over here is going for $8.69. What I can do over here, because this is a 6-pack, let me see if I can find the 3-pack. So the 3-pack is over here. So this is $4.49. So this product over here is $4.19 over here, right? $4.19. So we're gonna go over here. We're gonna go $4.19. We're gonna go 12.6 over here, right? Not profitable at all. $2 profit, 16% ROI, we're done. For Amazon seller that doesn't know anything about Amazon, he doesn't know anything, he would probably just say, this is a terrible product. Sells 100 plus times a month, that is good. This is how we're gonna manufacture our margins. So we're already getting 15%, we're gonna auto ship this and save 35%, right? And then we could loop this multiple times and make multiple emails on this. So we just click 35% over here, plus a 15% off. It's saying if we auto ship this, we would get 35% off. So 35% off over there, plus we have the 15% off discount. So I just put 30 and 15 and then 5. Right? I'm not even counting the 15% racketing. We're gonna use that. We're gonna spend that money on like a Chipotle bowl or something. Just get double chicken. I don't really care. And this is our updated margins over here. We're getting $4 profit, 66% return on our investment. This is great any day of the week. I'll ship this out for like 5.5, and this is our updated margins, 4.7, almost $5 profit, 75% ROI. I'd go over here, sell about 15 units, $71 in profit, and it took us about 10, 15 minutes to find this. Now imagine a catalog of just 10, 20, even 30 products just like these that you're selling every month, and you're not doing any advertisement, you're not doing anything like that. The first thing I want to talk about with people just not being successful with Amazon FBA, and this issue, it faces a lot of people, and it's just not giving it enough time. You're not patient with it. Amazon FBA, especially retail arbitrage, online arbitrage, especially wholesale, I see a lot of these gurus and a lot of these people simplifying it to the T, where it is simple, it's not easy. You're gonna have to put in some work at the start before you build out systems, right? Getting that learning curve, it is gonna be tough, but once you understand it, it is, it's pretty easy. Getting over that learning curve is, kind of tough. If you guys want to learn, if you guys are still in that learning curve right now, I post so much value filled YouTube. If you guys want to check out the rest of my channel, I drop so much value almost, I think like 3 to 4 times a week. A lot of these guys, they have shiny object syndrome. They think it's like drop shipping. What you don't understand is a lot of these people that are promising all these dreams and everything won't tell you the truth, and I will, right? Amazon FBA is a great source of income. Amazon FBA is a very scalable business to 100K months. If you have the right system, if you have the work ethic and you're willing to learn, you can actually scale to 100K months. That is true. What you will hear from a lot of these people, they'll make it so simplified, they'll make it sound so easy, but it's the furthest from that, right? This is an actual business, and it's gonna take some time, it's gonna take some effort, it's gonna take work ethic. Going into the stores and scanning products, at the start, you're probably not gonna be finding products, right? When I was first starting out, I was going days, with online arbitrage, all my products were tanking. I had to actually build the skill of sourcing, right? Making something profitable, right? What I see a lot of new Amazon sellers do, they try to cut corners, right? They don't actually commit themselves to learning how to build leverage, how to make something profitable, right? How to read a Keepa chart. In my first 2 to 3 months, I ignored Keepa, and that was one of the worst things I could have done, right? Ignoring Keepa. Keepa is a database software where you could just see charts of, the listing. You can see the past data for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 365 days. So what I was doing is I was just buying products blindly because I looked at those charts and I was like, bro, this is so confusing, right? Like I was like, what, 18 years old, and I was like, what is this, right? But what I realized, the more I dedicated myself to building the actual skill, learning how to actually reverse source, learning how to manual source, right? Getting racketing, getting all the softwares, learning how to actually implement the softwares, right? And once I really focused on, putting the inputs in, actually learning from people, once I actually did that, that's when I seen the biggest increase in my business, right? That brings me to my second point, actually, just not giving it enough time, right? With Amazon, right? It's not a get rich quick scheme, right? You're gonna have to put in inputs, and you're gonna have to be able to solve problems, right? For me, a problem that I faced, right, when I was first starting out was just capital, right? I was a broke college student. I was literally door dashing. Guys, I was door dashing every single day. I would get $30, $10 would go to gas, $20 would go to products, literally. And I was recycling. I started off $1,000, right? My community college refund check, I used that. I got a couple. I remember all the boys, like I was in math class. What are you gonna do with your refund check? They were talking about, yeah, I'm gonna get down payment on a car, like 05 or something like that. They were saying, I'm gonna get down payment on a car, I'm gonna get some new shoes, I'm gonna get some new clothes, I'm gonna drop. I was like, I see this as an opportunity to kickstart my Amazon business. I got my label printer, I got some boxes, I got some inventory, and I was just obsessed. I was obsessed with the process, right? One thing I want to tell you guys is don't worry about the outputs, worry about the inputs, worry about putting in inputs in every single day. Once I focused on what can I do to build my business, what can I learn, what kind of needle moving steps that I could take to actually scale my business, that's when everything changed. That's when it just became more enjoyable. That is when I kind of built kind of a long-term vision for my business. Every decision, even now, every decision that I make right now, it's not for the next kind of weeks or anything. I'm making decisions, for the next couple of years, right? I see Amazon being in my life long-term. Understanding that it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And if you're getting 1% better every single day, that's That's literally all that matters. And that brings me to my third point, is just networking, right? Networking with other sellers, having a great group of sellers around you that are motivating you. I remember I used to love getting in VCs, sourcing with the group till like 2 to 3, 4 a.m., right? We were unemployed college kids. We were getting after it. Those were some of the best times. Only had a couple $1,000s to our name and really just dropping our half of our net worth on inventory. And if that tanked, half of our net worth is gone. I'm always going to remember those times. Those were the best. Fishing for products with the boys at the nighttime, making thousands of dollars, right? Having a network, having a group, having a community of like-minded people pushing you every single day, right? It only takes one piece of information to change your life. If you implement one of these mindsets, it could change the trajectory of your life, right? So understanding that this guy might know this other guy in this space, maybe he posts Amazon content. Let me reach out to him because he might know something that I don't know. It doesn't hurt, right? You don't lose any money reaching out to someone. Reach out to him. Hey, what's up, man? I've been watching your journey. I've seen everything. You know, would you be down to connect? Maybe hop on a call. I've sent like 50 to 100 of these messages. I joined as many Discords as possible. That's why I created my Discord 2 Nice Profits. That's why I built a community, because I understand how important it was to have like-minded people. That's why I tell all my students, everybody, the highest leverage thing you could be doing is networking. Sure, you know, I'm gonna help you start and scale your business, but you're in here with people that are doing, you know, 10, 20, 30, 40K months. That's the most important thing. You could have one business partner, you could be doing business with him for the next 10, 20, 30 years. So really networking, really getting myself out of that comfort zone and really just going all in. Hey, what's up, man? Going out of my way to reach out to people, give out some value, get some back, just make new friends, right? Make new like-minded friends. And then what was happening is I would spend hours in just Discord voice chats, just sourcing with the guys. And it's like I'm hanging out with my friends and we're making money. It didn't feel like work because number one, I was making money with the boys. Number two, I was building something towards my future. And there's a difference between building something and just like working a job, you know, making someone else rich, you know, working $12. I'm gonna get my paycheck at the end of the week, but what else do I have to show for it? Nothing. None of my work is compounding. Let's just say I scale my Amazon business. I get a virtual assistant. I teach him how to source. Now that gives me more leverage to do other higher ROI stuff. I'm gonna get more return on investment on my time because I delegated a low ROI task like product sourcing. Because at the end of the day, let's just say another example, prepping up boxes and doing all that stuff, that's cool and all, but understanding that, okay, I can hire a prep center. They'll just take $1 for every order I get, but I don't have to store it in my house anymore. I don't have to even get a warehouse. I don't have to do any of that. I could run my business from Japan. I could run my business from Bali, Indonesia in a villa. All I have to do is get products from my virtual assistant, get it here, send it to a prep center, see sales in my dashboard. Is it easy? No, but understanding that if it was easy, everyone would do it. And understanding that it is possible to, you know, delegate and do all that, but a lot of people just aren't willing to when they're starting out, going to the stores, scanning for hours, getting their first sale, scaling to their first 10K month. A lot of people aren't willing to do that. And that's where you watching right now, you can get ahead. You outwork these guys. The barrier to entry is so weak right now. If you guys have any ounce of work ethic, if you have any ounce of discipline and consistency, you'll beat 95% of the population, right? It's really easy to get on a fake burner, hate on somebody. It's really easy to watch somebody, watch their whole journey, watch them fail. What is hard is actually doing it yourself, starting something yourself, getting uncomfortable, taking that jump and putting in inputs when you don't even know if it's going to work or not. What if I'm wasting my time? But to get the reward, to get that freedom, to not have to answer to anybody, not have to answer to a boss, right? I'll give you guys a story, right? I was in my, I have to take my community college class. I was in like bio class, right? I was literally sourcing. The teacher, she wanted me to do some lab BS. And I was like, I'm not doing it. Like there's no way, it's just low ROI. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing a lab. And I remember she started like screaming at me. And then I put my computer and I was like, cause I've never really worked a job. So I never had someone like authority. I never had somebody try to like be above me in authority like that. And I hated it. I realized that I hated that feeling. Someone telling me what to do and I really couldn't do anything about it. And I was like, bro, I never want to feel this feeling ever again. 20 years of my life, 30 years, I'm not going to have a boss. So after that moment, everything kind of switched. It was like, I'm not going to take this as a joke anymore. I'm going to scale. I'm going to go all in. 3 reasons why most Amazon sellers fail. They can't stay consistent. They don't have the long-term vision and they don't network. If you do these 3 things, you'll be way more successful. Number 2, you're not giving enough time. You have to be consistent. This is something for the long term that you're going to be, you know, making thousands of dollars in profit every single month, building out systems, having employees. You have to see the long-term vision. Most of the people aren't able to see that. And number 3, not having a strong enough network. And yeah, if you do those 3 things, you'll have a higher chance of scaling your Amazon business to those 100K months. So guys, now that we're a couple of hours into this course, you've talked a lot of Amazon, you retained a lot of information. One thing I want to talk about that a lot of people ignore is your mindset when it comes to business. That is probably the biggest needle mover ever.
However, if you have limiting beliefs, if you're an overthinker, this next segment is going to be super important for you.
3 things I did to 3x my business in the past 2 years that brought me from making a couple $1,000s reselling name brand items, Amazon and all that, on Walmart too, reselling those, making a couple extra $3,000 to $4,000 to consistently making 5 figures every single month at the age of 19. At the age of 20, I just turned 20 actually. But so we're gonna go ahead and get into it, no bullshit intro. The first thing I did is I just did more, right? I made more sacrifices, right? The more time you put into something, the better you're gonna get at it, the faster you're gonna learn it, and the faster you're gonna get to your goal. So if you have 2 people over here, right? You have one person that puts in inputs in every single day, but he's only working 3 to 4 hours every single day. He's treating it like a side hustle. He's gonna get side hustle results. And then you have the other person over here who's scaling his business. He's obsessed. He's working 8, 10 hours every single day. And when he's not actually working on his business, he's doing research on the business. He's following the people who have done it already. He's listening to podcasts. He's absorbing all the information about it. Who do you think is gonna win, right? The person that's spending 4 to 5 hours or the person that's spending 8 to 10 hours that's sacrificing way more, right? Obviously, the person who's doing more, right? So the number one thing, I know it's cliche, I know you probably heard this a lot, but it's so simple, but it's crazy how a lot of people just don't understand this simple concept. If you want something bad enough, you just do more, right? You spend 8, 10, 12 hours every single day, right? You have to be able to work without looking at the clock, right? You have to have an obsession to just grow every single day, get 1% better every single day. And if you can do that, you'll put yourself at a way better opportunity to have more success than a person who's treating it like a side hustle. You work side hustle hours, you get side hustle results. You put in same inputs in every single day, 8, 10, 12 hours every single day. You're gonna get back to another story. When I first started my business, I was working at the financial aid office. I was working DoorDash too. On the financial aid office, I was sitting down, I was on my computer, I was sourcing items, I was working on my business while I was working a job, and the money I made from that job, I put it back into the business. After work, I would literally get out. After work, I literally got out, the exact same thing every single day, and after work, I would start door dashing. That money I put into DoorDash, instead of spending it on some BS, I reinvested into my own business to get to a point now where I build the foundations, and now I can spend my money on whatever I want. So you're gonna have to make sacrifices at the start. If you're not willing to make sacrifices, that's okay. You're just not gonna be able to see the same results as someone who's really willing to make those sacrifices. And that's with any business. People who win, the people who are the most successful, they put in the most hours and they sacrifice the most and they're the most disciplined. It's that simple, to be honest. Number 2, this is a cheat code. This is how you can be like an unimpressive person or someone that doesn't really know anything. And this is how you could get insane results and grow as fast as possible. That is, try to sneak into places and rooms of people that are better than you. This is the fastest way. The fastest way to learn something is by learning from somebody who has already done it, because then all the mistakes that he went through, all the nuggets of value that he knows, he's just passing it down to you. You understand their knowledge, you're understanding everything that they went to, you understand what it takes, you understand what is that person's habits. You see this famous quote, right? Famous quote, show me somebody's habits and I'll show you their future. The reason that message is so popular because it's true, right? So once I got into the room, whether it's going to Vegas for multiple events, whether it's on Discord, VCs, once I understood what it took, then I looked back and I was like, okay, my circle right now, my network of people right now isn't good enough. These people aren't bringing me up, right? Maybe they're bringing me down, maybe they're keeping me at the same spot, but I'm not getting better by being around these people. That's where you have to get kind of selfish, right? You have to assess each situation. Because I would hang around certain people that were better than me, and just by being around them, I would learn more, I would learn more, they had less limiting beliefs. And when I would hang around people that made me worse or people that made me stay the same, you could tell the vibration was down, right? There was more limiting beliefs. They didn't really have any aspirations or anything. They were just chasing quick dopamine. And once I actually opened my eyes to that, it was a very easy decision to choose which circle to be a part of. So if you're a young person right now, the highest leverage thing you could be doing right now is trying to sneak into a circle of people that are better than you. But this is kind of tricky because if you can't provide any value, why would they bring you, right? It doesn't make sense, right? So Chops, don't be one of those guys that are hitting people. I have so many people that try to hit me up on the DMs, right? If you have nothing to offer, right? If you have no value to give, right, there's no point in networking, because why would someone that's up here stoop down low to bring you up, right? You can't give out no free handout. So once you're reaching out with somebody, when I try to network with somebody, I lead with value. I make sure I give them value, whether it's money. I've spent over 10K on mentorships and programs and communities of people in the past 2024, right? Some of you guys are gonna say I'm an idiot. Some of you guys are gonna be like, that's smart, right? The people with limiting beliefs, the people that can't even process that, the people that say I guess the people can't even process that. I understand that I could probably learn it myself, but it's gonna take me, I could just learn from somebody who has already done it, right? That's how you know that all the people that understand this concept, they're okay with spending thousands of dollars on information that they don't know, because they understand beliefs. You won't understand how valuable that opportunity is because you don't value your time, right? For me, 6 months to a year, I could do a lot in 6 months to a year, and I don't want to spend that learning one concept when I could just learn from somebody else in a month or two, right? So the next thing, second one is just learn from people who are better than you. That's the fastest way to grow, fastest way to get above, right? Surround yourself, be selfish. If somebody's making you worse, just get away from them. Be selfish. Number 3 is one of the most important things. It's how I'm able to, travel wherever I want, just really do whatever I want, have my own schedule, is I delegated and I built systems, right? Making good hires for your business. Once you're making a couple $1,000s every single day, right? You don't want to be doing everything or else you're never going to grow. You have to focus on higher leverage tasks, right? At some point, I'll give you guys an example from one of my business, my Amazon business. I was doing a lot of retail arbitrage. I was going to stores, just scanning products. I was making solid money, but I could spend more time doing online arbitrage from my computer and spending more money. So that was one of the switches I made early on, and it helped me. Next one, which is super important, is one of the highest leverage things. This play has made me over $25,000, maybe even more in profit, is I hired a virtual assistant. I was paying a virtual assistant from the Philippines $300 every month. And for 8 hours every single day, he would do product research for me. He would do my admin work. He would reach out to customers, right? He would check their trackers. He would see if this is a fraudulent return. He would do all the admin stuff for me. And that gave me time to, spend time with my family, go to the gym and stuff, enjoy time with my family and everything. It wasn't like that at the start, but paying the Filipino guy $300 a month, it bought some of my time back. And it was a plus to my business, because let's just say I was sourcing 6 hours. He started sourcing for 8 hours, and now I have 6 hours of my time back to do higher leverage tasks, reach out to distributors, open up wholesale accounts, personal brand, right? Focus on other stuff, new ventures. And I was only able to do that because I delegated efficiently. And the thing about delegating is you can't delegate to somebody else if you don't know how to do the topic yourself. I see a lot. Once I learned that concept, everything became easier. I became a master delegator, right? Anything that's a low ROI, because you can't learn how to delegate until you value your time. If you're just a beginner right now and you're spending hours just doom scrolling, the first step before you even get to delegating or anything is learn how to use your time efficiently, right? You can't delegate something. If your hour is worth like $2 an hour, $3 an hour, $5 an hour, right? In an hour, I can do a lot of stuff. I could do a lot of stuff with an hour, right? That's a lot of bandwidth, right? So if I can delegate a low ROI task to somebody else, then that'll save me more bandwidth, that'll save me more time to think of something better to do, think of a new venture, think of a new way to scale my business, right? So delegating and building systems out, right? Building systems, building SOPs for your employees, right? Is gonna be one of the most important things ever. And it's gonna be hard at the start, right? You're gonna have to train people. It's gonna be one of the highest leverage things you could do, and it's gonna be one of the most beneficial. So first thing we talk about is just do more, right? You need to do more, right? You probably aren't doing enough, right? You probably aren't sacrificing enough, right? Once you write a new goal, once you write a new business venture, write down, I wanna make 10K a month. Also write down what you're willing to sacrifice. Make it equal. You can't just get everything and not sacrifice it. It just doesn't make sense, right? So let's just say you spend a lot of time partying and just, doom scrolling, but you wanna hit 10K a month, right? You're going to have to get rid of this to get this. It's equal, right? You can't have both. Right? Well, not at the start. You can delegate and then, But number 2, one of the easiest ways to grow, right? Surround yourself around people that are better than you. That's one of the most needle moving stuff, because you'll just pick up on what somebody, the biggest thing about me was when I was networking, go to Vegas and stuff, meeting people that were better than me, it was just, I was thinking about how they thought. I needed to start thinking like how they thought. They didn't have any limiting beliefs at all. They genuinely thought they could do anything. There was no such thing as like a wrong or bad idea with them, right? Like, I'm just talking about like, I started paying attention to the conversations I was having with those people and the conversations I was having with my hometown people. We're talking about sports gambling, some bullshit, right? But over there, we're talking about new ventures, how to evade taxes, how to, everything. Everything. So networking with people better than me, but make sure you're providing value, right? Because nobody's just gonna, give you sauce, right? Make sure you're leading with value, right? Or if you don't have any value to give, make sure you're compensating the guy that's better than you, that knows more than you. It just doesn't make sense. Number 2, delegating and building systems. That's the most important things. These, I wish I knew these. If I started out doing these 3 things, I would be in a whole different situation right now. If I learned these 3 things, I would be in a whole different situation right now. So I hope you guys actually listen and implement this video, right? Another thing is like, there's so much value online. In my videos, everyone else's videos, there's so much value online, but none of it matters if you don't implement it. So really focus on, next thing, really think about how you can actually implement this tomorrow, right? Tonight. So that's pretty much it for the video. Make sure you guys like, comment, subscribe. I'm gonna be dropping so much value this whole year of 2025, right? Why not you, right? Why not you, right? The whole reason I started online business, because I seen the other people getting freedom, financial freedom, time freedom, and I was like, you know what? I want to do that too, right? They're not better than me. I had that. I didn't have no limited beliefs. I didn't cope. I didn't make no excuses saying, oh, this guy's X, so that's why he deserves it. Or this guy probably had rich parents, right? That's coping. You guys are coping, right? They probably work harder than you. They're probably more disciplined than you. So make sure you guys are putting in inputs in every single day, and make sure you guys just start, right? If you guys haven't started in 2025 an online business, I don't know what you're doing.
Okay guys, in this segment, we're gonna be talking about leveraging credit. In an inventory-based business like Amazon, leveraging credit is gonna be super important. We're gonna give you so much value about the credit cards that we love to use to scale our businesses to multiple 6 figures in profit. Let's go ahead and get into it.
All right, in today's class, I'm going to talk about business credit, how to leverage it, and what credit cards I like using. So first getting to this, I want to say the reason you should be using a business credit card is not only do you have insurance, the backed policy, just in case you buy from a website, you have the insurance from buying from a wholesaler that may have sold you goods that were close to expiration. You can call the bank and let them know, hey, this is not what I was expecting, and they can help you get your money back if you were ever done wrong. The other reason I'd say business credit is the best because you can build your fitness faster than you could with on-hand cash. When you're starting this business, chances are you don't have $40,000 to throw into the business at first. Eventually you will. But when you first start with $2,000, $5,000, maybe $10,000. That's a good amount to start with. But when you start leveraging credit, you can leverage way more and have no interest on it. And I'll explain that in a second. So my 2 favorite cards, and we'll go through those right now, are the Chase Unlimited Business Credit Card. My second favorite is the Signify Business Cash from Wells Fargo. And I'll explain why. With the business loan, you get a $750 bonus. So this is just when you spend $6,000 the first 3 or $2,000 a month, which isn't a lot when it comes to Amazon, especially if you're watching this video and you're looking at leveraging credit. So on top of that, we get the 1.5% cash back on all purchase. There's no annual fees on this credit card. And lastly, there is a 0% APR for the first 12 months. That's where the biggest perks of the. So when you're starting your business and you're leveraging, once you spend your $2,000, you have nothing. So use a business credit card when you get a $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, and you have a 0% APR card. You can leverage yourself a little further than you would have with the cash because you don't have it. So what you do is, let's say you have found a product. You did your research, you did your due diligence, you talk about it. It's an $8,000 purchase order, or maybe it's $8,000 you spend over the course of a month. You wouldn't have been able to purchase that. You know that. You can do that with a 0% card now. So we can pay the minimum payment, which would be $40 on there, and you can have that flip on your inventory. Lead times a month, and you won't be able to pay off the credit card fully in 1 month. You'll have that lead time, 12 months. So you'll send your inventory in, It'll sell, you get your profit back. Let's say you're running a 20% margin, you get $1,800 or $2,000 back, whatever it is. Now you pay off your credit card. You leveraged $8,000, something you wouldn't have been able to do if you were only using cash or trying to use your personal. That was a good amount for the first month, like I said. But after that, you start building up, you know what you're doing. You have less capital, more knowledge. You can't spend everything you're learning. So using the business credit cards, that saved me so much time and money. Being able to save that time just lets you scale so much faster. Instead of using that $2,000 like we just talked about, you now have $20,000. So, I mean, $2,000, yes, you can turn that into $4,000 a couple months, but how fast can you turn $20,000 into 40? That's my biggest reason for leveraging business credit. Next, what I wanted to go into was the Signify card. So it's pretty much like the unlimited, but you get a $500 bonus instead of the $750. And when you're in this business for a long time, you're going to see why this card's a little better than this one. So if you haven't noticed, this card has 1.5% cash back. This card has 2% cash back. And I know 0.5% may not seem like a huge difference, but it is when you're spending maybe $100,000 a year. That's the difference between $500. So it does kind of add. What I like about this card is not only is it only $5,000 in 3 months and you get a $500 reward, but yeah, the 2% cash back. And then you also get that 12 months of 0% AP. That is great. If you were to leverage this right, and let's say for some, you didn't build enough capital to the point where you don't really need to leverage credit, or you can pay off the credit card every month in your year, you have a second year with a different card that you can be leveraging to do the same thing you did but this time you have a year of knowledge to put that behind. And I mean, I wanted to show you the rewards stuff. This is really interesting. As someone starting, you might not be spending a whole lot, but let's say you end up spending $4,000 extra $1,000 when you're spending $20,000 a month. When you're doing like $50K in revenue, make $4,800 a year from just cash back. That might be someone's monthly salary, and you're going to make that from a cash back reward at the end of the year just by using a credit card instead of leveraging cash. So that's a great benefit from this card. And okay, so we'll start at ground zero. Why you should leverage business credit cards. It's a capital game. You have more capital spend, you flip your money fast. Number two, the 0% APR cards. These are the two best cards I think you can have for Amazon. 0% APR, you spend more, less risk in the deep, and you're able to flip without owing any interest. Last, intro bonuses. There's $1,250 in intro bonuses, and that can help you for travel, that can help you for hotels, anything in general. So I'll give you an example. For my Chase bonus, I had $750. What did I bought a flight to Las Vegas and I went to AE. That's a great way to leverage the money you're getting for yourself. Don't think of this $750 as, oh, this is personal money, I'm going to put this in account. No, think of it as an expense to put towards. So we have a link for that in the Discord. For the Wells Fargo card, there is no link or anything. So just make sure you hit that cash bonus and you'll get your reward. Other than that, guys, there's nothing much about the business credit card. So it's pretty straightforward getting this so you can leverage more credit. That's the end of the day. That's what we're doing this for. 2% or that 1.5% cash back can also go a long way for increasing your margins, but we want to exclude that from your margins. Don't actually include that into your seller amp price. Just keep that as extra money or extra income. And it also doesn't stop here. So this is a cash-based business. You're spending money to make money. Let's say you want more credit cards than this. There's plenty more we can get, and there's plenty more bonuses we can hit. So American Express has 3 really good credit cards with high bonuses. If you hit their bonus, one of them will give you $1,000 in rewards. One of them will give you $2,000 in rewards. These are just crazy numbers that you will hit regardless because you're in a spending-based bit. If this helps you guys leverage business credit, I hope you understand how important you can scale with a credit card is much faster with your on-hand cash investment. So only investing 2, 5, 10K, guarantee you your credit card can help you invest even more money and flip your money faster.
Guys, in this next segment, we're going to be doing a live Keepa product finder, intro to Keepa product finder call recording. We're going to go in depth on Keepa product finder. This is going to be a recording of a live group call. This is where we taught our mentees how to use Keepa product finder and we found some profitable products. Make sure you guys are taking notes and actually retaining this information, and make sure you rewatch it until you understand it. Guys, I've repeated this multiple times in this video, but the comments will be open. I'll be answering every single question in this comment, so make sure you guys ask a bunch of questions, and let's go ahead and get into this.
Yo, what up, sub? Waiting to let everyone else join.
Yo, what up? How you been?
Doing good, bro. How are you?
Good.
That's what's up. You ready, bro? We're gonna go over a new sourcing strategy. I don't know if everyone really uses product finder too much.
I have not heard of it. I'm excited.
Yeah, let's run it, bro. And we're gonna go. I think I mentioned it, but after we're gonna try to do some breakout rooms, bro. And we're gonna help everyone find their first Keepa Finder product.
Fire, 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 fire.
Just need people to actually show up on time. Technically, class is in session.
I, cause like I'm a coach too for Virage, but I
Yeah.
do all like the onboarding stuff.
Okay, that's what's up.
So like as soon as like the students or whoever join the program, he wants me to pretty much guide them through like the onboarding process, ungating, and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I know how this stuff is, but bro, like
Yeah, I'm just
I'm
getting
not gonna lie.
messages right now that they can't join. Someone, huh?
No, I was able to join.
Oh, did you join the one in the premium or the announcements? Because I realized when I put it in announcements, anybody could join.
No, I did it the one in the meeting links.
Okay, I got you. Damn, yeah, no, I changed it to so mentees could access it. Yeah, Sobahan should be joining here in a minute. I was just talking with a little bit. Faraj is supposed to be here. So I'm sure most of you are already familiar with online arbitrage, but just in case those that aren't familiar, online arbitrage is where you buy from retailers like at a lower price and just resell them on Amazon for a profit, using deals, discounts, like Black Friday deals, anything. Why do you want to do it? You switch from RA where you get all that stuff in store and you get these discounts online, and you can use softwares like what we're going to do today, Keep a Chart. We can use Smart Scout, Rakuten, and like Card Bear to get 15% off on Walmart or like Target, anything like that. Source anywhere. And best of all, my favorite part is we get replens. With RA, it's not consistent. You don't get replens all the time, but OA, almost every time you can get a replen if it isn't associated to a deal. So that just makes it valid. Let's get into some Keepa product finder. So is anyone familiar with it already, or is everyone pretty fresh and never touched it?
I don't know too much about that.
Yeah,
All right,
pretty fresh.
all right, no, all good.
I'm familiar with it.
I'm a
Okay, no,
little
that's valid.
familiar with it.
All right, so yeah, we'll just run through it real quick then. So like keep a products finder, it's a quick way to sort through a shit ton of products all at once. So you're gonna type in what we're gonna do later is we're gonna type in a brand, and in that brand we're gonna filter it by seller rank. We're gonna filter it by its current sellers, who has the buy box currently, and it's gonna filter a bunch of listings for us. And in those listings, we can go through and pick out which ones are profitable by reverse sourcing them. It's like storefront stocking, but instead of storefront stocking someone else, you're storefront stocking the brand. So that's what we're gonna do today. And this is kind of like the breakdown of the strategy. This is an example right here. I did this to Contingo. Have you guys heard of that? It's like a cup brand. And when you do Contingo, you can find these two brands right here, or these two listings. These are profitable listings. You'll find these on Target right now, and that's why there's 26 people on them. All you had to do is put them in your browser, Google search them, reverse source, find them, and then add. Actually, the margins are probably better than when I looked right now because now there's Target gift cards for 15%. So the margins on those are probably 40, 50, or ROI is probably 40, 50%. And you got a 100 sales badge and a 50 sales badge. And that was just the first thing I looked at. So there's proof of concept right there. So you can go check that out later after the Zoom. So finding a starting product, all you're going to do is you're going to take a product you've previously sourced, OA. If you're brand new, what you're going to do is you're going to go by brand instead of something you already have proof of concept with. So you're going to take a brand like an example could be, are you guys familiar with those? I forget how to say them. Giarda chocolates, like they're little chocolate squares. That's a big OA brand. Like everyone sources that, and you can go take that list or that brand, reverse source it, and find where everyone's finding that stuff, whether it's on like Target, Walmart, Walgreens, all those places. That's just free sauce. That's a good brand. So this is where you're going to find it for those who aren't familiar. You're going to go to Keep a Chart and you're going to click this data tab right here. And in that data tab, the first bar is going to be product finder, and that's what you're going to click on. And there's going to be a filter rank. So you guys can save this. This call is going to be recorded, so you can always go back to it. These are my filters. You can always add more to get more precise, or you can just keep them the way they are. I like having the sales rank from 1 to 100,000 because that keeps you in the 2% BSR rank. 2% to 3%, which is what I look for. Next, you're going to go very vague with like the brand of your, like the name of your brand. like this one, Contingo, all you would do in this category is put in Contingo. Like I hope I'm saying that right, Contingo, but you just put the brand there and then that's it. It'll filter even more. And then you put your offer count to 3 to 50. More than 50 sellers, I find the listing too competitive. Too many people trying to penny tank the listing. And from if you only get 1 to 2 sellers, that's normally private label or the brand's on it, or some wholesalers dominant where you might get an IP complaint. And then lastly, you can filter it by an Amazon held buy box or a third party held buy box. Most of the time, we're going to do third party. Sometimes I like to leave it with both because Amazon's not very consistent when they're in stock versus out of stock. That'll just filter it down even more. I thought this was pretty cool right here, guys. This says if you just filter by 1 to 100,000 sales rank, there is 1.36 million products you could source. That's a lot of products. That's a lot of money to find. So by filtering that down, I mean, you can see there's so much money to be made here. 1.3 million products, you're never going to source that in your life. So there's money everywhere. Lastly, I guess, yeah, filter through the catalog. When you get your brand, when you get your sales rank, your offer count, you're going to filter it by sales badge. That's what I like to do personally. Or you can filter it by current sellers. Either one's fine. You want everything with a 50 plus seller badge. If it doesn't have a 50 plus, me personally, I skip it because it doesn't guarantee that it sells at all. It could either sell 1 to 49 times a month, and that's just too much risk for me. I'd rather have consistent 50 plus to a 5K plus. That's the best listing I have. You're going to import these into a new tab, Google search them, and just do what you already know if you know OA. You just Google search, reverse source, find it on a website, gift card stack, and Rakuten stack. And obviously, after you find a profitable product, the best thing about it is like, let's say this Contingo lead, you find it, it's profitable. Go look at all those sellers, and you can rabbit trail source, that's what we call it, those sellers into giving you more listings. Like you'll storefront stock them into finding more leads because obviously they got this OA. So what's to say they don't do the same thing we're doing right now and find more that way? That's the best way to do it. Does anyone have any questions so far?
What's up, guys?
Yeah, what's up, Fries?
What's up? What's up?
No questions?
No questions.
Everything makes sense for you guys? Sales badge, 50 plus bot per month. Guys, Keepa product finder is like the key to online arbitrage, right? If you guys master this product sourcing, online arbitrage it's going to be a breeze. It's going to be like couple hours every single day. You're just spending money on inventory.
Yeah, most people don't do it too.
Yeah,
separate yourself.
This is the separation. This is where most people fall off. They stick in that, okay, I found some products reverse sourcing. I'm gonna get lazy. I'm not gonna like invest into my skill set. This is kind of that next level. This is where you become like an Amazon FBA chef. This is where like, it really like keep a product finder. This is gonna be one of the more needle moving calls. So make sure you guys take your notes, make sure you guys are actually implementing what he's saying. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Adam, we can keep going.
Yeah, so if nobody has any more questions, we'll move into a live example. So I'm gonna run it through you guys. This is gonna be all new. Like I'm taking a brand where I found a product and I'm gonna do it live without even looking what was on the listing. So you're gonna see it's legit. And yeah, so we'll go here, just take notes and you're gonna look at this. And after we figure this out, we're gonna go into private rooms. We're gonna go breakout Zoom rooms, and then I'm gonna take all of you individually, and Faraj is gonna help out too. We're gonna help you pick a brand. You're going to sort through that that brand's catalog, and you're going to find a product to sell. So I put Yummy's Earth, like this completely random, but it's definitely an OA brand. Like these were all OA sellers personally, because I've sourced them before. Go to Keep a Chart. And this shouldn't take you more than 10 minutes to sort through, I don't know, 10 listings, like a minute a listing. You're going to look at make sure to look at your Keepa chart. Make sure this is something you want to be sourcing. Like if this has IP complaints, you don't want to be going on this brand already. So this looks clean to me. Chart looks clean. Pricing looks clean. Sales badge clean. It's good for me. Buy box statistics. That's steady. That's calm. All right. Now we're going to do, what's this brand? Yum Earth. We're going to take this data, product finder. We're going to filter, like we said in the previous slide, we're going to take it from a sales rank of 1 to 100,000. And that's already going to filter it down to 18 million listings, which is a lot. We're going to find the brand. We're going to change it to, I already forget the name of it.
Yummy. And then you could do this
Yummer.
for OA listings that you guys are already on too.
Yeah,
So
yeah. That's what we're going to do. We're going to find, you're going to have take an O listing you already have, and we're going to take that whole brand and we're going to pick it apart.
gotcha.
Keep forgetting the name, Yum Earth.
So this because it's like if you found a profitable, with one ASIN, you're probably gonna they probably have like 5 to 10 to 15 other listings that are profitable
Yeah,
in
like
that same brand.
look at that.
So
We have 100 listings already just by putting
yeah.
Yum Earth, and we're not even done filtering. So you can
hmm
see.
And the better you
Sort of-
get at filtering, the less BS, ASINs that you're gonna go through. So
Yeah.
really pay attention to because filtering is literally everything. So
You're going to take this, you're going to take 3 sellers and 50 sellers. You don't want
what
any
Adam
less than 3. Yeah, what's
explain,
up?
yeah, why under 3? Explain for context. Why
Yeah, we
more
did
than 3?
that in the second slide, but yeah, I'll go over it
Okay.
again. So the reason you don't want any less than 3 sellers is when you get below 3, at least my personal experience, you're going to run into private label companies and you're going to run into wholesalers that have exclusive contracts. Like there's plenty of listings that I've sold where they have more than the brand has more than one listing, but some listings are OA friendly and then some are definitely not, where you can see the brand selling them and they gave up on an old listing that you can still make money on, or a wholesaler is dominating one listing and the other ones are completely fine for you to sell on. Like there's no dominant buy box. So that's a good way to filter it out. Because if you don't filter it out, like let's say we just do one, we get another 18 products of BS. So you need to filter. All right, and lastly, this is where it's up to you. Me personally, I like filtering by third-party buy box, unless I'm doing A to A, which we can cover in a different Zoom if you guys like that. A to A is Amazon to Amazon flips, where you buy from Amazon at a low price and you sell in the same exact listing for a higher price. Normally, my ROI on that's like 60 to 80%. But right now, we'll filter by third party, which just means you as an FBM, FBA seller. And after that, look, we got 29 products to sort through. Is that going to take you that long? Probably not. It's going to take you maybe at 25, 30 minutes. First, let's sort this by, you know, seller ranks and sellers. Let's go sellers for this one. So let's break this down. We got 30 sellers, 1K bought. This buy box at 735, just from being in the game of Amazon, I can tell you, you got to buy that for like $1 to be profitable, and that's not happening. So you can just skip by that just like that and save yourself some time. So all these, I'm assuming this one might be worth your time. This one I would avoid. No, no. This one I like. 4.1 stars, 100 sold, 16 offer count, and a nice buy box at 1685. Let's see this chart. Chart's fine to me. I like choppy buy boxes like this. This shows that it might be OA friendly.
Yeah.
Because a
100%.
lot of
Yeah.
people are moving, so there's a lot of people taking over the buy box.
If the line is like too straight, like literally just a straight line, then it'd be a little bit more like suspicious. But yeah, this
Yeah.
choppy line is good. Even if it was like flipped and like it was choppy down going down, like I still would kind of get on this because it's not tanking or it's not going up too much.
Yeah, I
Right?
don't like how the sale badge leaves a little bit, but
Yeah,
still,
I
the
don't
sale
like that
badge is
too.
back. So
I don't like that too.
I think
My
the sale
first.
badge is relatively new too.
hmm
But still, no, I wouldn't say no to this because it's at a 100 monthly sold right now. There's no reason you
Yeah,
shouldn't make money on it right now.
there's good
So
metrics now. It's just like let's just find out a profit price, right?
yeah, let's do it. So let's run
Mhm.
through it. We'll go here. We'll use your trusty,
Seller amp.
yeah, seller amp.
Right? Because other people are finding this at a profitable price. So let's just see, if we can. Okay, they have it at Vita cost.
The Vitacost, iHerb, Walmart for 397. This is a 1 pack.
So 8. We could use our While Fresh and 4% cash back. You could use a discounted gift card too.
You know, it's crazy. I think I've already sourced this product, but we'll go through it anyway. Now I already know what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, resort. Let's see if we can find it for the same price. I believe we can. We'll do 397 times 2 because it's a 2-pack. So
Mhm.
right here, you're not profitable. Now let's see. Is the 4% only for? Yeah, you can get 1% on Walmart. Now let's go do Card Bear.
Yeah. I think Cardbear 10% from Walmart.
Walmart's
Yeah.
16% off right now on GCX. I buy here all the time. This is a good place to buy from.
Okay.
Let's see if they have valid gift cards though. They do. 500 off, 250, all at 16. We'll do 16. We'll do 15.5 just because that seems like a good theme here. 16.5. Or no, 15.5, sorry. We'll buy one of these $500 gift cards and you can source more on Walmart. 16.5, what is that? 84, 83.5%. Boom. You're running money right now. That's
All right.
6.63.
Let's just any questions, guys, on how we just found this price and everything, how we kind of built our margin.
Oh, what was that? What was that? Card Bear? What was
Yeah,
that?
Hardware,
card.
it's a gift card website.
It's in resources. We have it in our resources in the Discord.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
But
back.
do you guys have any questions on how he just built his margin and everything? Ahmed, Nabil, Q. Everything makes sense for you guys? Amina, Diego?
Yeah, I had a question like, how did you input it again? Because I just saw you put a bunch of numbers.
Sorry,
Yeah.
wait, what I input what? The
The
Keepa
the discount
dashboard or
basically.
the
No,
discount?
the
Okay.
discount, yeah.
So we found it here right here for 397. This is a 1-pack right here. And this listing selling on 2-pack, I don't mind selling on 2-packs or 3-packs as long as you got to look to see if the brand also does it. And the brand, I'm sure they do this one, but some people will sell like bundle deals, like the pack of 2 of 2 different brands. Stay away from those. But this is fine because it's a bundle of the same item. So they're both 5-ounce bags. It's just different branding. You see this? This is probably an old picture, but we can double check it. This is gluten free. This is gluten free. This is gluten free. It's 5 ounces. Same product, just different packaging. And so we take 397, multiply it by 2 because it's a 2-pack, and that's your buy cost off Walmart. You're profiting. For me, it doesn't make sense, but for people that have a 25% profit margin, you're right there. Mine's a minimum of 30% because I think that's solid for OA. So you got 7.94 buy cost right now. And all you had to do, people would see this and they'd probably avoid it because they don't want to take the extra 5 minutes to go find a gift card to see if you can make some money. So you went to Card Bear right after and boom, you see 16.2%. That's the max discount you can get. So if you wanted to buy the best gift card on here, which is, I'm sure it's a $500 gift card or something. Oh no, it's a $250 gift card. Like that's money right there. 16.5% off. And I did the math in my head, but 16.5% off would be 83.5. And that's the multiplier of the percent that's still available.
Yeah, and if you guys aren't doing this, there's going to be people in the listings that are taking that, kind of extra 5, 10, 15 minutes to do this, and they're going to have a better buy cost than you. So sometimes when you think, oh, these guys are tanking down the price, they're tanking down the price down. They're still getting a better buy cost than you. So they're getting more sales than you and they're getting more profit than you. So this is the most important part, right? The more
Yeah.
you learn, the better you get at this, the better you get at looping these websites, finding these unique discounts that the other competition can't find, the more leverage you're going to have on these type of listings, right? So this is the game right here. You get good at this, you'll never be broke.
Yeah, and
So,
who doesn't love a 49% ROI? Even if it's a $3 profit's pretty solid. You got to think of this as ROI and margin, not what you're profiting at take home.
because it's like you're slapping a label on this, you're sending it to Amazon, and Amazon's shipping everything for you. So it's like, let's just buy what, like
Yeah,
5,
it's
10,
free money.
100 plus spot per month. We'll buy like 5, 10 of these, put it in a box, ship it out to Amazon, and then it's free.
Yeah, you get your test buy, and this isn't going anywhere. This isn't discounted. So this is a replen right here. This is what you can
Yeah.
buy consistently over and over again.
Mhm. Because this is like,
I got
and
a
it's
question.
probably not gonna get tanked. Yeah, what's up?
So you basically like, you found that like this is going to be profitable and whatnot. So you go on Card Bear and buy that card for that discounted price, and then just like use that
Yeah,
to
you'd buy
buy
this gift
however
card.
much.
Yeah, bro, you'd buy this gift card, and it's a $250 gift card. You don't have to spend it all in here. If you
Yeah.
found one thing on Walmart, chances are you might be able to find other stuff on Walmart. You can save the gift card with you, or you can wait till
Okay.
you have a big enough cart where you can use a $250 gift card.
Yeah, yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
Okay.
but that's it. Yeah, you'll just add it, just like if you got a gift card for Christmas, you just add it to an online website and
Yeah,
use
yeah.
it. And boom, there you go.
All
Just
right,
make
sweet.
sure to save your gift card so when tax season rolls around, you know how much you actually spent.
For sure. For sure.
I had another question. You know how in the bottom of Seller Amp you could put in discounts too? So you basically just put it automatically in the cost price, right?
Oh yeah, no, you can do that. I do it mentally all the time because it's faster, but you can just put in 83% of your like yeah, you can do whatever percentage it off is discounted and do it like that. This is
All
faster.
right. Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but pretty much that's it. It's not hard. You just got to be able to, do some reps, and
Mhm.
that's it. Anyone have any other questions?
Everything sound like everything situated. You guys should understand. You guys been doing some online arbitrage. Let's talk more. Keep a product finder and how we kind of found this listing. Right. Let's just keep looking.
Yeah. Anyone have anything else they want to go through before
And
we?
and do you guys understand how we didn't go through any like waste of time listings because we set our keep a product finder to eliminate, okay, it has to has a sales badge, it has to has over 3 sellers. So the better you get at just really like keep a product finder settings, the faster you are just finding profitable inventory, right? Like there's not going to be that much. I know you guys are sourcing right now, reverse sourcing, like, oh, this is good. And then it's like, okay, this is wholesale, this is private label. So this is money. It's going to save you so much time. It's going to make sourcing just more enjoyable
Yeah.
too.
It's also good. You're not a one-trick pony anymore. When you reverse source, you're limited to
Yeah.
just what other people can find. As soon as
Hmm.
you can start inputting brands and figuring out, hey, they have all these listings, let me go through. I can see what people are selling. Maybe they didn't get it from reverse sourcing. Maybe they found it on their own, and now I can find it too.
Could you go over the like sales badge and like what that like explain that?
Yeah, bro.
Hmm.
So this is a sales badge right here. This just means this is guaranteed by Amazon. This is how much it sold this month. Like
Okay.
You
this
want to
one
go?
Okay.
says 4,000. When we click on the listing, we can go to
Yeah, you want to go on the
Amazon.
Amazon. Yeah, go on the Amazon listing and then the plus bot per month.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
right
right there.
here, you'll see this.
Amazon is verifying. That's the most accurate representation of
Yeah.
sales.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I got you.
And when you see that, you just know that it's selling that many times a month. And the reason I
Yeah.
kind of this one's not bad, but the reason I avoided the other one, I'll show you right now, just to help you filter it even more, is when I see this, when you see 6.99 and the new offer is $4, that's probably Amazon. 6.99, there's not enough money in there for you to make anything. You'd
Yeah.
have to buy it for 50 cents maybe. Something like 9.99 and above is normally a sweet spot. You can definitely find stuff at 8.50, but that's how you just filter down a little bit. When I see $16, when I see $15, I know I can there's some money to be squeezed in there because
Yeah, yeah.
16 people on the listing and only 100 sales. That's how I can filter faster.
All right, sweet. Appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem, man. We can see if we can find another one real quick just by filtering. And then we can, actually, it's up to you guys. We got 10 minutes left before the Zoom expires. Do you guys either want to go to breakout rooms and find your own brands, or do you want me to go through another live example?
Let's go through another live example, and after the Zoom things, we'll do it in the Discord. How about that?
Yeah, no, that's valid. Let's do
Yeah.
it. You
Okay,
want me
but
to do a different brand, or you want me to stick on this brand so we can find some more stuff here? All
Let's do a different brand.
right,
Let's
let's run
get
it.
it.
if it doesn't have a sales badge, should we stay away from it or?
Me personally, I like staying away from it.
Okay.
Some people will if Raj
Yeah.
wants to take over. Yeah.
So like for me, it's most of the times, right? I'll just look at the Keepa chart because sometimes if it's like, okay, if the margins are really good, if it's like, let's just say over 80% ROI, more than like 10 to $15 profit. And if I look at the Keepa chart and it did have a sales batch, if it was like 50 plus bot, and the sales badge just went away, that means it sells like 40 to 30 plus times a month. Then the next question I'll ask is how many people are on the listing, right? What is the competition like? So if there's like 10 to 15 people competing for like 40 to 30 sales, then I'll probably stay away, right? But if it's like a listing that has like 4 to 5 people and and the margins are insane, then I would be like, oh, like, okay, let me just, let me sell. I could get this easily, send it FBA, send it to prep center. Let me just buy 2 to 3 units. It's going to sell eventually, right? So if the margins are good, over like 100% ROI, 80% ROI, then I would do it. But if it's never had a sales batch, that's why Keepa is so important. Keepa is the name of the game. You master Keepa, you master online arbitrage, right? So Keepa, just look at the Keepa and then make the decision backed by what you see, right? So does that kind of answer your question?
Yes, sir. Makes sense.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's run it. I remember I had the example of Contingo. Do you guys want me to go do that one? It's one that I know we can find, so we'll be able to find something quick while we have 7 minutes left. Or you shout out a brand if you really want me to. We can try to see if we can find something.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right, let's run it. Contingo is a bigger brand. Oh, 80 listings that have third party. Like once again, if it's not going to be that many to sort through, and if you've seen somebody selling a brand like that, you can definitely sort through 80 listings and figure out what you can buy versus what you can't.
Mm-hmm.
So let's sort this by we'll go offer count again. That seemed like my favorite method. Actually, this is the example I had right here. So can you guys see that this might be a potential listing you'd want to source? Look, there's a sales badge 100. Current is not as low as 850 for a water bottle. $34. You think you can make some money there?
100%.
Yeah. Let's find out. So let's look at this chart again. Contingo's always safe for me, but we still want to double check everything.
That's a beautiful Keepa chart.
Yeah, this is fine for me.
Monthly
I don't like
sales.
how choppy this chart is up here, but I'm assuming
I think it's
repricing.
I think it's the FBA. No, it's FBA FBM. So it's just like this is a listing. If you FBA'd it, you probably win the buy box at a higher price, and if you FBM'd it, you'd win it at a lower price. But it looks like it's shared, right? It looks like it's You could either go FBA or FBM. Let's look at the data and see how the buy box is shared. Let's go buy box statistics, and let's see. Okay. Oh, this is beautiful.
Yeah, it's a
23,
big
13,
chart.
11. Like this is what you want to see, right? So many sellers are eating 23, 11, 7, 6, 4, 3, 3.
Another good
Shares.
indicator is the amount of reviews they have. This guy,
Yeah.
1381. These aren't big sellers, so
Yeah,
chances are that their wholesale isn't that high. This guy might be wholesale, but
yeah,
these guys aren't.
like Adam, like we would look at the top, right? If the guy had like 80 or like 90% of the buy box and his reviews were like 2,000, 3,000.
Yeah, that's a no-go.
Yeah, all right. So
Just don't do that.
I'm telling you guys, understanding these indicators, you guys are just going to be ripping through products way faster. So really just focus on building the skill and not just like mindless, just reverse sourcing the same guys. This is going to be very high leverage. So I'm super excited.
This
that we're
takes
doing
some brain power. Reverse sourcing takes really no thought. All you got to do is click someone's storefront. This will engage your brain a little bit, which separates you from the average Amazon seller.
And the harder something is to find, the better you're going to be the more you're going to be able to replenish it, and it's just going to be more easier, more passive, and yeah, this is way more enjoyable.
Oh wait, let's see. Damn, I forgot all my costs are inputted because I know Contingo, so I've already done this before. Let me look up the Zoom bar is blocking my tabs right now. How do you deal with that, Faraj? The Zoom's bar is blocking my tabs. I can't switch.
You can move it. You can move the bar.
No.
Did you move it?
No, I didn't. But I can just hover over it, I guess. So this is a 20 ounce. Oh my gosh, I clicked it again. 20 ounce. We'll go to Target 21.49. Let's see. This is the front. We'll reset this to 0 because that looks like an old buy cost from a while ago. All right, $34 buy cost. Let's keep a chart look steady like we already went over. Trying to rush this. We got 3 minutes left. All right, without even implementing anything. Let's see. We're 21.49. Oh shit. 21.49, 13% ROI. I can already tell you if we just go to Card Bear.
10%.
Yeah, 10% at the minimum, 15%.
Sheesh.
Yeah,
Card
and
Depot.
GCX, whenever I haven't done Card Depot, I've done arbitrage card, card cookie, card cash. GCX always gives me the best rates.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see, we got let's 1510 Target gift cards. They got a range all at 15. If you even want to spend 20 bucks, 15% off. So we'll do 15 flat just for your discount. So when we're doing that, that just means minus 15% off of 100, so it'd be
Or they could
85%.
click the 15% tab. If they don't want to
Yeah,
do the math. You want on seller amp, you want to just show them that real quick?
I don't even know if I have that set up.
Oh, you don't?
No,
Oh,
I'd
snap.
get rid of it because I just do it in my head.
Yeah, yeah. But guys, there's gonna be like for you guys normal seller amp setup, there's gonna be like a 15% off over there. And then boom,
Yeah,
30%
this
ROI,
this was
$6
better.
profit.
If you saw my original buy cost, I had $21 in here or something, and it was
Yeah.
unprofitable. And now you can see we just found it for 18.27. Obviously, I'd be concerned if you go on these listings because now they're going to be a little out there because they're going to be on YouTube and everything, but you might be able to beat everyone else. But this is literally just proof of concept. This is just to drill it in your head that you can do this, and in like 10 minutes, we find two profitable products. And that was just one listing on a whole brand list.
Imagine you do this for a couple hours every single day and you actually get good at this. Like
And trust me,
it's
it
over.
isn't this easy. It's just I had a little bit of pre-input before I put these in here, but it is
Mhm,
that easy to find it.
mhm. And this is not without even like those crazy sales.
Yeah,
Like
there is no Target discount.
we have St. Patrick's Day coming up. We have all these Q2. There's a lot of we have what is Memorial Day. There's so many discounts. There's so many like opportunities that are going to come up. Learning this is going to be should be your top priority right now. It's going to be the highest leverage thing you could do.
Yeah, 100%. All right, well, we have less than 1 minute in the Zoom. Does anyone have any questions? No questions? We could try to continue the breakout rooms in
Yeah,
Zoom.
let's do breakout room.
All right, so we're gonna run it in Discord. Everyone, we're gonna join. We'll do the Profit VC and premium members, mentees. You have
Yeah.
access just to the VC for today, just because Faraj was nice enough to let you guys join.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
And
sir.
we'll move you into breakout rooms. Everyone will be in a group call, and then we'll individually put you in breakout rooms.
Okay, guys, in this segment, I'm going to be giving you guys a live peek of our Wednesdays and Sundays calls. This call was about Amazon to Amazon flips. This is an advanced Amazon sourcing method that we're teaching our mentees right now, and we're going to be teaching it to you guys right now. So let's go ahead and get into it.
West Coast, so it's actually working.
Mhm.
So I couldn't make it yesterday. I was back to back.
Gotcha.
But inshallah next time.
Gotcha. I just don't want you to like join the advanced call. You're just going to get so confused. So, Adam, I think we're ready.
Well, that sounds good. David, this is in a Amazon to Amazon. I don't think you were aware. So we're focusing on A to A flips and teaching that skill set. All right, let's go, guys. Let me start sharing. So I prepared a slideshow to make this a little easier because it's not, I wouldn't say it's complicated, but it's definitely different than everything else we're doing. And there's just a few like nitty and gritty rules that we got to follow to make sure we're doing this correct. I know, Ethan, you said you want to get into A to A, and I know Fuad wanted to, so this is a good topic to bring up now. All right, so let's get into it. How does A to A work? We're going to start from the basics and then work our way up. So A to A is you're buying products sourced directly from Amazon. They're shipped and sold by Amazon directly, not a third-party seller. Like you're not buying from Fenty Beauty or something like that. You're buying directly from Amazon. You're buying them at a discount and reselling at a higher price, like for a profit, like everything else, like OA, RA, all that. But you're just buying from Amazon directly. This is done by taking advantage of, price drops, seasonal deals when Mother's Day comes around or Christmas. Christmas, when it comes around, Amazon, their repricer goes crazy. Everything at the buy box, like if there's a product selling at 30 bucks, Amazon will for some reason start selling that at $10. Their repricer just goes nuts because they're not focused so much on, I guess, the margin they're making, more so the sales they're making. How big can they get their numbers? So they're just trying to get as much sales in as possible. And then a little more is you can do multi-pack bundling and debundling. So what I mean by that is Amazon sells 24 packs, 16 packs, 3 packs, 6 packs, and they'll sell them at a very discounted rate. So sometimes you'll find they'll sell a 24 pack for 18 bucks. That's less than $1 a unit. So when you're doing a 3 pack, you can get a buy cost of like $2.20. And that 3 pack sells on Amazon for, let's say, $9.99 on average for most of those. So right there, you're profiting. I can tell you right off the top of my head because I've done it. It's going to be like a 60, 70% ROI. So it's just that's one thing to look at, debundling, and another one, yeah, bundling. Sometimes you'll see Amazon has products. You ever look at a product and you're like, damn, how are they making any money on that? Because they priced it at $3. There's a way to take that $3 item, buy it, and then sell it on a 3-pack or a 2-pack listing. And Amazon's not on that listing, but the price is inflated because Amazon isn't able to get that steep discount on there because they're not on the listing. So you can take the product from one listing as a 1-pack and sell it as a 3-pack on a different listing Amazon's not on, and you can inflate your margin because Amazon's pretty much giving you a wholesale price, or even better than a wholesale price. Lastly, it's a great sourcing method for reliable invoices and ensures authentic products. So whenever you're sourcing from like OA, you know how you have to vet a website. Sometimes that website is not valid, or like Target, sometimes Amazon won't accept your invoice. They're just being stupid. When you source from Amazon, they accept your invoices 100% of the time. That's for ungating, IP complaints, Section 3s, all of that. Amazon invoices will work if you're buying directly from Amazon. And like, so when you look at your ungating, when you try to ungate a product, sometimes you'll see it says, you can either get a 10-unit invoice or a 50-unit Amazon ungate. I'm not just talking about those ungates. I'm talking about all of them from 100 units, 200, 400, and even the 1,000-unit ungates. You can get those directly from Amazon, and they sell the quantity where you can actually buy those. How does it make sense? So, and another kind of breakdown of A to A. There's dynamic pricing. Amazon, they're changing their prices frequently, like we just talked about with their own repricer, or just based on supply and the demand. If the supply, they have 20,000 units, but it only sells 100 times a month, they're gonna drop that price heavily. And that's where you can see I posted in the wins chat, there's a product where it was selling for $150 or something around there, and I got it for $8. That was Amazon, saying, hey, we got too much inventory. And then they repriced it to a ridiculously low amount where they can pick up a bunch of sales. But at that price, it's $8. Like, that's insane for a $150 item. I got a few examples in here that we can look at too. And it's the same deal. Amazon, their supply is just probably too great. And once they decrease it to that $8, they're completely bought out by like people shopping on Amazon and a couple guys like me and you who are buying the products. So the market doesn't get inflated because most of the sales are coming from that little peak of them, dropping their price. And then you can snag some sales by buying the product at the $8. And then after Amazon sells out, you bring the price back up to $50 and you just sell through. So I'm going to talk about stock too. Some listings, Amazon yet doesn't have enough stock to keep up with. So you can tell when you go into Keepa, you'll see it'll say Amazon has like 30 units left. But whenever Amazon's out of stock, the price is double or maybe half of what it is. You just got to look at your Keepa chart. If you think you can buy out Amazon, you buy out the 30 units and you can inflate the price, that's another way to do A to A. So just not based on seeing like a pattern like, oh, Amazon sold at 30 and then it's at 60. You can give your own dynamic market where you're like, okay, buy box has been at $30 for just forever, and Amazon's in and out of stock consistently, but they're the only seller on the listing. It's just one person. I can buy out Amazon's stock and then set the reprice market. So there is no like third party selling market on some of these Amazon listings where Amazon's the only person on it. So you set the market. So if it's if it's selling at $30, you can set the market when they're out of stock to $60 because there's no set market in place to see what the volume is going to be like. So if they have a listing selling 1,000 times a month at $30, there's a good chance that you can buy their whole stock and sell 100 units at $60. Somebody has their mic unmuted if you want to mute it. It's
Yo, Mark, lock in, bro.
I think he's on TikTok.
Hey, Adam,
Yeah.
how often do you use this? Like for
A-Day?
Yeah.
So when I said advanced topic, nobody's talking about it. I'm trying to transform like 60% of my business into A-Day. That's all I've been sourcing for the past week and a half.
Okay, I got you.
Because like your average ROI on this, I don't like saying margin because I guess a lot of people don't know what their margin is on their business. But I guess ROI, you're averaging like a 70 to 90% ROI on all your A to A flips. That's just the average.
Man.
Yeah.
All right.
It's ridiculously high.
Yeah.
And when you're sourcing, are you mostly just looking for products that either have bundles of them or have like multiple packs?
So you're catching me, Ethan. That's my favorite way of doing it. I love debundling. Like I'll take a
Yeah.
24 pack and I'll break it down. That's my favorite. But I'll also sell on the same listing. Like I'll take a listing where Amazon's selling and then sell on the same listing. I just love debundling and bundling because that's where I've seen the most success right now. But I know a lot of people don't do that. Lastly, I want to pull up Amazon Business Sale. So another way it makes sense is Amazon's going to have discounts for business members. You've probably seen it if you have an Amazon business account. And if you don't have one and you want to do this, you got to open up a business account because the business account, Amazon will sometimes they have ridiculous pricing. Ooh, sorry, a ridiculous pricing discount. So if you buy like 15 units, they'll give you 20% off on all 15 units, and that adds up. The biggest I've seen was a 60% discount. So like a 10 something that's $10. If you, I think it was 30 units, you bought 30 units of that, they'd bring it down to $4 a unit. Like that's ridiculous. Your margin is created right there. All right, let's go through the process of how to do this. Just I guess a PowerPoint of it. You're using KPF. My God, bro. You guys know what that is? I'm abbreviating. If no one does, I can explain too.
Keepa.
Yeah, just keep a product finder. I'm gonna say that a lot because I don't feel like spamming keep a product finder. All right, so using KPF presets to find products when the price is dropping. Check the history to see if they're coming in and out of stock. This is just like a checklist you can go back and look at. Check the amount of sellers to see who you're competing with, like who might also be doing 8AA. Because just like you storefront stock for OA, you can storefront stock for 8AA. It's just a little different. You're pulling up their storefront, and then after you find the product, let's say you think they're bundling, you'll take the listing that they have that's a bundle. You'll copy and paste it into Amazon. You won't even use Seller Amp for this. You'll copy and paste it into Amazon, and then instead of 3 pack or 20 pack or 40 pack, you just cut that out and you type in 1 pack. See what Amazon's selling the 1 pack for. And Amazon has filters where you can filter by seller and you can filter by Amazon.com. So you want to filter by Amazon.com, and then you can see everything Amazon's selling. And then you can reverse source an A to A seller, which that's like if you find one, it's like a gold mine. They're like Easter eggs, bro. They don't exist, but if you find one, they have a lot of shit. Lastly, I'm gonna pull up. You got to use a non-prime seller account. People that do A to A, some of them don't talk about this. If you read, has anyone read like the Amazon 2S for anything? Like not related to this, just in general, no? I don't think so. It's basically like Amazon's rule book, and it's like a nerdy thing to read, but if you want to know the ins and out of your Amazon business, you got to know what's in the TOS. And what the TOS mentions is you can't be a prime seller and try to buy for A to A flips. They encourage you to do A to A flips, but as soon as you start using your prime account, they'll shut down your account for that because you're breaking their TOS on the seller side. So that's just a big stress. The reason they're doing that is because since you're flipping these products, if you were to use your Prime badge and get that shipping tomorrow, you're like hurting Amazon's business, I guess, in a sense. I don't completely understand it, but they're saying if you're going to resell on their platform, you shouldn't be allowed to take advantage of their Prime, Prime shipping. So you got to use standard shipping and get it within like the week, like the normal times, not just tomorrow. So if you have a Prime account, you got to make a new account because even if you have a Prime account, they don't like that. So just make a new account, no Prime, new business account, no Prime, and then new personal account, no Prime. So 2 different Amazon accounts for A to A, and those are the ones you'll use. And obviously at the end, you're going to send it FBA because FBM with A to A. If you're buying A to A flips, you're doing volume, and there is a chance you can do FBM if you're buying products like Amazon, like that one I showed you guys in the wins chat where it was $50 and then it dropped down, or $150 and it dropped down to $8. That product weighed 16 pounds. You can't FBA that. So like in a scenario like that, you'll FBM, but most of these you should be selling FBA because you're going to be buying a lot of volume. All right, so this is an example chart. I didn't show you guys this one. So can anyone tell me what's going on in this chart? Let's get a little more interactive. Like, what do you see in the buy box chart right now?
That shit dropping like crazy.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's dropping. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But like you can see how it's a steady chart. Like there's only bits of drops.
Yeah, like there's like buy box changes from like that high point to the low point. So assuming like at its lowest point, that's when when Amazon is in stock, and then they will like basically s- sell out, and then the price goes back up to its
Yeah,
price.
100%. Nail on, bro. So like, yeah, right here you can see Amazon. It's a little hard to see, but there's a little orange bar under here. That means Amazon. I couldn't get it to zoom in. So when these little price drops, these are Amazon stocking this product at 12 bucks, and it always sells at $60. So this is what I'm talking about, where your margins are insane. On this product, you're probably making 200, 300% ROI. And it's not, it's a legit product. As you can see right here, the sales badge, even over here, we're not include. So Amazon's definitely picking up a few of these sales, but even when they're not price dumping, you can still see at 100 sales per month, you're getting sales here because you can see the sales rank consistently changing. Like right here, the sales rank shot down to below 50, which means this chunk right here, this was probably picking up 80 sales right here, 80, 90 sales. So there is so much room in here to pick up from Amazon. And the best part, even if you weren't ungated for this product, you could buy the like, let's say it was a 50 unit invoice or a 100 unit invoice. I might buy this in March. This is on the 3 month chart. Did it? Yeah, it's on 3 month chart. I might buy this back here and just have my next have 30 units a month. So I'll buy 100 now and I'll have my stock for 3 months and I don't have to worry about anything. I won't have to worry about restocking because I'll just sell within these gaps where Amazon's not in stock. So this is an insane A to A flip. Actually, I wouldn't even say this is insane. This is an average A to A flip. That's how insane this stuff is. And then you can see your seller count looks good here. You're going to see a little more choppy price action or like a choppy seller action, like these little spikes and then these little divots because Amazon's barely in stock. So like the seller count shooting up and shooting down. That's just what it's going to look like. You'll even find some that look like an IP complaint because two sellers would have sold and Amazon was there too. So all three sold and it'll just look like one giant line down, but it's not an IP complaint. And even if it was, you can beat those with Amazon invoices, which is the best part, at least for most of the time.
So would you say a buy box chart like that is a good way to tell that this could be a flips?
Yeah, this is like head on, bro. Like if you see this is 100% an A to A flip, and everyone on
Yeah,
this
like
listing,
textbook.
yeah, textbook A to A right here, and it's coming in stock a lot. So the next step of doing this, so you can see right here, it just came in stock, and now we're gonna have to wait a little bit before Amazon to restock. What you can do is, the track product method. You'll go here, track product, and you'll track Amazon and see. You can set it higher. You can see notify me when Amazon comes in stock below $30. And then you just got to be the first one there and pick up all the units. And then you have your 8A stock for one listing. And this listing, I, I like 30 bucks profit, 20 bucks profit. But pick up 100 units, you just made $2,000 and you can sit on that for 3 months.
Wait, so would you have to like source other people's like storefronts to find it? Or...
No, no, no. You use Keepa, you use KPF, Keepa Product Finder,
Oh,
and
okay,
that's the way we
okay.
all find this. It's like if everyone was able to find this storefront stocking, it wouldn't have this good of a chart. It'd be inflated with like 50 sellers, 60 sellers. Because a listing like this on uh like an OA lead, if you could buy this for 10, 12 bucks and it sold for 60, you already know there'd be 150 sellers on there. It's just this keeps it hidden. And this isn't even that hidden, bro. There's still 20 sellers on here, but it's a lot better than having 150 on a listing like this.
Yo, Adam,
Yeah.
can you go more into like how you find it through Keepa? Like, do you just like look up a product and just start going through like all of them trying to see if it's A to A, or like is there a
Yeah, I
certain
gave
way?
you guys. We're gonna get to it in a second. I literally
Okay.
give you a preset to shove into Keepa, and then you can find
Yeah,
these
then.
products.
All right, bet.
So this is another example. It's a little less clear, but it's still the same idea. So Amazon used to be priced in at the same like buy box price, but just recently they started pricing in at ridiculously low again. They started pricing in at 15 bucks, and the product sells at $40. This is 100 a month listing, so 100 times a month. Not crazy, but still the same thing. It's what is this? $12 into a $40 buy box. That's I don't know, 18 bucks made on a listing. That's another 100% ROI product. Like you're running a 40, 50% margin, which is unheard of. And then here's Keepa chart looks steady, and this is what I wanted to talk to you guys about, how it might look like an IP complaint. You can see right here, Amazon was in stock at this really low level, and also some other sellers sold out. So it looks like it just dropped seller count. Like it just looks like a tiny IP complaint when it's not. It's just natural seller count, but it's just Amazon selling out so fast. When they're in stock for like 3 hours. That's why you have to use the Keepa notifier and have it on your phone, bro. Have it on your phone so it just throws you a notification. Doesn't matter if you're at the gym or anything. Once you've researched this product and you know it's profitable, as soon as it pops up, you should be placing an order. And then once again, you can see the same thing here. When Amazon's not in stock over here or even here, it's still selling. You can see all the sales rank price action. This means it's selling even on top of the 100 bought in the past month badge. So two great examples on, A to A and how it's gonna boost your margins more than OA, RA, or wholesale even would. And then these are here what you were just talking about, the Keepa filters. So I mean, we're probably gonna post it, but if you want to take a screenshot of it now or something, whatever you want to do, bro. These are what you're gonna put in your Keepa product finder. So you're gonna have a sales rank under 150,000. You want price drops over 25% in the last 90 days. So what that means, like the price drops over in 25% is the buy box steady up here. It's going to show you all the products where drastically out of nowhere the products just drop 25%, which is normally going to be Amazon, or maybe it's a tanker, but most of the time it's going to be Amazon. Your buy box price recovery, you want it above 35% in the 30 days, because that means Amazon was able to dip it 25%, and then some third-party sellers recovered it by 35%, which shows that even after Amazon sold, the price maintained and went higher. New offer count, we're getting closer to OA. You want no less than 4, or no less than 4 unless we're sourcing directly from Amazon. Like if we want just Amazon competition, then we have to do one-on-one. Just no one seller, no more than one seller. That's just for Amazon competition. But if you're trying to find all listings with A to A sellers on them as well, you got to do no less than 4, because you're going to find some people and you want to avoid there's a couple listings you'll find where it'll be Amazon and then one person with 30,000 reviews or 300,000 reviews. Those people still have, some of them at least, can still IP complaint you or get you kicked off the listing because they are an authorized distributor by the brand and they have rights to kick off whoever they want besides Amazon. So you just got to keep that in mind. Dude, I'm talking like crazy. Need a break. Any questions right now before I keep going? Just to clear the air.
Would you believe me if I told you I saw one yesterday and I thought it looked weird? And why I thought it looked weird was because of the 30K. He had 26,000 reviews and I got scared. I was like, this doesn't even look right. And I was confused by the buy box. But now that's what it is. So it was A to A and he was dominating it. So either way, I couldn't have even,
Yeah,
wow.
you gotta read the Keepa chart too, because
Yeah.
maybe it's a dominant seller, but there's some other sellers that hopped on and were able to pick up the sales. Because at the end of the day, it's not the worst thing in the world, because you can still most of the time you can still beat an depending on the IP complaint, you can beat it with Amazon invoices. They'll just be like, yeah, it's not really the biggest risk in the world. This is probably one of the safest ways to go about this now. And then if we want to keep going, Amazon should not be in stock, or should not be in stock, but have been in stock within the last 30, 90, or 365 days. So what this means is right now we have a third-party seller dominating the buy box at a higher price, but at some point Amazon was in stock with a really low price, just not right now. Because if they're in stock right now, you'll mess up your Keepa filters, and it'll show you all products Amazon's just on right now that hasn't had an A to A potential or price drop. And then lastly, this is where you separate yourself from like Jesse or Ethan, your price ranges, whatever you're comfortable with. I didn't give you a set price range. I didn't give you what I like using. It should be whatever you want to do. So if you want Amazon priced, this is where you get specific. If you want Amazon priced at $50 and you want an FBA seller priced at $120, that's where you set those filters in your Keepa. So it filters you with products that Amazon's priced at $50 at. Ariane, your mic's unmuted, really. I'll mute you. Yeah, so that's where you're gonna separate yourself. You can do Amazon $15, FBA seller like 35, and that'll give you at least a 100% ROI product. And the tinier you go, the less products you're going to find. So just keep that in mind. Let's go over some mistakes to avoid because at A to A, it is one of my favorite methods and it seems like the safest method, but there's also a lot of pitfalls and mistakes you can make. So a couple of them, when you're bundling or debundling, you have to make sure the UPCs match. You can't bundle and debundle 2.7 ounce bottle with a 2.5 ounce bottle. Like, even though they're the same product, it's just 0.2 ounces off. Your Amazon invoice will not be approved if you ever get hit with a Section 3 or an IP complaint, because they'll be like, yo, you didn't sell the same product. It's that simple. Like, that happens. I've seen a lot of people get shut down by OA selling some products where the listing says it's a 14.2 ounce bottle, and then you're selling them a 13.9 ounce bottle. That'll get you flagged. So same thing here. You got to make sure you're selling the same exact thing. So Amazon, they're great. So whenever you go on a listing and you try to check the UPC, sometimes they'll have it right in the picture. The barcode is the UPC if you guys aren't familiar. So you can match up the barcodes, and if they're the same barcode, it's the same product, and you'll be okay. Next, some people say you can. I will say no, do not buy from third-party sellers. So the reason I put that in there is because some people will buy from a third-party seller that has 300,000 reviews because they're a big legitimate company. I'm not taking that risk. That's really it. Other people will. Do not buy in your Prime account. Don't make frequent returns. This is why Faraj is separating this class. This isn't like a new class where you can buy some products and go return it. It doesn't work like that. If you do that, you're getting your account shut down. So there's a skill gap. So get used to it. Don't try to get around Amazon's order maxes. So sometimes on your personal account, Amazon will only let you order like 40, 50 units. Don't try to finesse your way around, getting around their order quantities. They have that in there for a reason. If you do that, you're getting shut down also. There's a bunch of things that you can try to cheat, like how you edit an invoice. If you edit an Amazon invoice, you're getting shut down. There's so many things. If you try to cheat, they'll catch you for it. Make sure Amazon isn't stocking all the time, or you're gonna tie your inventory down. So like if you see those price drops, but Amazon's always coming back in stock, you're never gonna get a sale because they're the only reason the buy box is where it's at and the sales are where it's at. And then yeah, lastly, I mentioned it again, don't alter your Amazon invoice unless you want to say bye bye to your Amazon account. And like besides debundling every individual unit, if you debundle everything, it should have a barcode. So if you decide to debundle what's it like hard candy, and for some reason there's a hard candy listing with 12 hard candies and this one has 18, do not break apart that bag. Like, don't rip open the bag and then put it on the 12 hard candy listing. That's a stupid mistake and that'll get you shut down as well. Yeah, that's pretty much everything. Yeah, everything you sell should have a barcode. So if you're going to debundle something, if you break it open and it doesn't have a barcode on the inside, do not debundle it because it's not meant to be debundled. And then yeah, lastly, reach out to me in the tickets with any 8A flips because like I say, 8A is not an easy thing to, start or get into. So it's very easy to mess up. And the last thing we want you to do is get your Amazon account shut down or get you in trouble. So reach out, reach out to us in the tickets. Faraj can help you. I can help you. I've been doing it for a little while now. I've been researching it for probably 6 months and I've started doing it for 2 months now. So I can help out a little bit. Yeah, and that's pretty much it, guys. So we are running out of time, so I can't do maybe I could do one live product, but I want to get any questions in before I kind of show you guys how to use the Keepa filter.
I have a question. So like for the like for buying like third seller listings, like can you like elaborate on that? Like is it like a risk to like buy on there?
No, like what I'm saying is if you find a listing that looks like A to A, but instead of Amazon being the one priced at $8, it's like Pattern, which is a huge clothing company priced at $8 and they have 400,000 reviews. I wouldn't buy from them personally because I don't trust third-party invoices. I only trust Amazon invoice. But some people will tell you you can buy from them because they're such a big company. Because it's like buying from their website almost. I don't see any. I haven't read about that, so I don't think that's legitimate. And I don't think it. I've had a friend said he beat an IP complaint with a third-party invoice, but I'm just not trusting it. I don't think it's factual, and it just opens you up to a whole different section. It's just not worth it. This is a bigger topic and more stuff. We just talked about a lot of stuff, so we should have a few questions. I want to hear what you guys think. Nothing. Faraj, you got any input?
Oh, a good question for them would be, what position in their Amazon, like when should they start incorporating some A to A? Because like if someone doesn't know how to like consistently find products, reverse sourcing, or they don't even know how to use Keep a Product Finder, do you think it would be wise for them to start trying to learn how to do A to A?
No, I would say you'll know when you can do A to A. It's when you realize it's not a problem of finding online arbitrage, listings. It's the amount of time you're putting in. So if you think you're great at OA and you could find 1,000 listings if you just sat at your computer all day, then you can start doing A to A. But if you think finding listings is still a problem, then don't start A to A because it's even harder. Like Ethan, you're a good example. You have a VA doing it or OA for you, so
Any
you can.
questions, guys? I know that it's a new
Yeah,
topic.
yeah. Back to Ethan.
Nothing?
You have a VA doing OA for you, so you can start delegating your time to A to A. You're an example where I would say you know how to read a Keepa chart, you know how to use Keepa or KPF, KFP, so you can do this. Like this is where you can delegate time to, and the reward might not be immediate, but when you do find a
Yeah.
lead, it's like worth 5 OA leads.
Mm.
Any other questions, guys? Nope. All right.
How much
Yeah.
capital?
Yeah. What's up?
How much capital would you need, like realistically, to start?
A to A, I mean, just capital in hand, like $400. It doesn't take a lot. 300, you could definitely make an A to A flip with $200. Like it's not a capital issue. It's just if you are capital stricken, then you should be focused more on RA and OA. That's what my advice. A to A is definitely when you have more capital because if like I just did a listing, I spent $2,000 on Amazon for one product, and that was just one product that I'm going to have 2 months of inventory for. I did it because Amazon's not going to restock in a while. If you can't do that comfortably and just not care that you're not going to get that money immediately back, then you shouldn't be doing it. That's why Faraj, like I said, it's an advanced class. It's you need more capital for this, and you need more knowledge.
Hey, Adam,
Yeah.
did you say A to A is more or less like a waiting game too? Because you would have to wait till Amazon sells out its inventory at the time.
No, I wouldn't say that because debundling and bundling, you can have replens that Amazon's always on stock for the 24 pack and they don't sell in the 1 pack. So you get consistent sales right over there. And then it's not a waiting game even when Amazon's you have to wait for Amazon to come in stock because you're going to build up a bunch of listings on your Keepa alerts where it's going to tell you when Amazon's back in stock. You'll have 20, 50 of them, and you might get a notification every other day for a different product. So I wouldn't say it's a waiting game. I'd say just take action and you'll see results. Like that's it.
No, what I meant was as far as waiting, was waiting to sell that particular product. We would have to wait till Amazon sells out of that product to get on that listing to sell it, is what I meant.
Yes, you would wait till Amazon runs out to get on that listing, yeah. Because you would buy their products. I mean, you can send it in while they're still in stock, but if you're reading the chart right, eventually they're going to go to stock and the price will inflate again.
Okay.
But yeah, no, it's 8A is great to learn. 8A is great. Honestly, it's fun if that makes sense. Like I got like when I first did OA, I was like, oh, this is great. And now it's boring. And I started 8A and I'm like, oh, this is great again. So it's like a dopamine rush too. So that's really it. That's all I got for 8A, guys. Any questions? Any other ones? We're gonna have to wrap it up. We got a minute 40 left. We can run another class on this where we actually do live demos. This class was more so you can understand the topic behind it.
Yeah, I'll be down with some demos. Guys,
Oh,
and this
yeah.
information, guys, if you guys know, like, you won't hear about this. This is like very gate kept method. Like, you guys won't see like Instagram reels about this stuff. Like,
I had to do some deep
fairly,
digging.
yeah, you gotta do some deep digging. So this is pretty soft. This is a saucy call. I would recommend it for like, Evan, Ethan, Bach, the guys that are already getting consistent sales that can find consistent leads. We're gonna be separating our classes for beginners and advanced. And then I'm going to be working with the beginners. Adam's going to be working with the advanced people coming in. And then my job is just to get you guys in the advanced classes. We are going to be like hand picking you guys too. So depending on what. So we're going to have a whole calendar out. Super excited for that. We're going to record this call. I don't know if Adam, I don't know if we're going to put it on the WAP, to be honest.
So don't put it on the WAP. That's what I'm saying.
I might just make a Google Drive and only share with the high ticket mentees.
Because I mean, it's great having this exclusive. Like 8A is cool, but as soon as everyone knows about it, it's gonna die.
Yeah, 100%. That's why you guys don't hear about it. Like seriously. Like so, make sure we're taking action, right? Like make sure we're actually taking action on this information that we're learning right now. Shout out Adam for the W call. Let's get after it.
All right, guys. All right, have a good one, guys.
Appreciate you.
Bye, guys. Appreciate it, bro.
Hey, bro. Stepan, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Stepan. I just graduated college a few months ago. I joined Faraj's mentorship while I was in college and had great results.
Could you explain? Because I remember getting on that call with you, right? I was speaking with you, and you were like, you've got burned from a couple of courses and mentorships before, and you were very hesitant. Could you just basically explain what happened?
Yeah, long story short, I've tried options trading. I've tried drop shipping, e-commerce through Shopify, done remote closing. I've done all those business models that you guys can think of. I never tried Amazon FBA or FBM. I ran across your TikTok page or your Instagram page, and I saw that, hey, this guy has a small following. However, at the time, I think you only had like 1K, 2K. And I was like, let me just DM him and see what's up. And for me, it was the point of like, I was 22 at the time. I'm like, I need to start something ASAP. I see so many people making money online. I'm like, I'm doing something wrong. So I was like, okay, this next model or business model or whatever I do, I'm just going to lock in, put my head down, even though I had like school, other, priorities. And I was very nervous, as you know.
Yeah,
Jumped on a call.
You were very skeptical, right? And I remember it was because you had that past trauma of the last mentorship you guys had where the guy you wasn't able to even communicate with him.
He wasn't communicating. He was, on vacation trips all the time.
Let's not do any
And
name drops. No name drops.
Yeah, no name drops. But like he just wasn't really committed. And like if you're gonna be my coach or mentor, I'd expect you to like take me with you to the results that you are praising about as long as I'm putting my effort in. And I was putting the work in, but I just felt like the guidance wasn't there.
One thing I noticed, I feel like that's why you had a lot of success early on, and you're where you're at right now is because every mentee calls at the start. You were blowing up the ticket system. You were blowing up my tickets. We were getting how many questions? You had like 5 to 10 questions every single day. Any problem that you faced, you would drop in a ticket. We would get it answered. You'd face a problem. We would look at the problem and we'd find a solution. And that's a big reason why I think, you've scaled so fast, right? Being able to do school, limited capital, right? You're not leveraging any credit, and you're, at where you're at right now, right? What are you, last December, right? You did about 18K in just December. And what was your third month? That's ridiculous.
I was just asking a lot of questions, but mainly like, finals, then you got work, right? Q4 retail is insane. And I'm trying my best to like fit everything while doing this business.
Could you share your details about like your first sale or your first product?
I bought the mentorship back in September 3rd. And I remember it was just setting up the Amazon account, asking a lot of questions, trying to source. Like when you have a new Amazon account, you have to do a lot of ungating at first, right? Your first few weeks are just literally buying stuff from Target, ungating, returning it.
100%.
Right. But what I actually did was I was like, dude, I'm so like pumped and like hyped up. I can't wait anymore. So I started going and driving around different businesses in my area and asking for stuff that if they have an overstock or oversupply of stuff. And, I happened to ran across a product that they had, which was like 8 boxes of that product. And I was like, I'm not going to even use the free product that comes with the course. I was like, let me start this. Let me just start with this and see what I can do. Next thing you know, I did like sold out of inventory.
I remember it was like your 5th day. That just goes to show, like, I already knew you were going to be successful in this. I already knew you had that drive and everything. It was just a matter of time and giving you the resources, like teaching you how to get ungated, teaching you how to source, what stores to go to. I just knew if I gave you that knowledge, right, it was just a matter of time, to be honest. And I'm excited, obviously, for the future because there's so much more with delegating, leveraging credit cards, doing some more OA, even some wholesale for this new 2025. That's why I'm super excited for this new year, right? Because
I'm excited as well. But yeah, I mean, that's what I did. And I asked a lot of questions. And, I happened to meet you in Chicago.
Oh yeah, that was fire.
Trying to
Fire.
get sidetracked here. But when this dude came to Chicago, I was asking so many questions. Even when he was extremely tired from all the events that he's gone to,
Yes,
I
sir.
asked him nonstop questions. I grabbed my phone, took a bunch of notes,
I remember.
reviewed it, and I was like, dude, I'm gonna bother him until, I drop him off.
And that's what I tell all the students and everything. It's like, especially these other people that are selling like information and courses and everything, like if someone's investing, like they're trusting you, they're investing their time and money into you, that you should be able to have that access. You kind of owe them, like just as a man, you kind of owe them the time until they learn it, So that's why in our ticket system, I don't have a limit to how many questions you can ask, because I generally feel like you learning, and that's the highest you invested into me, so I have to give you value back. Another question is, what's the most important lesson you've learned since starting Amazon FBA? Just with online making money and everything.
The biggest lesson is it's not the business, it's the lifestyle, it's the mentality, it's the shift in like your cognitive up here of like, hey, I'm starting a business. What do I have to do? What do I have to sacrifice? I haven't played the
Have to
PlayStation
sacrifice.
5. I haven't touched the video games since I started the business. It's collecting dust right here. You stop seeing friends a lot, right? I used to see my friends every other day. I only see them like once every few weeks. You have to make that decision that, hey, you are going to lose a lot of leisure time, but it's worth it for the long run. And it will pay off 1000%.
100%. I completely agree with that. It gets to a point, once you have the business model and everything, once you have everything up and running, right, and you want to scale, then it just comes down to how much are you willing to sacrifice day in and day out, right?
Exactly.
Sacrifice time with friends, sacrifice time with video games, family, getting off social media, like watching the new shows and everything. The more you sacrifice, the more, it's going to pay off in the long run. I 100% completely co-sign that. 100%. The next question I have is, what do you have to say to, because I know could you imagine if you just, I'm not going to do it. Like, where do you think like you would be right now if you just didn't take that jump? So what would you tell a viewer right now that's on the fence, right? It's this new year. They've been seeing everybody make money online. What would you tell them, like the people that are hesitant? What would you say?
I would still be playing video games. I would still be like, watching TV shows. I would still be working like my retail job without having a vision. What I'll tell you this is I bought my first business vehicle, which is this BMW right here.
Yes,
With
sir.
Amazon. So I'm putting that on my LLC starting January 1st. And very excited to write off the miles and all that stuff. But
Yes, sir.
no, with my Amazon business, I was able to purchase a BMW.
In just a couple of months, right? That extra income. And for me, right, it was just having that tool, like that business model, something to wake up every day and just get excited. Because I remember before I started Amazon, right? Like I was just playing sports, I was watching NFL, NBA, just talking to my friends, hanging out with my friends and just rotting away, right? But once I had that business model, even now, I wake up every day. It's not work, right? When you're building your business, when you have something to work on, you're not really working, right? You're building yourself, you're building your business. It's the most satisfying thing, you could ever do, to be honest. What are some future plans for quarter 1? I mean, we have a big year coming up. We've already had multiple talks in the mentee calls about leveraging credit, online arbitrage, the wholesale, CA. We know what we've been talking. What are some, don't give out too much sauce of what we've been discussing, but just giving them an overview of what are some plans for Q1 and Q2 2025. Because 2025 we're going up.
What I will say is that we all definitely give out some really good knowledge to the point where we can be successful with Amazon. My personal goals are hitting that 15, 20K plus, right? I hit 18. I'm trying to hit 20K plus, 30K plus, 40K plus. That's my goal. Staying consistent, staying on top of it.
For you, that's going to be so easy because, I mean, like once we get you on the credit cards, right? The 0% APR credit cards for 12 months, that's going to be money. You haven't used any business funding, right? I mean, you've done 18K while still in college with your finals and everything. So imagine you just have more time and everything.
And working full time.
30, 40, that's going to be guaranteed, to be honest.
Yeah,
I'm thinking Q4, you got to hit like either a 75 or 100K month. Like that's totally in reach. It's just belief.
It's just manifestation at this point. My main big focus is like once I pay off my debt, which is like the student loans and the other expenses that I have, I'm going to reinvest all the money that I've been paying towards that debt all into Amazon and just using it as a catalyst catalyst to just blitz the whole business and see if I can hit
100%.
25K, 30K more.
We also talked about you also building your personal brand, just sharing your journey. We got to get started on that.
For sure. I know I've started like one video, but I kind of slowed down because I've just been so focused on just Amazon and just building that. So now I have some sort of rapport, right? I have some sort of like evidence that I can do this, and I want to use that to kind of like leverage the audience and say, hey, like I've done this before. This is no joke, and you can do this too as long as you're willing to put that work in.
How has this experience like impacted your life, like, financially and personally? I know you said you got the car and everything, but how has it impacted you? And just like your approach through these next couple of years or months, how's your confidence levels?
My confidence level is that internet money, like online business, is an actual thing. You just have to really put the work in, and you have to kind of like ask a lot of questions and just do a lot of research outside of your own as well. Financially, it impacted me where like I have my personal income and I have my business income, right?
Yeah.
So now financially, I'm like, okay, now I have my business income.
Mhm.
I can slowly start growing more and more and more and set aside some funds for the future to buy like a house or a property. And then confidence wise, all my friends, everyone in the family, all the people that I talk to, they're like, dude, what do you do? Like what like how are you doing it? People that I haven't talked to in high school are hitting me up.
And then all of a sudden they're coming.
They're like, what do you do? How do you do it? Put me on, give me the sauce. For me, it's like I view it as like, okay, sir, like now you want to hit me up. Like now once I'm like doing good, you want to come to my life. You know what I mean?
Totally. I mean, you're just gonna have to deal with that. You're gonna deal with that 3, 4, 5x, once these next couple of months, what you do, what we're planning on doing, right? These numbers that we're planning on, we're gonna hit. There's no maybe. We're gonna hit these numbers. But yeah, that's just something you're gonna have to deal with. How would you, this is probably gonna be the last question is, there's a viewer that's watching this right now. What is one piece of advice that you could give them, with online making money or life advice with starting? They're just on the fence. What do you have to say to them? Just a message to them.
Go look at yourself in the mirror and think what you're doing right now and how your situation is, and think about if you continue doing this, is it going to get any better? Take like 30 seconds to 60 seconds just looking at yourself and thinking that thought, is my situation going to get any better? That's number one. Number two, what I recommend is it has clearly hit you that whatever you're doing, you are being you're being very comfortable with what you're doing. And you have to think to yourself, you have to be uncomfortable to chase success, to allow yourself to grow in an exponential manner. And leading to that is taking action. You have to take action. You can't be like one of those people, oh, is this going to work? Is this not going to work? And then next thing you know, you don't take action. 6 months down the line, somebody was in that same position, took action. They're making 70, 60, 80K.
I mean,
a month comfortably.
You got Jean, Nono, Siraj, all the mentees right now, you guys are living proof of that because I'm documenting your guys' journeys on my stories and everything. And now you guys joined in like the summertime, the fall time, and then now it's the new year. People that have just been viewing, they've been texting me about Amazon, but they've just been viewing my stuff. They're watching you guys start and scale your Amazon business. They're swiping up now, like, oh my God, how did he do this? And how did he do this? Those are the same people on the fence. The same people that hit me up in the summer. The only difference between you, Siraj, John, all the mentees that are absolutely crushing it right now is you guys decided to take action. You guys decided to get uncomfortable and take that leap. And I preach that every single day.
And then one last thing before we end this, you gotta like understand that, do you want to work this whole 9 to 5 job like for the rest of your life, and you're working under someone? They're telling you when to come to work. They're telling you when you can take a lunch. They're telling you when you can get days off. Or do you want to be your own businessman? Like, you want to be your own businessman, be your own boss. Like, nobody can tell you what to do. When you have your business, you're not going to get unemployed. The worst thing that could happen is you go broke for a few months or stuff based on like inventory, or you're catching up on, income. But next thing you know, it's for the long term, like success.
Yeah.
So think to yourself.
Tell the viewers that, you had a 6-figure accounting job waiting and you declined it because you didn't want to settle. Do you think, yes, sir. Do you think
recommend reading this book?
Position? Do you think, because what was a comfortable choice, right? Either pick the 6-figure accounting job, or the uncomfortable choice is, taking that jump and going all in on that business.
Like the 6-figure accounting job, don't get me wrong, is like you have like a routine life, and the way you get paid is very consistent, like this, right? But with sales, you're gonna have like graphs. Like one day you're gonna do like 4K.
Bro, you did back-to-back 3K days. That was insane.
Insane.
That was
Absolutely insane.
bro. When I seen that because you were like that was like what, you were in your second month.
This was my second month. Yeah.
That was outrageous. I was I was genuinely shocked. I knew you were cooking, $500, $700 days, $800 days, $1,000 days sometimes. Bro, when you popped out with the back-to-back 3K days, I was genuinely lit. I was so happy. You don't understand. But I knew it was inevitable, but I didn't know it was gonna be that soon. That just goes to show, two nice profits, that's what we do.
And we have a community that will motivate
100%.
every single one of the mentees that join. We're just trying to grow. Like, I like the people that I talk to.
Mhm.
Everyone's nice.
Yeah, Suf, all you guys get on the calls, VCs, what I'm saying, mentee calls. So yeah, I mean, I'm super excited. We're growing at a crazy rate. The sauce that is being dropped. I love the sauce channel where we just drop, you see a nice sale or you see a sale that, potentially the other mentees could get on. You, Adam, all those guys dropping sauce. I really love what we're building over here. I really love it. And I really appreciate you, Subhan. Probably going to be the end of the interview. And yeah,
for sure.
Guys, stay tuned. Stay tuned for 2025. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be a good year. So if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself for the viewer discretion.
What's up, everybody? My name is Sufjan. Hey, Daddy. I'm a junior at Virginia Tech. And yeah, like Farhan said, I've tried different ventures in the past. I've tried drop shipping. I was a barber for a little bit. I've tried a lot of different things, but we literally went from 0 to 10K in 30 days with Faraz's mentorship.
And it was documented. He went from day 1 to 30 on Instagram. I'm gonna put his Instagram right here at ecomsuf. He's absolutely crushing it right now. Go follow him. He's a great guy. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get to this video. Let's just go to the start, right? I met Suf through mutual friends, my guy Mikhail Muhammad. He's a great guy. I didn't know Suf, prior. We grew up in like 30 minutes, 20 minutes away, but I never spoke to him before, right? So we kind of met through mutual friends, right? So this was last month was my first time actually talking to him. So what kind of got you into Amazon FBA and how did you figure out about, Two Nice Profits and me?
Gotcha, yeah. So like you said, we grew up really close. So we had a lot of mutual friends and really just seeing your journey and kind of you documenting everything. It was kind of just, I felt like it was a little bit more different than like somebody else who just posted like Lambos and BMWs and things like that. So, it was a lot easier to trust, and knowing people that know you and hearing about your reputation is a lot easier to trust and really take that step.
Yes, sir. So how did you hear about kind of like Two Nice Profits though?
I go to Tech, so there's different guys that are at Tech.
Virginia Tech High School in Blacksburg. It's like 3 hours away, just for viewer.
Yeah, so like we go to Tech about 4 hours away, and I know there's different people at Tech that are in Two Nice Profits already, and they've succeeded. So I've just heard a lot of things about that, and of course e-commerce on the rise. And with Mikhail, I just really saw your Instagram a lot, so I was just like, let's maybe take this jump. And then we hopped on the call, and the rest is history.
Yes, sir. Talk about your first day selling on Amazon.
We started, I think it was like December 17th, but I told you I had finals. We didn't buy any products. We didn't do much till like the 19th. I literally got out of school on the 18th, drove up, and we found my first product at Ross.
It was crazy because you listed it. We also, you guys can check out my YouTube video I posted like 3 weeks ago. It's like in-person sourcing. We actually documented his first sale. We're going to put the clip up right here. We seen his first sale live, and I could just see by his eyes how he felt. He was ready to go, right? He had the first proof of concept. He made his first dollars online. And I remember he was just telling me, he kept saying, just give me a month. I'm gonna hit this 10K month. And most of the times, right, I tell my students, I tell my people, like, good growth is actually getting to that, 10K a month in about 5 to 6 months, right? My guy, Suf, he was super eager. He had college break. It was about a month and like 5 days. And he said, before I go back to college, I'm gonna build a $10,000 Amazon business. Mark my words. And I didn't know anything about Suf. So I was like, I don't know, is he gonna do it or not? I was kind of skeptical because you have to have a level of discipline and focus to actually achieve that goal. And I didn't know much about Suf, but as the challenge was kind of going on, right, I realized that, this guy was serious. It just motivated me to actually want to help him more, give him more value. I mean, we were getting on FaceTimes every other day, like
every night,
every night. And I was like, okay, what are we going to do to actually get this goal? When I have somebody that, that's working hard, that is trying, that is disciplined, and that has that belief that they can actually do it, that is the perfect fit for Two Nice Profits. That's the person I'm looking for. And once I found that person that took that step and believed in me, I feel like it's my obligation to actually help them. So talk about, kind of from day 1 to kind of day 5. What were you feeling? What were some struggles you went through?
Obviously, you guys can see everything on Instagram. Literally, all the ups, the downs, everything. I didn't sugarcoat nothing. I just let y'all know exactly how it was. And yeah, like that first sale in Ross that day, it was mind-blowing. I went home, I was like, guys, like, I hit first sale, like, I'm gonna hit 10K. And like, even though I said it and like I believed in myself 100%, there was always people to tell me like 10K month in your first month, you don't know anything, you're not going to do it. And I was like, it's cool, like you don't have to believe in me, I do. And through the times, like But once I reached like day 15, even day 20ish, like we were going kind of like slow. You know, I was only hitting like about $300 to $400 sales every day, and like I wasn't progressing as much. And then we really got tapped in when you put me on my man's No now. No, real as hell. Shout out No. But
shout out No, man. Another Too Nice mentee.
Yeah.
Hey, testimonial video. He's crushing it. He's crushing it too while doing full-time barbering. Shout out No, man. We love you.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, No was my guy. Me and No started waking up every single day at 7 a.m. and really like hitting RA together. And like the days between day like 9 and day like 17, I had like near $100 sales days, and I was only doing OA at the house, so I wasn't even finding many products because I was still a beginner. You know, I'd send 8 cents to Faraj, and they weren't always the greatest. But when me and No started hitting 7 a.m. sales, like 7 a.m., we hit in Ollie's, we hit in grocery outlet, we hit in Ross, Marshall, Sephora, we hit in everything. That's when stuff really started to pan out, you know, really like started to grow. We started to get a lot more sales. We started finding products that were hit bangers that we would sell out on our way home and have to take a U-turn and go get more. Really, that's where it started to grow, and it didn't look like I was gonna hit it for a little bit. I like fooled everybody, but then I hit back-to-back 1K sales day, and the first one was like 1.2, the second one was like 1.7, and then that's really when it shot up. When I saw that, it just gave me that little push that I needed to like, yo, like, it's not even doable. Like, I'm gonna do it. Like, there's a difference. We went crazy, me and No the last 2 weeks of the journey, and we were going at 31 days, but we only needed 30 days, and yeah, man, I hit 10K.
Where did you meet No? Did you know No before?
Nah, so crazy enough, No, the same situation with you. We grew up right next to each other. We actually went to rival high schools. He's a couple years younger than me, so I didn't really know him, but like my barber and all the guys at the shop know him because he's also a barber. So it was crazy that we had so many friends together, but we really never knew each other. And then my first ever day sourcing, I know you were gonna pick me up, and then you said No, and then No came and picked me up, and bro, the rest is history. We started talking on the way there about life. We got there, we cooked, and then literally, bro, we sourced, I'd say maybe like 20 hours together for this month. And No, really the big reason that I made it this far, really.
100%. Just having that network of people, having that community,
100%.
right? No knew some things that you didn't know. You had the drive, effort to kind of push No, and both of those things kind of went in, and I'm watching that, and I'm emphasizing that every mentee call. I'm like, hey guys, after this mentee call, I dropped insane sauce. Get on the VC, you know, and start sourcing, right? So that was a pivotal part. Obviously, Subhan too. People that sourcing, doing OA with people, you know, who you don't live close to, right? With John, Subhan, right? In the VCs, right? Adam too. You guys are giving sauce to each other. So that's what this was all about. That's what I was envisioning when I made Too Nice Profits. Just a good group, tight-knit Amazon community of people just growing with each other. So kind of tell me, what are some of your plans for kind of the future?
10K was cool, you know? Like, it was cool. It made me feel good, but like, it's nowhere near like the end. That's 100%. So I know we get back to school. Literally, I'm about to hit the road the minute we end this.
Isn't it crazy? Like, you came back from college break 31 days ago without no business, no nothing. You had no knowledge. Like, you knew people were making money online, but you didn't have the vehicle, right? And now you're going to college in 31 days? Just a changed man. You have a whole business. You built a network. You have what, like 400 followers on Instagram?
Yeah, bro.
You started 31 days ago?
Yeah.
You have a whole community of Too Nice Profits. You have 5 figures on Amazon. You have a skill set. You have that confidence, that proof of concept that you did a 10K month.
100%.
The sky's the limit.
Yeah, no, that's literally how it feels. Like when you hit that 10K month, like I ain't gonna lie, like everything looks small to you. Like 10K month, it don't really mean nothing. Because let's go for 20, let's go for 30,
100%.
let's go 50.
Just have those people around you pushing. Like we were just talking about this. You did 10K in a month, but Jean did that in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. We gonna get there.
That's why it's competition. It's friendly competition. Guys, having a tight-knit community of people that push you to be better, just like with No, Subhan, that is the end goal, right? Because sometimes probably you didn't want to wake up one of those days when you guys are doing RA. No was like, probably get up.
He's like, I'm outside.
Tell me some of the kind of struggles, right? Guys, I just want to show you guys how possible this is. How somebody with no experience, right? He didn't spend any money on ads. He didn't make his own brand. He just had the consistency, dedication, and focus. And you showed up every single day. What are some of the traits that you think you have that the other people are kind of lacking? Because 5 figures in 1 month is very impressive.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people like have motivation. But then I think like for me this month, I put motivation to the side and I really looked at discipline a lot. So even days that I woke up and I was tired, I was like, bro, I'm on break, let me chill. Like I still knew that, hey, I have this spend goal. I got to reach this spend goal. Or I want to order this many units before the end of the night. I want to reach this many sales before the end of the night. And I think that's really what helped me skyrocket this month was just the fact that like I had that like belief that like the sky was the limit for myself, and I knew I could reach 10K if I wanted it bad enough.
Yeah.
So I put motivation to the side and I focused on discipline for the month. We hit spend goals every single day. We hopped on calls. We maybe checked over like 100 ASINs this month.
100. At the start, we have a ticking. He was spamming the ticket. Straight 10 to 15 products, and he made sure that you were learning. You made sure to use me as a resource because the fastest way to grow is by learning from someone who already did it.
Exactly. And
right?
Not just asking you like, yo, is this ASIN good? But it's like, you say it's not good, why not? You know, like, why not? Why isn't it good? Because I might see the same type of Keepa chart later and understand that, hey.
And then you don't have to ask
exactly,
that,
you don't need to ask.
You're more self-sufficient.
Exactly. So,
That's
yeah, I think that was the biggest thing. It was really just discipline. And when you write goals down, like, and you look at them every day, it's like, no way I don't reach them. You know, you look at your family, you're like, I'm doing this for them. There's no way I don't reach my goals tonight. There's no way I don't hit 10K. Like, and especially like I put the pressure on myself with making the Instagram. Like you saw,
I genuinely respect that because you documented, you know, even like day 12, day 13, right? You weren't on pace. I remember we were calling each other. We were like, you're at 3 to 4K, and then
not even, bro. I think
it was like 2.8.
Yeah, I don't even think I hit like 3K till like day 15 or something.
And then we were just on the calls like, yo, we know what we need to do. We just need to increase the inputs, right? You're over that learning curve. Then it's just you need to put more hours in, right? Implement the strategies that we give you and actually implement them. Look at the storefronts that I give you. Reverse source these sellers. Kind of do more RA because that's kind of faster. You can sell it same day.
Definitely.
While still learning the OA skills for the future. He kind of implemented everything we told him, everything we taught him, and he made sure to ask enough questions until he got it. Kind of tell me some of like your characteristics, like the mindset. Because guys, 80% of this stuff is mindset. Online, it's mindset. So kind of tell me, what are some of the characteristics that you had that you think helped you become successful?
For me, I've kind of always been like a hustle type of guy. Like I'd rather always make $1 doing my own thing than make 10 working for somebody else. So it was kind of seeing that, and like when you work for yourself, I think personally, like it don't feel like work.
You get testosterone.
Yeah,
You're working for yourself.
It don't even feel like work. Like I'm working and I got my dad packing stuff with me, and it's like,
but you put the headphones on and you feel good, bro.
Yeah, and it's not even like, yo, I'm making somebody else rich. Like everything you do is for you. 100%. So I think that was the biggest like mindset booster for me. And it was just also like writing the goals down. Like I've always had different things with drop shipping, barber. I've always done things and told myself like, yo, we gonna reach this. I've never wrote something down. I've never put pressure on myself to, yo, failing in front of 400 people. That's crazy.
As a man, you're not letting that happen.
Oh God, like that's
as a
crazy.
man, you're not letting that happen. Yeah. But the only reason you had those thoughts is because you took that jump. What do you have to say to the people that are still scared? They're in step 1. They're still scared to take that jump. Because with you too, right? You failed these other businesses, right? What motivated you to try again?
For sure, I think it's just seeing like actual testimonials, you know, seeing students that are just like me, going to schools just like me or at my school doing what I'm doing. And you know, like at the end of the day, like as a man, like nobody's smarter than you. They just worked a little bit harder than you. 100%. So that's all it is. If you match somebody's work ethic, you're going to reach just as much as they did or maybe even higher. So, I mean, if you're overthinking it, I would just say, like, take that leap, you know? Like, what's the worst that could come from it? You learn a skill, a high-ticket skill, you make money. There was times I was watching movies with my parents, like, finding products, you know? I had, hey, Dad, I just spent $500 on this new unit. It's coming tomorrow.
200 profit.
Yeah, like.
Out of the door.
Like, that's crazy. You watching movies and, like, you'll start to see things the more you work. Like one of the best feelings I got all month was when you go to a store, you buy the stuff, you list it in the store. You on your way home before you even take the stuff out of the car, it's all sold out.
My best feeling, like the best feeling with online is waking up to money, bro.
Yeah, bro, literally, bro.
Waking up to money is the craziest thing.
I'll refresh my joint.
Yeah, refresh straight dopamine. No, that and while being at the gym, like hitting 1K days, 2K days, 3K. Bro, it's the best feeling ever because like I'm getting a pump, I'm getting strong, and then it's like I see the sales, like I feel
you could be doing literally anything.
I feel like I'm on top of the world.
You could be doing anything, and you like, bro, you could be working a job. You could be working a job and money coming in, like you're manipulating time, like
literally.
That's crazy.
You're working. Let's say you're working a desk job or something, and then you're just sourcing.
Yeah, nah, definitely. I would just say, like, guys, you gotta take that leap of faith. And if you're a person who likes to hustle, you're a person that wants to work hard for yourself, I would think this is 100% for you. And 2 nice profits the way to go.
No risk, no reward. Now that we talked about your journey and everything, like, what are your plans for the future?
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, me and you have talked about it a lot. I'll be going to school, so I can't do FBM as much. So we're gonna transition a little bit over to FBA. So we'll be going through that with the prep center.
And then I also gave you Anthony's phone number.
Yeah, no,
right?
we talked, me and him got on a call last week. We talked about prep center, the pros, the cons to a prep center, how exactly we'll work around that, fees, everything about that. Really, we had a really nice conversation. Great guy. Shout out Anthony. We're going now. We're looking at products. I must still source myself, but once I reach a level of where I'm sourcing consistently,
20, 30, 40 months, VAs.
Yeah, and then definitely scale bigger on that. Yeah, so definitely prep center, VAs, more FBA, kind of let Amazon do more of the work now, let them do the heavy lifting. You know, we hit our 10K month, so it's time to just do the back end work and let them do that hard labor.
Turn this into a business. Guys, we're back with another student interview video. In this video, we're gonna show you guys exactly how Sadiq went from starting an Amazon business and making $0 in sales in Q4, easiest time to sell on Amazon. In his first 3 months, he did $0. Fast forward to now, 8 months later, he scaled his business. He's a 6-figure Amazon seller. He's making tens of thousands of dollars in profit every single month. Guys, this is one of my favorite interviews that I've ever done, so I'm super excited to just be posting this and give this to you guys. So let's go ahead and get into this.
So Sadiq, we're gonna go ahead and go into your story and everything. You have a crazy story that I'm excited to share with the viewers. So Sadiq, what are your kind of sales right now? What are you gonna do for this month of June right now? What are we projected to do?
Currently, we're sitting at 45 and hoping to hit at least 50 this June. Planning on bigger things July coming.
Prime Day and everything, it should be at least a 70K month. So now let's go ahead and just get into Sadiq's story. Sadiq has a very unique story as an Amazon seller. I mean, you know, you want to just talk about how you got started. What did you know? Like, how did you get into Amazon? How did you figure out about Amazon? It's the first thing I want to ask.
It was late 2024, November, I'm guessing. I see my boy going crazy.
Yes,
I was like, yo, I know this guy. And he was going crazy, bro. Why can't I do it too? I've always
100%.
seen Amazon, FBA, FBM.
For like since 2022, 2021?
Yeah, since COVID for real. Didn't really understand how to get into it, how to start.
Yeah.
What really made me want to do this was seeing somebody that also I know.
That kind of eliminated your limiting beliefs, right? Because we were just talking about this before, we started recording and everything. Seeing somebody else do it, you kind of have like an ego. You're like, bro, if this guy can do it, the guy that I used to play basketball with 2 to 3 years ago, like he's not that much smarter than me. He just took another risk than me. Like Sadiq, I understand where you're coming from. Like you see all these people making money online, everything. You don't think it's possible. But when you see someone that you actually know, it's like another level of motivation. To be honest. So do you feel like that was kind of a big motivator on why you got started?
Oh, for sure.
Right. There's business models out there. There's retail. There's retail arbitrage, online arbitrage, and wholesale. Right. What are you kind of cooking right now? What are you kind of doing right now?
Been doing a lot of RA. Definitely want to look into OA a little more. Wholesaling is the big plan going to the fourth quarter for sure, because that's where the real money is made for sure.
I know a lot of people, kind of hate on RA and OA. I know you've been doing a little OA, sending out FBA shipments. We've been kind of working on that, but you're doing about 45K per month just with retail arbitrage. So what do you have to say to the people that say retail arbitrage doesn't work in 2025?
Use me as proof, man. Like, if you put the effort and work into it, you can make anything work in this business.
So I know you haven't told the viewers this and they don't have kind of background information on this. I know you started Amazon, but then you kind of fell off. Like you had months where you didn't make any sales. So how did you go from that to, scaling your business so fast? Like what was kind of the switch? Remember the switch we were talking about? What was kind of the switch? And do you kind of want to elaborate on that for the viewers?
We fully started in November. Me and a couple of guys. It was me, 3 of my closest friends, and also my brother as well. From November to December, partial January, had no sales. And then something just clicked. I was like, yo, this is my future, I want to do something I want. I want to be my own boss.
100%.
Took that step and haven't looked back since.
What was kind of the big motivator? I know you said January 1st, the new year, that was kind of a big motivator. And you just kind of took that momentum, you kind of kept going through, right? But what was kind of the biggest, how did you get over the learning curve? Like with ungating, with just the little issues that come with just getting over the learning curve with Amazon FBA?
Man, everything is inside the Discord. For the walk, every video is there, explains, will teach you how to do everything step by step. It's very, very useful. But for me personally, it was the fear of 9 to 5 right there.
Yeah.
Working, being a slave for somebody else, not my thing. So that definitely was the biggest motivator.
100%. Because what I see is like sometimes like people will get all the information, people invest into themselves, everything. But if you kind of don't have that drive, if you don't have that hunger, I mean, we can't really do anything. That's what I kind of tell people. It's like investing into yourself, starting the business, that's only halfway. Starting is halfway. It's pretty hard. But staying consistent, being intentional with every move that you make is very important. And that's where I see like a lot of people have that disconnect. So kind of tell me how like kind of your habits have changed once you started this business.
I would say my lifestyle shifted completely. I've been locked in not only with this business, but my going gym. It just made me a morning person, you know what I'm saying? I have to wake up at a certain time to be consistent and doing better every day, making every day better than the last. I can't do that by waking up by 3 p.m., scratching my ass, just, yeah.
With me, also having the vehicle with Amazon, I just wanted to improve my life with everything. Like, kind of like just lifting, getting up in the morning, praying more. It just kind of motivated because one thing I'll tell you guys, and I think Sadiq did really well, is if you go into business, you wake up at like 12, 1 o'clock every single day, your habits are out of line, you don't have any discipline, your business is going to reflect that. So 100%, when I was looking, to scale Two Nice Profits, to scale my Amazon business, scale my any big challenge that I'm taking, I've always changed my habits. I looked at my habits and I was like, I know what I need to do. I know the sacrifices I need to make. And I feel like that's something both of us have in common. And both of us have absolutely ran up a bag on Amazon. So what's kind of some advice that you have to somebody that's, he's been kind of looking to start, right? He's been looking to start. He hasn't taken that jump yet, right? Because I know you were in that position. You were looking into Amazon for like a couple of years now.
The best thing I ever did was setting mini goals each month, each week, even setting goals. That's the best thing and the biggest thing. Because if you don't set goals, you lose focus and you get confused in the process of winning.
And I kind of want to go ahead and share my screen for you guys over here. This is genuinely insane. We're going to look at our win chat over here, and I just want to show you guys Sadiq's growth. Guys, as you can see over here, we've been working longer than this, but even he was doing 3K weeks. This was the boxes that he was shipping out. So just staying literally consistent every single day. He was hitting 4K weeks and 6K weeks. Then he was hitting new highs every single day, 1.3K. Then he was at 26 last 30 days, 7K week. So how did you kind of get this growth so fast? Like, what kind of switched? And what advice would you give to somebody?
Gaining knowledge and asking questions. Best thing you can do is learning from somebody that knows more than you.
I remember we had a lot of one-on-ones. We had a lot of calls and everything, and you were going through these issues. And one thing that I loved is I would give you some advice. I would give you some piece of information, and you would apply it the next day. Like, you would move with speed, right? Number one thing, especially with my YouTube channel and everything, I drop so much value and everything, but if you guys don't actually apply the information, it's not really going to matter, right? So, Sadiq, I think that's a great trait that you have. What is some other traits that you think makes just a successful Amazon seller? Because, you are a six-figure Amazon seller.
I feel like the biggest thing is having a different type of mindset than other people, because a lot of people in our age group party every single weekend, smoking, drinking, whatnot. You got to think different. You got to think about the future and
just make sacrifices too.
You can make sacrifices for the present so you can
delay the gratification 100%, right? Like, what I notice a lot is like people, right? Because with our mentees with Two Nice Profits, we have goals before every single month. And I reach out to them like, what are you willing to sacrifice this month, right? It's like, if you want a cash flowing business that's making you the 5, 10, 15, 20K profit a month, but you're not willing to sacrifice why do you expect to earn more than 99% of the population if you're not willing to sacrifice, those weekends, because we're boxing up orders every single weekend. We're making buys. We're on calls with our virtual assistants. We're doing mentee calls. Like we're putting hours into our business and we're delaying the gratification, right? And 100% agree with you, right? Sadiq, even with me, all the times where I've had big growth in my business, I've always made sacrifices, whether it's, not see a couple of friends that I know that, we just dopamine farm, we just go hang out with the boys. Just there's a place and time for that. But when you're trying to make like a jump or a plus into your business, I don't think it's the best thing to do. So Sadiq, the next question I kind of want to ask you is how has having, just a Two Nice Profits, right? The mentorship group, the network of people, of like-minded individuals, right? Because you told me that you had to cut people off that aren't like-minded. They don't have the same goals as you. How has having Two Nice Profits, just a community, helped you as an Amazon seller and as a person?
I feel like the community has been amazing. It's pushed me definitely harder than ever. And I feel like the people in the community itself are great people. They want to win. I be seeing the win chats, the shipment chats. It just makes me personally just want to go harder. I be seeing all these type of shipments. I'm like, yo, I gotta up my game.
On those days where you're feeling like low, you don't have that much motivation. It's like a guy that joined Two Nice Profits a month ago and he's doing a couple more sales than you.
Exactly.
It's like, what are we doing? But yeah, 100%, right? So let's kind of talk like future, right? We already know we're getting you a virtual assistant right now. We're learning away. We're setting out a couple of FBA boxes every single day. How are we going to kind of scale to those, 70, 80, 100K months with, wholesale and online? What is the future plan?
First step is definitely the virtual assistant for sure. That's going to be a big step because having another head in research is definitely a big help. So I can do more important tasks. Other than that, a big thing that, people talk about in the fourth quarter is wholesaling. Obviously, that's going to be one of the biggest things for us because I feel like we've definitely reached the capital.
What are some things that you're going to do to kind of get to those, 100K months? I mean, you're already cracking 50, right? 60K next month, 70K next month, especially with Prime Day. Obviously, we have our virtual assistant SOPs and everything, but what are some things that you're going to do to kind of get to those 100K months?
For me to get to them 100K months, I personally have to go harder. There is definitely some
100%.
days where I lack motivation.
Energy.
Those days have to be minimized. That's one.
100%.
Two is definitely utilizing the virtual assistant that I will be getting by the end of this month to help me find products easier so I can do like the more important
High
tasks.
leverage tasks. 100%. Yeah, I mean, Sadiq, you're absolutely about to crush it right now, right? What's some advice that you would have to just a viewer that's watching? You're looking at Amazon content for like 2 to 3, 4 months, struggling right now. What are some advice that you would have for him?
My advice to them would be stick to one plan. Don't just stray, throw out these ideas, stick to one plan. And
Shiny object
what's
syndrome.
the worst that can happen?
2 reasons why most people just don't end up getting their goals, right? People that aren't Sadiq, that aren't doing 40, 50K months or profiting 10, 15K months. They don't have to work a 9 to 5. They have their own freedom. The reason people don't get to that point is because people aren't willing to fail, right? People aren't willing to get uncomfortable and take action. As you know, Sadiq, right? There's some people that don't have a friend that already, started Amazon that helped you break the limiting beliefs to start. Some people don't know anybody that's making money online. They're looking at these interviews. They're looking at these short form reels, and they don't think making money online is actually real. So what I would kind of do to the viewer right now that's watching is kind of help you kind of reshape the way you think right now is I would say, right, if you invested in yourself, if you invested into a business, what is kind of the worst case scenario? Like, what's the worst case scenario that would happen? Let's talk about the other side of this where you just never took a risk, 40 or 30, 40, 50 years. And now it's you're 50 years old, 60-year-old, you're working on a job that, you hate, can't retire. And you're just thinking about what ifs. What if I took that jump? What if I took that risk when I was young and I didn't have any bills to pay or anything like that? What if I took that risk? And that's the thing that scares me. That's the thing that pushes me every single day. And the second concept that I want to talk about is shiny object syndrome, right? People are kind of too spread out. Sadiq, when you were first starting Amazon, how many business models did you see? Like how many TikTok Shop, Walmart, like how many business models did you see?
I seen them all, bro. I seen them all. Over 10.
100%. And you could be honest with this. In those slow days of Amazon or those days where Amazon is tough, didn't you look into those other models and think like, oh, the grass is green on the other side?
For sure. Based on the video I was watching, I thought I was doing it all wrong. I thought I had it all wrong.
Mm-hmm. And what would happen if you didn't stick towards Amazon? When you were at like 10, 12K months and you went shiny objects and you went to a whole different business model, what would happen?
I wouldn't be where I am right now.
You wouldn't be
you
wouldn't have a foundation.
I would be stuck in the matrix. For sure.
We're about to wrap up the interview right now. Do you kind of have any advice or anything you could say to, anything you could say to the viewers?
This is for my Somali community, especially.
Yes, sir.
We have been talked about, ridicule, everything. 2025, 2026. I want to see us do better. I want to see us win. It's our time now. Our time is now. To the people, right, that are willing to spend 3, 4, 5,000 on like raw wave concerts, all that shit.
Trips, like on trips.
Or the same people that won't spend those 3, 4, 5,000 on themselves as an investment to get better. It baffles me. Hey, all I'm saying, it baffles me.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining me on this 6-hour journey. I hope you guys got so much value from this video. This video almost took me about a month to make. I started this project because I was sick and tired of people charging thousands of dollars of information, and I knew if I had this video at the start, I would be in a way better position. Hopefully, you guys got tons of value from this video. If you guys have any questions, comments will always be open. If you guys appreciate, if you guys learned from this, if you guys got sales from this, I want to hear you guys' feedback. Any way that I've helped helped you, any progress that you have made, just put it in the comment section. It would mean a lot to me to see how many people I've actually helped with this video. And if you guys want more direct help, you guys want to be in a group and community of 6-figure Amazon sellers that are absolutely crushing right now, I'm going to drop a link down in the description to book a one-on-one call with me to see how we could start or scale your Amazon business to $10, $20, $30,000 a month in profit. I might be biased, but Two Nice Profits is genuinely one of the best communities for new up-and-coming Amazon sellers that want to have that sense of community, more of a tight-knit community and not just be a number. But without further ado, I'm gonna leave the link down in the description to book a one-on-one demo call. Make sure you guys like, comment, subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next one.